Chapter 1301 Gloomy Cave. The latest website. It's the first time that you haven't been constrained by the freedom of life on a boat to Trial Island. No matter whether he left or went, he had to stay in his room and couldn't leave. It was impossible to record the direction of navigation. This time, no one could restrict him. Trial Island is a mysterious island that has only been discovered by the Rockets so far. I don't know who proposed it, and it finally became a special island for the Rockets to train special recruits. Aoki simply noticed that there wasn't much attention. Just every so often, the Dull King left superpower coordinates along the way. Although it may not be very useful, it can be considered as an emergency. After 7 days of sailing at sea, the ship finally reached the small island that Aoki felt very familiar with again. Everything here hasn't changed much, except that before every new batch of testers comes to the island, the person in charge will restore everything to the beginning. Although there is a light smell around and inside the base of the island, but for these recruit eggs, now they only feel a little depressed around the surrounding atmosphere. They don't know the specific reason. What is the situation? After Aoki went to the island, he came to the deepest part of the rocket space alone, and once again saw the chief instructor here, the Viper. But now Aoki and Aoki at the time are completely two levels of people. The Viper showed surprise when he saw Aoki, but more of them were still respectful. He had learned about Aoki from his old friend Anwar, and didn't feel any uncomfortable because Aoki was also a person who went out of the Trial Island. One of the most basic rules in the Rockets is that whoever fists hard is an adult. The Viper should be fortunate that he used to be almost fair and never targeted Aoki. Although Aoki felt a pressure because of Giga, and it was considered a fair fight, but at that time he was helpless. After all, the final trial will be launched soon. Giga as a Trial Island, one of the representative figures of the trial, can earn him benefits and resources. At that time, Aoki looked away. Whoever has a hard fist, whoever speaks is a rule. Just like this time when he came to the Trial Island, the Viper as the chief instructor must be carefully received. After all, with the current strength of Aoki, the entire Trial Island may add up to the enemy. But he had 1 or 2 elves. But Sakagi didn't tell Musashi and Kojiro about the poisonous snake, so the poisonous snake didn't know what Aoki was on the island this time, and he had no right to ask Aoki's purpose. Fortunately, Aoki did not interfere with the training of the testers by the snake. The initial part is to conquer the elves to which they are assigned. Nearly half of them will die because of this first level. Aoki paid special attention to the elves chosen by Musashi and Kojiro. It may be the fate of fate, or it may be such an arrangement. The elves to which Musashi is assigned is a meow, and the elves to which Kojiro is assigned are a supersonic bat. When the elf was released, Kojiro's supersonic bat ignored him and disappeared into the woods as quickly as possible. Even if Kojiro chased for a while, he couldn't get the elf ball back. Musashi's conquest of the meow was very smooth, because it was a talking meow, and after coming out, he negotiated directly with Musashi and declared that he was willing to be her elf. But the meow is not a combat-type elf. He can translate the words of wild elves, so that they will not be attacked by wild elves. As a result, the lost Kojiro of the elves, and Musashi who did not choose, can only choose to agree to the conditions of meow. The miraculous trio is miraculously combined under such circumstances. Although Aoki felt that it was difficult for them to live on the Trial Island under their circumstances, they did not have any sense of crisis about their next life, and they also held positions that they could have after leaving the Trial Island. And rights are full of their imagination. The two and the people on Trial Island looked a bit out of place, and they didn't know how they originally went out alive on Trial Island. However, Aoki later discovered that the trials of this group of people and those of their time were not at all level. At that time, it was because the trial represented too many meanings, and Musashi and Kojiro participated in the trial, but it was only an ordinary trial, and they may only use 1/10 the size of the Trial Island. It's totally violent. After determining the initial safety of the two, Aoki entered the Trial Island alone. It's full of too many memories of him, summoning the 3 elves of Crow's Head, Dao Wang, and Gengui, it's like going back to the days when they struggled hard to survive. In this regard, the crow heads also sighed endlessly. Oki has not summoned the head of a crow for a long time, mainly because of identity restrictions. Many people know that Oki, a rocket Skada, has a crow head, which is his signature elf. Oki was unwilling to do too much trouble. However, for half a year living on the island, the Crowhead and Matara still have enough training and fighting, otherwise they will not have the strength of the current Quasi champion. With the momentary movement of the Doll King, Oki again came to Ghost's Cave. At this time, there were many ghost stones in Gizzy Cave. Oki's arrival did not attract any elves' attention, and Gengui did not appear. In their current situation, they may not be the best choice if they do not show up and interfere with their lives. Anyway, Oki's purpose is only to investigate the once dark underground cave. The underground cave filled with extremely rich ghost system energy. The cave that can excavate the best dark stone even on the wall. And the energy can be cultivated only by energy out of a Uranus level dream demon. Oki has always been very curious about this cave, but at that time he did not let him continue to explore the strength. But now it's different. www.mentalnovel.com. General oral level elves are not enough to see in front of Oki. Coupled with just agreeing to Sakigi's request, Oki pushed the boat, and Oki returned. Standing in front of the stone pillar, watching the richness to the extreme phantom energy still spit out from the stone pillar, Gengui breathed into the body without any feeling. Once there was a strong ray of phantom energy, it would take him a long time to absorb it. Oki nodded to the Doll King. Yeah? The Doll King's eyes flickered, and the momentary movement took them into the ground again. That ghost cave without a light. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1302. Big Hand latest website. When I opened my eyes again, the class found that the eyes were dark. After a period of time, I was barely able to see the surrounding situation in front of me, lighting a torch, and the Doll King's superpower was not eroded by the phantom energy after supporting a barrier around the body. However, Gengui feels very comfortable here, absorbing the phantom energy that seems to be endless and never exhausted. You have to know that the current Gengui has reached the peak of the Quasi champion, and there is still a ghost system energy that he cannot completely absorb. Gengui whispered softly beside Oki. You said, the energy of this place makes you feel like you have known each other? Oki confirmed after understanding Genghis' meaning. Gengui hesitated a little, felt the energy in it again, and nodded. Oki's face was slightly dignified. What used to make them difficult to move, now there is not much hindrance to their actions. With the help of the Dumb King, Oki walked up the hole and saw again the place he had dug. There were potholes on the wall and a lot of dirt on the ground. There is so much peculiar energy of the phantom system here and there. No matter whether it is stone or dirt inside the cave, don't completely assimilate it. Dream. Because of the perception of the outside world, the dream demon quietly poked his head out of Oki's shadow, only to discover the familiar situation around him. When Oki saw the dream demon, she suddenly smiled and called her out of the shadows. After appearing, the dream demon, like Gengui, absorbed the surrounding energy wantonly, revealing an intoxicated expression. She did not know that this was the energy of the ghost system, nor did she take the initiative to absorb them. After following Oki for a while, she realized what it was. If she had discovered it earlier, it might be that when Oki found her, she would not be just an ordinary Uranus level elf. In a place equivalent to the Eye of the Phantom Energy fountain in the elven world, even if you just come with an elf, it may become a phantom elf after a period of time. If you have good qualifications, you may even be able to directly upgrade to champion, but it also takes a lot of time. Oki looked at the happy dream demon and Gengui. The dream demon returned to the place where she once lived, and she did not know how much she sighed. Now it seems that she was so ignorant and simple. If she had not met Oki, she might not know how big and wonderful the world is. For Oki, the dream demon also likes it from the bottom of his heart. Although she was always asked to weave some weird dreams, It was because of these dreams that she learned a lot and saw a lot of fun things. Every time after the dream weaving is over, the dream demon will hide in the shadow of Aoki, and after taste the content, which is also a way for her to see the world. So the dreams she woven later became more and more real, and people who entered the dreams could hardly tell whether it was true or not. This makes the dream demon very present. Spring Eye. Aoki was suddenly awoken by a word in his unconsciousness. Just with the help of the Dumb King, they found no channel in this underground cave except for the rich and extreme phantom energy. But such a rich phantom energy cannot be generated out of thin air. Even if it is like the fountainhead of world energy, there is at least one outlet for energy. But there is nothing at all here. This surprised him. Nothing can come out of thin air, especially something that definitely has its roots. Aoki narrowed his eyes and said to Gengui and Dream Demon, Gengui, Dream Demon, you absorb energy with all your strength, and see where the energy comes from according to the flow of energy. Gengui and Dream Demon nodded together when they heard Aoki's words. For a moment, the two elves seemed to have turned into a huge siphon machine. They had some restraint just now, and they were afraid that eating was too ugly, but now it doesn't matter. Sure enough, after the two elves fully absorbed, the ghost system of the entire cave began to thin out. But even if it is a Quasar champion peak elf plus a senior Uranus level elf fully absorbed, the thinning speed of the whole energy is not fast. Aoki is more curious about the source of energy here. However, after Gengui and Dream Demon absorbed for a while, the two elves pointed in one direction at the same time. Seeing the direction they were pointing at, Aoki frowned, and it was exactly where he had dug. After the energy of the cave's ghost system became thinner, it was felt that a large amount of energy was seeping through the wall and pouring into the cave. Aoki brought the elves to the wall again. Crowhead. Aoki shouted softly. The crow's head noticed for a moment, and the wings exuded light, hitting hard against the wall. Ha! Exclamation mark! Ha! Exclamation mark! Two muffled sounds were made, but the wall was not broken directly as Aoki expected. There was a lot of dirt and rock fragments falling, but the walls still stood there. A little surprise appeared on Aoki's face. The stiffness of the wall was beyond his imagination, and the material of the stone on this wall was beyond his imagination. Picked up a piece of black gloomy stone on the ground. It is really a dark stone. Although it is impossible to see what quality it is, it looks like it is high level or top level, or it is mixed together. It is really a big deal. Aoki's words came with a deep surprise. Although he once had this conjecture, he just thought that the ordinary dark stone was already quite good. Occasionally he could find a high-level or top-level material as a pie in the sky, but now it seems that it is more than that. The attacks that could make the crow's head only broke a few stones. This wall must have been specially treated. Otherwise, with the attack ability of the crow's head now, let alone a wall underground, even a small hill can be destroyed directly, not to mention that only a few pieces have fallen. The Dull King, Yu reads www.yuukanzu.com together. Aoki said to the Dull King, heard that the Idiot King attacked with the head of the crow. Boom! Exclamation mark. The entire wall trembled a little, and the pit smashed by the crow's head was a little bigger. The point is that the Dull King swept down all the dirt that was stuck on it. Then I saw a whole dark black wall, like a huge LCD screen. Go on, Aoki said, squinting. He became more curious about what was behind the wall. But he didn't know, but his move this time alarmed a person. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1303 Imprisoned latest URL. Who is it? Exclamation mark. In another distant space, an elf lives here alone. He felt that the mark left in the elf world was being attacked, but at this time he was temporarily unable to leave the space, or was unable to enter the elf world for a while. For a while, around him, a large number of island-like lands suspended in the air, as well as looming, broken buildings, and a waterfall flowing upward. It feels like the rules in the whole world are completely confused. I saw 6 spooky, striped wings passing in front of these broken islands, with some golden lines and a huge tail. But it just passed away and he couldn't see his full picture. Arceus, sooner or later I will be back. Under the constant attack of the Crow's Head and the Doll King, the walls became thinner and thinner, and Gengui and the Dream Monster later joined the attack together. As the four elves attacked together, with the sound of roaring and broken stones, the wall was finally penetrated by them. Boom! Exclamation mark. But the movement this time is not so small. Behind this wall is like a ferocious hurricane. A large amount of phantom energy visible to the naked eye is gushing out of the broken wall cave. For a time, the unprepared Crow's Head and the Doll King were blown away, and the superpower film wrapped around Oki almost broke. Fortunately, Gengui, who responded quickly, appeared in front of Oki, and a large amount of ghost system energy penetrated into Genghis' body autonomously. Ha! Exclamation mark. Gengui shouted. The Dream Demon also appeared beside Gengui, helping him share the pressure brought by the energy shock. The Doll King appeared to Oki's side in an instant, the superpower barrier was consolidated, and the head of the flying crow appeared to Oki's side, posing a defensive posture. Oki itself did not show a panic look, but was slightly surprised. I did not expect that. The energy of the ghost system in the cave where they are staying is not the richest. It can only be said to be the diluted energy, and at this time was bombed. The energy behind the broken wall is really rich and extreme. At the moment, even the light shining through the entrance of the cave was completely black, and the light couldn't shuttle inside. Oki came to Gengui and Dream Demon. Gengui, how do you feel? In the data scanned by the chip, the value of Gengui, which had completely stagnated, is constantly rising. This is a sign that he is about to cross the boundary, which means that Gengui is relying on the energy rushed out of it to impact the championship barrier. Oh, Gengui closed his eyes and called out. Sure enough, it really has a lot to do with riding Raidina, Oki muttered when he heard Genghis' words. Just after entering, Gengui said that when he felt a little familiar with energy, Oki vaguely guessed that he was riding Raidina. After all, in this world, the elves who can make this kind of phantom energy concentration, riding Raidina is the first object that Oki can think of. Of course, it is not the only elf. The life of the ghost system can't be calculated by anyone. Maybe an old monster who has lived for thousands of years is not necessarily, and Oki knows that more than one ghost system can do it. To this extent, for example, Marcado, or Luna Yala, the moon beast. But Luna Yara was a bit unrealistic, and it was possible for Marcia. But when Gengui said that he was familiar with energy, he was almost locked in riding Dinah. Just after Gengui identified some of the ghost system energy in it, it was almost 100% certain. I just don't know what Ridna did here. I feel there are a lot of things hidden behind this stone wall. Judging from the current situation, if you want to go in, you need to wait at least until the energy in it is no longer rich, or wait until Gengui and Dream Demon have absorbed the same. After completing the breakthrough, this breakthrough requires a lot of energy. Just now it seems that there is a continuous supply of energy. Fortunately, it has been more than half a year since Genghis' strength soared, and his body can now hold a lot of energy. On this sudden, animated, Gengui completed the breakthrough, successfully rose to level 80, and officially entered the championship level. Suddenly, Gengui absorbed a lot faster, and the amount of energy he could hold was much higher. Gengui, it's almost there. This energy is enough for you to strengthen yourself. You don't need to improve. Dream Demon, you are almost there. After a while, Oki stopped Gengui and Dream Demon, who were still absorbing. Dream Demon's level at this time also increased to 74. She has reached the limit she can withstand now. But after they absorbed, and the energy escaped unintentionally, the interior was not so rich. The situation inside is finally able to see some. After Gengui and Dream Demon consolidated a little, headed by Gengui, Oki led the elves toward him. It looks like a long passage, surrounded by the dark stone crystal walls that were previously broken. The whole looks like a prison, or a cage. But for what purpose is it necessary to build such a place? As he approached the interior, it was found that the energy of the ghost system was gradually getting stronger. Soon I came to the end of the tunnel, a place like a pool, and the phantom energy in the tunnel flowed out of this pool. Here, probably the eye of the whole phantom energy. Aoki looked at the black spring in the pool below, and wondered whether the black spring was condensed by the phantom energy or was it really water. It's just filled with the energy of the ghost system. Wow! As Aoki approached, waves had appeared in the calm waters. It seems that something is coming out of the spring. www.mtlnovel.com. Perceiving the movement, the crow's heads cross Aoki in front of them for the first time. Watching the situation in the lake with vigilance, Aoki's brow also wrinkled. He always felt that riding Radina was so exhausted that it was for the elf under the water. Jingle jingle. The sound of crisp metal beats, and an elf figure slowly levitated from the water to the water. It was just that 4 black metal chains were tied to his hands, and they made the crisp sound before. Seeing this slowly appearing elf, Aoki's pupils suddenly contracted, and a name came to his mind. Nightmare God, Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1304. Latest URL, Nightmare God. Seeing this elf's appearance, Aoki knew his name, not only because of his divine beast, but also because the appearance of this elf seems to be the top 3 in the elf world. Of course, this is what Aoki thought of Tkli in the place called Earth before he came to the Elven world. After coming to the Elven world, the previous life may have some extravagant hopes for Tkli, but after gradually coming into contact with the most real side of the world, it was found that this is not even a luxury expectation. Fantasy. But I didn't expect that now this elf appeared in front of himself. Even his previous life is actually not far from where he was. But with his previous life's strength, he may not even be able to survive in the first space, let alone go to the place where the ghost system is extremely rich in energy. It was just that Aoki looked at the Dakli and found that his condition was not very good. The most intuitive thing was the 4 chains that were tied to his wrist at this time. Then Aoki thought of riding Radina again, and suddenly felt a shock. Shouldn't everything here be caused by riding a Radina? His purpose is to bind this Dakli here. In other words, this is just a means to achieve his purpose. What is really going to be achieved is actually this Tkli. A hazy, white, hair-like portion that kept rolling over covered most of the face, revealing only bright blue eyes. Around the neck is a red, jagged object like a collar. A long black rag-like thing hung on each shoulder, with black claw-shaped hands and 3 claws. This is what Tkli looks like, except that Aoki can see the richness and extreme fatigue from his eyes, and the 4 chains on his wrist. Draklage looked silently at Aoki, floating on the lake. Under normal circumstances, Dakray chooses to suspend, but if he wants, he can build 2 things that look like legs and can walk on the ground. It can be seen very clearly that there is a strong energy fluctuation on the chain that is tied to Tkli's arm at this time. It seems that there is a lot of phantom energy. It is passing these chains to inject energy to Tkli in the body. As an evil spirit, he restrains the energy of the ghost system, but at this time, he is constantly infused with the energy of the ghost system. It's like a person who hates eating something the most, but someone forces that person to eat and keep eating, which is a huge torture. Tkli stared at Aoki for a long time, then turned his attention to the dream monster next to him. In the unchanged eyes, there was a trace of emotional fluctuations, and even a complex and complicated look of dreams, devotion, memory, and so on was revealed to the dream demon. Aoki noticed a change in Tkli's eyes. The dream demon did not have the slightest fear of Tkli, but instead had a lot of doubts in his eyes. Generally, as a ghost-type elf, you should not like a evil-type elf. At this time, the alert gang ghost is what it should be. The whole fell into silence, and Aoki didn't know how to speak for a while, but Tkli kept looking at the dream demon, as if remembering something. Darkly. Finally, Aoki spoke first, because he had too many doubts and questions to get answers. Hearing Aoki calling his name, Tkli turned his attention to Aoki again. Although it may be a bit rude to ask this question, it is indeed the question that bothers me the most. Did you get stuck here by riding Radina? Aoki asked. For a moment, the cave fell into peace again. Although this issue is a bit abrupt, Aoki is still most concerned about this. Ride Latina, Pluto Dragon. The legendary elf who can face the creation god. Although it is said that he was created by Arceus, there are also legends that he was hatched from 3 dragon eggs in the endless void. It is no longer possible to study how it appeared. But from the moment he was able to fight against the creation god, he knew that he was very powerful. Aoki has also seen his power, but it was blocked by the King of the Phoenix. Although it is now in the elven world, riding Radina cannot enter without the approval of Arceus. But Aoki is not allowed to leave the elven world and enter other spaces. What should I do if I get caught up? See you again, human. A weak voice rang from Aoki's ear. Although it sounded abruptly, Aoki knew this was the voice of Dakraj. Her question was not answered, but Aoki was in no hurry. Have we met? You haven't seen me, but I've seen you more than once, Klee said. Upon hearing that, Aoki's heart moved and then frowned quickly. When I first entered here, did you hypnotize me invisibly, or did it affect me? That's why I unconsciously chose your wall. I met a dream demon, but it's not accidental. But you don't think you can let the dream demon live here anymore, so let me find her and take her away. Aoki has a feeling that he is completely in the palm of his hand. Although it is said that Klee may have only slightly affected his choice, it may have been the most authentic idea in his heart. But he was only moved by Klee. Very smart, human, but you were too weak. Klee didn't mean to deny it at all. The former Aoki was so weak, even if he was trapped in this way, it would have a certain impact on Aoki. But when Aoki came back this time, Klee had nothing to do. After all, he was too weak and tired. You haven't answered my first question. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki's heart was a little upset, so the tone was more direct. Silent again for a while. Yes, said Dracly. Aoki was not surprised, because Gengui said that the ghost system energy here has a taste of riding Radina, and now he has discovered the source of this smell, that is, the 4 chains that tied the arms of Klee at this time, filled with a lot of breath of riding Radina. For this kind of breath, Gengui could not be more familiar. Why? Aoki frowned, and his discomfort was all dissipated by Klee's answer. It is not particularly important. Compared to that, Aoki was more concerned about riding Radina. Why he imprisoned Klee. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1305. Make a deal. Latest website, because he wants me to help him spread the nightmare. Klee didn't hide anything. He just said the purpose of riding Radina. Aoki seemed to understand what he heard when he reached Klee. The elf, called Dracula, is not random name, but he can indeed bring nightmares to people or elf. It's just that this is not what he wants to do. Although Klee is an evil elf and looks like a fierce or dark elf, in fact, this kind of elf is still kind and not casual. Create nightmares for others. You don't agree? So he's here with you imprisoned. Let the ghost system continuously erode your body until you agree with his requirements, or turn into a ghost spirit, Aoki said. Suddenly, as if trying to understand something, Aoki trembled in her heart, looked at the dream demon next to her, and looked at the imprisoned Klee. Never. Dream demon is not. Thinking of this conjecture, Aoki could not determine for a while whether it was true, but there is a high probability that it is possible. Otherwise, why does the dream demon suddenly appear in this underground cave? You have to know that there are a lot of ghosts on the top. Why do they not even have the ability to approach the ghost stone pillar? But the dream demon can rise to the level of Uranus in the dark space below. Could it be able to resist such a strong ghost system energy shock even at its weakest? And how did the dream demon appear in the dark space? Although as a dreamlike elf, the dream demon has a strong talent for dreammaking, but this talent is too powerful and can even confuse the relationship between reality and dreams. Previously, Aoki thought it was a unique talent possessed by the dream monster, but now it seems that it does not stop the dream. The dream demon didn't understand what Aoki was talking about. With curiosity in his eyes, she just had a special feeling for the locked Klee, a feeling of acquaintance, but no other memories. When Klee heard Aoki's words, his expression became a little complicated, but in the end he nodded. Yes, This little guy was indeed my companion, but compared to me, her strength was much weaker, so I couldn't hold on. Quite calm, but Aoki was able to feel the various emotions in his heart, such as bitterness, unwillingness, pain and so on. Aoki also had a complex look, and glanced at the overwhelmed dream monster. After the death of some elves, it may be in some places where the ghost system is rich in energy, so after the death of the soul will change their body structure due to these energies, and become a brand new elf, a ghost system. This is true whether it is to send to the mountain in Feniyun area or the dragon tomb in the dragon space where Aoki went. Now Klee's words confirm Aoki's conjecture even more. The predecessor of his own dream demon has always been Klee, probably because he was an evil spirit who restrained the ghost system, so his qualifications are not very outstanding, and maybe because of the dream spirit, he has a unique talent for creating dreams. Although it feels unbelievable, it is not particularly unacceptable. But in this way, everything will be made clear. Aoki started the chip and scanned Klee's data for the first time. Pokemon, darkly blue eroded. Gender, male. Level, 70. Attribute, evil. Characteristics, nightmare. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, strange, wind, immobilization, flash of light, hypnosis, surprising strike, nightmare, shadow avatar, dark mist, dark hole, rogue, dream eater, evil wave. Teaching skills, fraud, snatch, resentment, wonderful space, shooting down, snoring, absorption fist, trick, treasure, fist of hell, spike, shockwave, frozen wind. Skill learner, none. Looking at Klee's data, Aoki felt a bit sorry for him. According to the skills mastered by Klee, he used to exist at least around the top of the championship, but now because of the continuous erosion of the phantom energy, the level has been suppressed to only level 70, and his qualifications have been suppressed to blue qualification. It can be said that the current Dracula, except for his name called Dracula, is not an advantage. Sorry. The elves beside Aoki at this time, except for the dream monsters who are not very good at fighting, the rest of the elves can press him to fight. Of course, it does not rule out that he has special fighting skills and means, but there is a high probability that he is not an opponent. It just made Aoki feel a bit pity. Looks. You are coming soon, Klee, Aoki said slowly. Klee was a little surprised. He didn't know how Aoki saw his state at this time, but his family understood his own affairs, so he didn't want to hide anything except some accidents. Nodded slightly. Yes, once there were only 2 chains, but now there are 4 chains. I can already feel that my body has weakened to the limit. I believe that the distance has become what Sinnoh hopes, and it is not. It will be far away. Maybe it has been a long time to communicate with Aoki. So Klee began to get used to it in terms of communication and prediction. Aoki didn't seem to be afraid when he looked at Klee, but he appreciated his spirit of fearless power. Anyway, if Aoki was in his position, he would definitely choose to give in. After all, there are not a few elves who follow Lady Na. Are they still happy? Although there may be no freedom a bit. Looking at the dark spring water and the 4 black chains, a thought appeared in Aoki's brain. That being the case, let's make a deal, Klee. Aoki smiled. Seeing this smile, Klee didn't feel anything, but the idiot king and Gengui trembled suddenly, and took a pitying glance at the surface floating on the water with a very hidden look. Klee www.mentalnovel.com. I hope he can make a good choice. Trading? Dracula repeated the word, with a little doubt in his words, not knowing what deal Aoki wanted to say. That's right. It is a box of mutually beneficial transactions. I can help you rescue from the chain at this time, and I can even find a way to help you recover from this state. This is the promise I can give you, Aoki said with a smile. Then what do I need to pay? Klee asked, as a full-fledged elf. Of course, he understood that the transaction was on both sides. Become my elf. Aoki also kept on saying astonishingly, saying the most real thoughts in his head at this time. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1306. Be my elf. Latest website, Hearing the contents of the Oki deal, it wasn't just Tkli that hesitated for a moment. Even the Dull King and Gengui expressed surprise. Why doesn't this rhythm seem right? Come up and zoom in. Become your elf? Drakli felt a little uncomfortable. Yes, be my elf. To be honest, with the strength you have now, there is not much fighting power left, and you can't help me much. You are watching the dream demon being subdued by me. From what kind of strength I had when she left, to what I really have in front of you now, what kind of strength do I have, which can prove that I am not a saying for those who talk. I really have the ability to help you restore your strength to the peak, and even help you break through the peak. And you can ask the dream monsters, or Gengui, Dawang, and Crowhead, and I will never force them to do what they don't like to do. You don't have to think that being my elf is how much help you have provided to me, but before you have the ability to help me, I need to restore your strength. Oki said a long list of things, just about one thing. Follow me, fragrant and spicy, but also restore strength. Do not do things you do not like to do. For a time, apart from the crisp sound of the chain collision, there was no more sound. Oki went on to say, since you know humans, you should also know that as a human being, life is limited. To make things awkward, you only need to be my elf for decades. For you, can decades be considered a long time? You've been imprisoned for riding Radina for more than that, right? These words are extremely true. Now Oki is just 18 years old. If you are lucky, you may be able to live for 70 or 80 years. If you are not lucky, you may be more than 10 or 20 years old. And you can also help me teach the dream demon. I believe that with your ability, you should be able to fully develop the talent of the dream demon. Oki played the emotional card again. Judging by the expression of Clay when he first saw the dream demon, he has a special feeling for the dream demon or the previous life of the dream demon. After these remarks, Oki did not continue. It was too late. He had made clear all the stakes in it, and believed that Clay would make his own choice. Aren't you afraid of riding Radina? Drakli asked a question suddenly. It must be. Scared. Pluto Dragon rides Radina. I believe that not many people or elves are not afraid. Oki's answer was very honest, but he continued, but I'm afraid it's one thing, and whether to do it is another thing. I can't do it because I'm afraid. Then there are too many scary things in this world. If everything is not done because of fear, then it is boring to live. If you don't do it because you're afraid of something, someone, or a creature, there are too many things in this world that you can't do. Isn't there a good saying? The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Allah gives. Hearing Oki's words, Tkli smiled. Ha 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 ha. Hey, human beings are really interesting. I don't know what his laughter contained, but for the first time, Oki felt that this Drakli was a living elf with his own emotions and thoughts. Not an elf who can be manipulated at will. But it is precisely because he is such an elf that it has the usefulness or value of being subdued by Oki. Although this Drakli could not show his previous strength in every way, Oki's expectations for him were very high. Okay, I agree. It must be a very interesting thing to be your elf with her, and I hope I can take care of it later, my trainer. Tkli no longer hesitated and agreed to Oki's this deal. To be honest, he has no reason to reject the deal. If Oki resolutely leaves with his elf, it won't be long before he will become a new ghost-like elf-like dream monster, and he will lose all his consciousness. But if he followed Oki, even if Oki could not help him restore his strength, he would at least get out of this cage. Just as Oki belongs to, human life is only that long. So even if you wait for decades, at least Tkli believes that he can fully recover his peak strength, and then he will definitely go to the trouble of riding Radina. As long as it is what Ratina wants to do, Tkli will destroy it. Upon hearing Tkli's agreement, Oki was pleased. He was indeed unable to deal with Tkli's body eroded by the power of the Phantom System, but he could not help him in the future. But what do you need to do to destroy these chains? All of them are the energy of riding Radina, not the average elves can bear. Asked Tkli. Oki glanced at Gengui and signaled that he was ready. Gengui nodded towards Oki. Since the energy of riding Radina is holding you, just absorb this energy. Aoki slowly took out a strangely glowing stone from his pocket while talking. Gengui, super evolution. Moment. Gengui, who was in touch with Aoki's heart, immediately burst out with a lot of colorful light, wrapping it up. In the blink of an eye, Gengui completed super evolution. Super Geng. With Gengui in his normal form at this time, he has champion level strength and has become more powerful after super evolution. Tkli stared at Geng's condition. His eyes lit up. Then Super Gengui appeared behind Tkli. Two huge hands grabbed 4 iron chains, all of them in his palm. The continuous energy on the iron chain was injected into the Super Geng ghost's body. For the first time in so many years, Dracula felt that no nasty energy had been injected into his body. www.mentalnovel.com almost moaned comfortably. The idiot king, Crowhead. Aoki whispered. The two elves understood instantly. After losing the energy of riding Raidina, the iron chain is just a few ordinary ghost bast energy chains. 2 drops and all 4 chains were broken. At this moment, Tkli was finally liberated. In addition to the Super Geng ghosts still absorbing energy, the Dull King and the head of the crow returned to Aoki. Dracula rubbed his wrists, and after so many years finally lifted the restraint, making him feel a little sigh. Slowly landed on the flat floor, eyes glared at Aoki, wondering what was thinking. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1307 successfully conquered. Latest website. Aoki also looked at Tkli quietly, wondering if he wanted to repent if he got out of sleep. If so, Aoki wouldn't mind convincing him. After all, in the current state of Tkli, it is estimated that he cannot persist in the hands of Super Geng Ghost for more than 3 seconds. What? Aoki asked with a smile. Tkli stared at Aoki for a while. Then suddenly he relaxed and nodded. You are a lot better than I thought. Maybe you could really help me recover. The previous sentence was addressed to Aoki, but the latter sentence was more like self-consolation. As proud as he is, he has never been subdued and has become a human elf with a special trainer. Come on, said Dracula, stretching his arms, saying he wouldn't resist. Aoki nodded. With a flip of the palm, a luxurious ball appeared in his hand. But after thinking about it, Aoki put away such a luxurious ball again, and solemnly took the master ball from Adams from his pocket. The current Tkli is able to be conquered by the luxury ball, but if he comes in and his strength is restored, Aoki cannot guarantee that the luxury ball can still limit him. Even when he may fully recover his strength, other elves are also very limited. He happens to have a master ball that all elves can conquer. It is not a waste of this master ball, although it is not to say that in the future, it may be disobedient or even betrayal, but sometimes it is not bad to prevent it before it happens. The master ball was thrown out of the hand, and it was gently pressed on the body of Tkli. The master ball opened and shot red light to put Tkli into it. It does not look much different from the ordinary elf ball. Pat. Drop it on the ground, shake it slightly, and complete the conquest after a bang. Masters successfully conquered Tkli. There was a smile on Aoki's face, his body moved with superpowers, and the master ball returned to his hands. Through the glass on the surface, you can see that Tkli has been reduced by many times. Open the master ball and release it. Tkli appeared in the cave again, glancing around with a little curiosity, and the simple return made him and Aoki successfully establish a connection. Darkly, how do you feel? Aoki asked. Dracula nodded. It feels a little better than expected. After speaking, he slowly drifted to Aoki's side. The other side of the Dream Demon Sword Tkli officially joined their team, and seemed very happy, turning around Tkli. Seeing the demon dream so happy, Tkli was also a little moved. It seems she followed the trainer and seemed to be happy. My name is Aoki. Let's get along well and make progress together. Aoki reached out his hand in front of Tkli. Seeing Aoki's hand, Tkli stunned and immediately held it with Aoki. At the same time, Aoki also made use of this contact with Tkli, allowing the chip to conduct a comprehensive scan of it. But when he saw the scan results, Aoki frowned. What's wrong? Dracula was curious. Aoki slowly shook her head. No, your body is more eroded than I expected. Hearing that Tkli fell into silence, Of course, no one knows his body better than him. And Aoki does not say that he also knows his physical condition. Even if he was confident, he was not completely sure that he could fully recover his body, let alone a human. Forget it. After all, he saved me. Even if he can't help me recover, why not be an elf of his life? A person who can ride Radina without fear is considered courageous. While Darkley was comforting himself, he felt his shoulders sink slightly. Looking back, I found that the human was beating his shoulders with confidence. Rest assured, although it is more difficult, it is not completely helpless, but it may take longer. Here are some energy blocks that can restore the loss of the body. Although it can't help you recover the eroded body, it can at least help you recover your energy. Leave the rest to me. After all, I'm your trainer, Aoki said with a smile. Dream monsters and dull kings aside, they also echo. It's as if Aoki's words, the truth, will come true. Darkly took the energy block in Aoki's hands subconsciously, repeating silently in his heart, relax. Is it for you? Is this the trainer? Aoki saw that Darkly's condition was not right. He thought that he was unresponsive because he had just been unbound. Continued, you go back to the elf ball and rest for a while, and leave the rest to us. After that, holding the master ball, he took back the stunned Darkly. The smile on his face did not disappear. Conquering Darkly is the biggest gain this time, but it is not the only gain. The dark spring water here, the black crystals everywhere on the wall, the 4 special black chains that are being dragged in the palm of the hand by the Super Gang Ghost, and even here are full of phantom energy everywhere. All belong to Aoki this time harvest. In the spirit of the arduous people's struggle for pulling hairs, Aoki threw a few elven again, summoning the elves to organize the things here. Especially the Dragon King Scorpion. His most important task is to excavate all the black crystals on the wall. As for the Wang Quain's Yui, Aoki probably cannot take it away. But you can take as much as you can. And Gengui is still absorbing the energy on the black chain. Now he is like a bottomless pit. Even if he can't digest it all at once, it can be stored in the body. Now that he has reached the championship level, it is very difficult to improve each level of this level. It is difficult to have so much energy to provide. The spring water and black crystals here can become the material in the hands of Aoki, and it is the best material for the energy blocks of Gengui and Dream Demon. In an instant www.mentalnovel.com the whole became a chicken flying. Yeah? But just as the elves harvested, the Dull King called Aoki, pointing at the black pond next to the black pond. At the edge of the pond and the ground, there were several strange plants growing. It had been covered by Darkly, but Aoki hadn't found it yet. When the Dull King received spring water, he saw it. Very small and slender plants, the size of the little finger. Aoki crouched and looked at these red plants without energy fluctuations and looking like ordinary grass. This is probably the thing that restrains the attributes of the ghost system most. There is some clue to the injury on Darkly's body. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1308 Free Abbott. The latest website. The ability to grow in such a rich place of phantom energy shows that these plants are either feeding on phantom energy or can resist the erosion of phantom energy. If you feed on phantom energy, you will not just grow so much, it will almost be ignored, and there are no traces of phantom energy fluctuations on it. Then there is only the second possibility. These plants can resist the erosion of the phantom energy, and there are very few other energy besides the phantom energy, so their growth rate is very slow, and the slow zone will not last for almost a year. There has been a change. Therefore, these tiny plants are one of the best materials to resist the energy erosion of the ghost system. Aoki carefully collected all of them and stored them in storage space. Specific methods of use can only be developed after a certain amount of research. When the elves collected it almost, let Gengui close the whole cave again, and tried to restore everything as it was, so it will not be found here. After accumulating a period of time, I can visit the place again with the elves. In addition, a lot of phantom energy is filled with Kuchi, the best energy supplement for Gengui and Dream Demon. Aoki failed to understand what was happening underneath the spring. According to Darkly, Even he can only go deep to a certain extent, and the pressure to go deeper is too great. Super Gang may or may not. In the end, Aoki decides not to take risks. Anyway, it is not something that must be investigated clearly. If you have strength in the future, you can come again. If you don't have it, forget it first. When Aoki left Ghost's cave, no one knew he had been here. Not immediately returning to the rocket space, Aoki continued to move towards the interior of Trial Island under the momentary movement of the Dull King. At the time of the final trial, in many places inside the Trial Island, the superpower coordinates of the Dumb King were left, so it was not difficult to get on the road. In addition, Aoki was curious about the most central situation on Trial Island. During the last trial, there was no time or strength to do the deepest investigation, but this time it was completely okay. Aoki threw the elven ball and summoned Lucario and Wonder Frog. The two little guys completed the evolution and broke through to the Quasiski level in half a year. The current strength is quite good. Coupled with the teachings of the predecessors, the actual combat ability is not weak. Pokemon, Lucario Dark Blue. Gender, male. Level, 54. Attribute, Fighting plus Steel. Characteristics, Mental Power. Carrying Props, none. Genetic skills, Cross Split, Flying Knee Kick, Flame Kick, Comet Punch. Basic skills, Wave Missile, Sharpening, Seeing Through, Flashing Light, Seeing Through, Metal Claws, Double Return, Attack, Enhanced Punch, Sword Dance, Metal Sound, Battering, Quick Defense, Preemptive Step, Self-Motivation, Meditation, Healing Fluctuation. Teaching skills, Lightning Fist, Electromagnetic Levitation, Freezing Fist, Wave of Water, Iron Tail, Play, Kick, Dragon's Wave. Skill learners, Hold, Earthquake, Mindfulness, Shadow Ball, Tile Splitting. 54 level Lucario, a fighting and steel elf, is very suitable for close combat, and its own attack power, whether physical or special, is very good. As a steel elf, the defense ability is also good, and the speed it is also good. As his martial arts teacher, Flamingo still taught Lucario a lot of things, as well as many fighting skills and fighting tactics that could not be shown on the data. Especially with the skills like Sword Dance, Lucario learned the true story from the Flame Chicken. In addition, they are a very special kind of elves. As long as the adult is not very weak, you can learn one of the 3 special abilities in the wizard world. Lucario himself, Aoki also expected a relatively high elf. In addition to Lucario, as Aoki's first true grass-based elf, the existence of the wonderful frog flower is also very important to him. Because the existence of the wonderful frog flower is the defense of various teams in Aoki. And the wonderful frog flower itself is also an elf who is good at defensive counterattack. Elf, Flashing Frog Dark Blue. Gender, female. Level, 53. Attribute, Grass plus Toxic. Characteristics, Chlorophyll. Carrying Props, none. Genetic skills, Coquettish, Petal Dance, Strong Flogging, Grass Field. Basic skills, Petal Dance, Impact, Call, Parasitic Seeds, Rattan Whip, Poisonous Powder, Hypnotic Powder, Slamming, Flying Leaf Sharp Knife, Sweet Aroma, Growth, Body Collision, Troubled Seeds, Photosynthesis, Ecstasy, Sunbeam. Teaching skills, Oath of Grass, Worry Seed, Snoring, Photosynthesis, Seed Bomb, Tightening, Ultimate Drain, Lame, Blocking the Way. Skill learners, Hold, Poisonous, Venomed Shock, Earthquake, Sludge Bomb, Energy Ball, Stand-in, Knotting. For the grass skills of Knotting, Energy Ball and Grass Field, Meow Frog has also learned from Mrs. Huiji. As a grass-based poisoning elf, if he is allowed to fight alone, the power of poisoning skills may be more helpful to him. However, if it is fighting in groups, his grass-based skills may provide more help to his partners. The cooperation between the wonderful frog flower and Lucario is quite good, and there is no need to worry too much about Aoki. However, along the way, there were no opponents able to withstand their one attack. Rumble. Feeling a behemoth approaching, Lucario and the wonderful frog flower both showed a wary expression, but Aoki waved her hand, begging them not to be nervous, and at the same time a smile appeared on their faces. As if something hard was rubbing against the ground, a huge Abba monster appeared in front of Aoki. The smile on Aoki's face was even worse when he saw this giant Abba monster, whose size was comparable to that of a big rock snake. Abe saw Aoki. www.mentalnovel.com. The vicious breath on his face completely disappeared, and he leaned down and leaned his head gently on the ground in front of Aoki. Aoki reached out and rubbed the smooth scales on Aba's head. "Sorry, I haven't come to see you for so long." "Just." Abe shook his head slightly, then called out to the jungle behind him. An Abba snake slowly crawled to his side, and looked at the human in front of him with curiosity. Seeing this Abba snake, Aoki's eyes lightened. "It seems you already have a safe life of your own. Since that's it." Aoki took out an empty elf ball and burst out of his superpowers in front of Abba's monster. He squeezed the elf ball directly. "You are free, Abba. This is your home, your kingdom. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1309. Musashi and Kojiro's potential. The latest website. Abba looked at the broken elf ball in Aoki's hands strangely, and the feeling of immersion disappeared completely. At this time, Abba felt strangely inexplicable. Say joy does not seem to be all that happy. Say sad, but it didn't feel that way. It just felt a little sudden, but he was ready for this, so he accepted it all openly. Not only because he can't provide much help to Aoki now, but also because he is used to and loves the life here. Abba strangely got up slowly and pushed the Abba snake beside him towards Aoki. Abba snake didn't resist either, just curious eyes kept looking at Aoki. But to be honest, being looked at by a snake like this is really not a good feeling. "You want me to take him out? Find him a suitable trainer." Aoki understood the meaning of Abai. Although the trial island is large, it is only an island in the end, and after being a trainer's elf for a while, I know how much the presence of a trainer can help the elf. He didn't ask Aoki to accept his child, but only that he could find a good trainer for his child. Aoki nodded. "I see." After that, he took out a brand new elf ball, and put away the Abai snake with a grade of only 15 and a light blue qualification. Judging by Aoki's current strength, this Abai snake really can't get into his eyes, but it doesn't prevent Aoki from finding a suitable master for him. Seeing that Aoki put away Abai snake, Abai's strange wish was also fulfilled, and slowly receded into the depths of the jungle. He and Aoki's re-encounter ended with this. Aoki also saw Abai's strange strength. "There's anyth king. You can dominate the king in this generation, but you cannot be too close to the center, because it is also a dangerous place for him." Aoki's two main goals for the trial island have been completed. Explore the dark cave and release the Abba monster. The subsequent exploration of the island of trials is step by step. With the cooperation of Lucario and Wonderflower, as long as there is no heaven-level elves, the two of them can work together to solve almost any opponent. However, there are still some long-lived inside the trial island, the strength of which breaks through the heaven-level elves. But after Aoki summoned Tyrannosaurus, everything was no problem. The entire trial island map is almost completely lit in the chip. The scope of this island is still a bit large, and there are enough types of elves on the island. This is the result of the rockets sending people to clean up every once in a while. Give enough pressure to the testers on the island, but not to be completely sideways. As for the elves of the Uranus level and quasi-Uranus level, they will not play any role in the tester. His existence can only maintain the order and ecological environment on the test island to a certain extent. The one who lives in the center of the entire trial island and can also be the king of the trial island is a king of the nether class and Queen Nido. However, after being defeated by Aoki's Tyrannosaurus, the title of Trial Island King was officially transferred to Tyrannosaurus. Aoki also successfully seized the most central area of Trial Island. Anyway, with the characters of Musashi and Kojiro, if they want to make them truly understand the cruelty of the world, they still have to spend more time in this group of trials. Aoki did not deliberately instruct the poisonous snake to take care of Musashi and Kojiro, so the poisonous snake did not know the purpose of Oka's visit to the island this time, nor did they know that the two were under special care by Sakagi. However, according to the luck of these two people, it is more troublesome to get mixed up among the testers. After all, they only have one Meow who can talk but not fight, but they are lost directly. Life is still more difficult. Sharpening it for a while will also help better discipline later. Aoki didn't have time to let them go like Sakaki. In Oka's view, if you want a better life, you must first have enough strength. There are a lot of things in this world as if they were doomed in their midst, but Aoki wants to see if Musashi and Kojiro can have good strength under his intentional transformation. At least not like the in Oka's impression. Musashi has inherited the advantages of her mother. In fact, she is a trainer with good potential. If she can concentrate on training elves, she may not be a Kada. Aoki is more bullish on Kojiro than Musashi. Kojiro is very caring about the elf and treats his elf with sincerity, so his elf likes Kojiro very much, but the expression is a bit overdone. This is most evident in his grass-type sprites. Almost every grass-type sprite will attack him when he releases a pokeball. This is a way their straps love. In general, the potential of the two is not weak, but they lack the right values and the right training methods. It may be because of the inertia of the rockets, or the habit left on the test island. When you see other people's elves, the first thought is to grab it. We can't say that there is something wrong with this idea. After all, the elf of the other party is indeed stronger than himself. Wanting to fundamentally correct this idea is to let them train their own elves to be good enough to look down on others' elves, and over time, they will be able to correct them. Aoki came to this conclusion after thinking about how to deal with and house Musashi and Kojiro. Putting it down for a moment, Aoki summons the elves, ready to train them here for a while. He sat aside and began researching how to help Tkli recover from his current state. Unlike other elves, Tkli does not need to improve his strength through fighting and training, because at this moment, his strength is due to the erosion of the energy of the ghost system. The only way to help him improve his strength is to relieve the damage caused by the phantom energy erosion. www.mentalnovel.com. But Tkli can also train a little. After all, the body has remained in that state. I don't know how many years have passed. The body, no matter how strong it is also rusty. A little exercise is also conducive to recovery. And Tkli's fighting habits are definitely different from Oka's fighting philosophy. Of course, if it is possible, Aoki hopes that Tkli, as his elf, can slowly get in touch with himself. This process is relatively long, but it is a long way to go. Aoki also had some clues on how to help him. Although he could not fully recover, there were at least some ways. This is due to the red plants found by the Dumb King. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Thank you Kthi for your reward. Chapter 1310. The disaster of Musashi and Kojiro. This situation, it is best to ask a few ghost experts to ask. Oka's heart has a very suitable candidate, but now it is impossible to find each other, only to find out for himself temporarily, hoping to find a good way. Take this trial island as a temporary training place for elves. A week later, at the trial island rocket base, a new batch of testers, after becoming familiar with their elves and their surroundings, began to explore the resource-rich forest. Although their testers experienced less things and tasks than those of Oka's group, the test island is a very dangerous place after all. The wild elves here are much more aggressive than the outside elves. Musashi, it's our turn to go out, but we only have Meow. I don't think it will come back. The blue-purple-haired Kojiro and Musashi hid behind the team. What are you afraid of? Meow Meow, although it is not very effective, is at least an elf and can always play a role. As long as we can conquer another elf one by one, this is where we start again on the trial island, until we go out being promoted to be the captain, and the Kadas will not be far away from us. Musashi's full-faced Greek wings, as if a beautiful future is beckoning towards them. After hearing Musashi's words, Kojiro also magically let go of his worry and felt that the future was promising. The only meowing meow who was a bit sane, when he heard that he was going to fight, he suddenly scared the soul out. I don't want to fight. I won't fight. Meow. While the trio was discussing how they were going to fight, two people slowly walked in front of them, with strong disdains on their faces. Well, isn't this Musashi and Kojiro? And yours meow meow. Are you ready to leave the base? Don't come back when you gather at night. Hearing this sharp, mocking sound, Musashi and Kojiro looked at the same time, and suddenly they were so angry. Musashi's red hair was about to stand up. Amador, Saburo. You two are everywhere. Just 3 times. Kojiro echoed. Kozaburo, who seemed very calm at first, looked like a cat with a tail on his tail, and immediately jumped up. Laz's name is Kozaburo. Remember to me. I call little San Lang. Kojiro nodded thoughtfully aside. Okay. 3 times smaller. No problem. 3 times smaller. Kozaburo was about to jump up again, but was stopped by Amado. I saw her coldly saying, "It's useless to slap the tongue." This time I went out to open the whole trial island for us. From this moment on, instructors won't care more about us. Do you know what it means? In other words, from this moment on, even if I kill you two here, you don't need to be punished. Understand? 2 wastes and your waste meow. Kobura looked at them sneer with both hands, as if he had seen some delicious prey. After hearing Amado's words, Musashi and Kojiro froze. Although they were ready when they chose to participate in their mission, when the reality of Chigo was in front of them, it was not so easy to accept. Looking at the silent Musashi and Kojiro, Yamato and Kozaburo left with pride. The two of them were among the best in this trial, and Musashi and Kojiro were undoubtedly the bottom. Musashi, they said it. Is it true? Kojiro's voice shook slightly. As a spoiled aristocrat, when was he threatened by life and death? But Musashi nodded solemnly, looking at the back of Amado and Kozaburo, and lost his thoughts. A seed called the desire for strength is taking root in her heart. It's another 3 days. With their 3-inch, unbroken tongue, Musashi and Kojiro barely survived the forest on the island of trial. I'm so tired and hungry. Kojiro leaned against the tree with a grief over his stomach. Be quiet. Musashi covered his mouth with a hand. This is the 3rd day, and the 3-day wild survival will soon be over. By then, as long as we stay in the base, we don't have to worry about food. After 3 days of survival, the instructors will no longer care whether we are in the base or in the jungle. Hearing that Xiaojiang and Meow Meow at the same time revealed their longing for a better life. But when they were happy, a voice appeared in their ears. I finally found you. I didn't expect that the two of you could really live to this day. But it seems that from now on, your good luck is coming to an end. A female voice appeared. Hearing this voice, Musashi and Kojiro's bodies stiffened at the same time. Staring at the 2 figures walking out of their woods directly opposite them, it was Amado and Kozaburo who declared that they would stay in the woods, and the elves around them. Amado, little. 3 times. Xiaojiang said stumblingly when he saw the two. I heard that Kojiro called his name wrong again. Kozaburo's forehead was full of blue muscles, but he did not immediately launch an attack, but said with gritted teeth. Last time, Lao Tzu's name is Xiao Sanmi. Oh, Lao Tzu called Saburo. Forget it anyway. I won't see you two anymore after today. Amado and Xiao 3 times. Alas. Xioburo slowly came to the two of them, looked down at them, and the meow standing in front of them shivering but never leaving. The corner of his mouth outlines a radiance of victory. Annoying things, I'll send you on the road now. Having said that, the Abba snake beside her and the supersonic bat beside Xioburo attacked them at the same time. Meow. Meow Meow rushed up desperately, but he was not good at fighting. He could not be the opponent of Abo Snake and Ultrasonic Bat. Meow Meow. Kojiro's shouting was a little distressed. www.mentalnovel.com Instead, Musashi's expression remained unchanged. I saw she stood up from the ground with her teeth in her hands, and a wooden stick in her hand was her only weapon at the moment. "Kojiro, you'll run away soon. It's the rockets that I brought you into, and I must let you go back alive." Musashi, who was not very long at this time, stood by Kojiro in front of him. It made him feel different for the first time. One hand wiped the tears in the corner of the eye, and the other hand grabbed a stone from the ground and held it tightly in his hand, changing the appearance of weakness before. "I won't go. Let's fight together to the end." Although his voice was still trembling, he showed great courage when he stood beside Musashi. On the other side, Meow Meow slowly crawled over from a distance and stood in front of the two. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1311 New Trial. A senseless struggle. Amado sneered. Abai Snake and Supersonic Bats flew Meow again without a doubt, and finally turned to Musashi and Kojiro. Both of them tried to fight back against the elves, but they didn't do much. With the sound of the two men falling to the ground, the bodies of the two have been bruised. Even so, even if Musashi and Kojiro already felt severe pain at this time, they did not ask for mercy, but stared at Amado and Kozaburo fiercely. When Amado saw Musashi's eyes, he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. His feet in black leather boots stepped on Musashi's head fiercely, and he stepped on the ground firmly. His mouth kept repeating, "Waste, waste, waste." It seemed that this was the only way to relieve the shock she had just suffered. Musashi. Kojiro looked at Musashi, stepped on the ground and couldn't help shouting. But he was only greeted by Kozaburo's more crazy punches and kicks. Him called Kozaburo. "My name is Kozaburo. Let me call you the wrong name again and again." The sound of beatings came from the woods, from the original elves bullying humans to the unilateral attacks on people now. But they didn't notice. At this moment, there was a figure wrapped under a black robe standing on the tree directly above them, watching this scene coldly, as if the following things seemed to him to be just a movie. Wait. Wait. Suddenly, a sound came from Musashi's mouth, who had been pressed to the ground. "Oh, I still have the strength to speak." Yamato leaned down, trying to hear what Musashi wanted to say. Leave me, let go. Let go. Let him go. Musashi said hardly. She lost her mother long ago. Probably because of the special nature of her mother's work, so she had no friends since she was a child, until she met Xiao Jilang, who obeyed her, and they became friends instantly. It was also from that time that she knew what her mother's profession was and was a member of the Rockets. So she resolutely took Xiojiro to the Rockets and decided to become a rocket carder like her mother. I learned that Trial Island is a shortcut to becoming a carder. Not long ago, a person who stepped out of Trial Island has become the top carder of the Rockets, ranking second only to the leader of the Rockets, Sakagi, above. So she was so excited that she took Kojiro to participate in the trial, but did not expect it to become like this in the end. The jokes you are telling are not funny at all, and I can tell you unceremoniously that both of you must stay here today. Amado sneered. Kozaburo, hands. Last night long dreams, Yamato said again. Hearing words, Xiao Sanlang flashed cold light in his eyes, and ordered the supersonic bat to directly die. Kojiro burst into tears, not because of fear, but because of what Musashi had just said. When they were determined to start, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind them. For a moment, it seemed like everything had stopped. Only Kojiro's cry and Musashi's gasp. When the two men who were tightly closed ready to welcome everything did not wait for the end of their intentions, they did not come. He opened his eyes with trembling, and saw that both Amado and Kozaburo stopped moving. Their elves also stopped, and a man wrapped in a black robe appeared in front of them. Yes, much better than I thought. The man in black robe was Oki, observing in secret. He found that although Musashi and Kojiro behaved slightly differently, they were much better than he thought. This is a real world after all. Every time Kojiro listened to Oka's words, enduring the pain in his body, he immediately lifted Musashi from the ground, and the two leaned on the tree again. but at this time it was completely different from what he had just felt. After experiencing a death, the hearts of the two were more tenacious. Although there are still insufficient places in each place, they have the potential to become strong. Who are you? Musashi said hardly. Although she is a girl, than Xiojiro, she is more suitable to be a decision maker in this golden trio, and she can better bear the responsibilities that this decision maker should bear. Oki spread his hands. It is clear that I am here to save you and can give you a chance to become stronger. When hearing Oki's words, the doubts in Musashi and Kojiro's eyes were even worse. But Oki was too lazy to explain them too much. Looking at you, it doesn't look like someone who can act on their own. Then these two people will leave it to you to solve it yourself. I don't have much, interfered. Now, you take a break first. With that said, Oki waved her hand, including Meow Meow, into Akuma. Then Oka's black robe was lifted, leaving only Amado and Kozaburo and their elves, Oki and Musashi and Kojiro and Meow, but they disappeared in place. Looking at the batch of quality venomous snakes in the office, Oka's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. I'm taking these two little guys, Musashi and Kojiro. The serpent's expression froze, and then a very ugly smile appeared. Okay, with Oka's current strength and status, before he took away two people, he also greeted him, which was very much his face. Two people. He dare not offend the current Oki because of two people. With the superpowers of the Dull King moving instantly, Oki quickly left the Trial Island with unconscious Musashi and Kojiro. The Trial Island is not suitable for them to survive. Oki has a better place. The continuous instantaneous movement made the Dull King feel slightly tired at this time, but finally arrived at his destination. It is also an island on the sea. Except that there are no other people except Oki and the three of them. Oki summoned the wonderful frog flower, using the grass field to simply restore Musashi and Kojiro's injuries, and then awakened both. Musashi and Kojiro looked towards Oki with a doubtful look. www.mentalnovel.com. The trial time is 3 months in total, but the trial island is not for you. It is more suitable for you. As long as the two of you can survive on this island for 3 months, I promise you that you can be granted the title of captain in 3 months. Oki did not talk nonsense to them, and spoke of his own conditions. Sakagi asked him to be a nanny, but Oki did not have that carelessness. This island is an island that once settled the ancient sea in Oki. There are no people on the island, but there are many wild elves. And of course there are Ajis who owe a few requests to Oki. Instead, let him be the nanny instead. Being able to survive on this island for 3 months is almost as capable as a captain. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1312. Lose to her. Throw Musashi and Kojiro to Reggie and give the Abba snake to the two. Then they gave them some basic materials, as well as some basic books on the cultivation of elves, and the book obtained from the ancient sea. He has a cultivation method for elves such as Abba Snake and Abba Monster, which is owned by Oki. Among the opponents, the elves that have been cultivated the most for elf monsters. However, as a little wight living in the wild, Oki provided them with 3 servings, enabling them to eat food for 3 days without starving. What they will be able to survive in the end depends on their own capabilities and abilities. Oki has given them all food, supplies, spirits and knowledge. If this is not enough to live a personal look, it only shows that they are not making this material. Then Oki can only provide them with a stable life. Otherwise, maybe they can really mix up with the Rockets or the Sky Team. At least when they meet Xiozi, they will not be shown from beginning to end. The Rockets' incompetence. Originally, Oki also thought that the two might simply not be able to help the wall. But just before the eyes of the two, the choices made by the two after facing the bullying of Mado and Kozaburo made him make this decision. Give them a chance to really prove themselves. Oki had already confessed to Regis and allowed them to play around on the island, but they couldn't let them leave the island. In terms of Regis' strength, Musashi and Kojiro said that the 3-month existence on the island, even if it doubled again, would not cause any trouble to Regis. Abandoning these two baggages forced by Sakagi, Aoki left the Tyrannosaurus Rex, fly straight towards the Guandu area, all the way across more than half of the city and fly to Baiyin Mountain. With the status of Aoki Alliance King, even in Baiyin Mountain, he can go to most places. Only those confidential places about the Guandu Alliance, or the places of the Federation, cannot be arbitrarily visited. Wherever Aoki goes, no matter who it is, he should at least honor the King of Sandstorm or the King of Oki. Some time ago, Aoki and the Black Messenger made a movement in the Feniyun area. After a lot of online fan propaganda, Aoki's popularity rose rapidly in the entire league. Coupled with the increasingly handsome face, it has attracted countless little fans. Aoki didn't hide his trace of passing the pass, so when he arrived in front of the Guandu Union building, two people were already waiting for him. Still two old acquaintances, Watari, who was still very saucy, and Kona, who stood there coldly and expressionlessly, Seeing Aoki jumping from the back of the Tyrannosaurus to the ground, Dosai's first stayed on the Tyrannosaurus for a while, with a deep surprise in his eyes, and then he opened his arms towards Aoki. "We really haven't seen each other for a long time." "Do you mean it?" The Sandstorm King, who specializes in attracting female fans, laughed, all with a strong sense of ridicule. Aoki hammered two punches on his back indignantly. "Well, don't say, if I don't see you often on TV, I won't recognize you. Do you think you have found any tips to become handsome?" Du and Aoki hammered each other out. But it kept on talking. Aoki said he didn't want to care about this cold-hearted person. Later, he crossed the questioning and saw Kona behind him. Aoki's face smiled even more. He also learned to look at Kona with open arms and walked towards Kona. "Kona, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Kona, who has not always liked physical contact with others, was a little overwhelmed when she faced Aoki's hug. A playful smile appeared on Aoki's face. He changed the hug to a handshake, stretched out a hand and said with a smile, "Haha, you are still the same." "Just kidding you." Although Kona did not usually communicate with Aoki, they did exchange several times during the Olympic Games. Aoki admits that she is a depth and king person. At that time, Kona didn't like talking more than she does now, but Aoki specially picked up the knowledge about the elves she had cultivated as an entry point, which she called mutual communication and learning. So Kona's impression of Aoki has always been good. In addition, during this period of time, Aoki's brain powder was everywhere on the internet, and Aoki's brainless blows were everywhere. As a 4-day king, Kona, who is assigned to network management, of course, has a better and better impression of Aoki. "I haven't seen you in a long time, Aoki," Kona said lightly, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, and a smile appeared on her face. At this time, Du, who just came here, saw Aoki and Kona having a good talk, and even a smile appeared on Kona's face, which he once thought could not smile. This was not to surprise him, but to him I was shocked. Subsequently, under the leadership of Kona, Aoki walked towards the building. Along the way, Du also followed Aoki and asked him how he could let Kona let go of his grievances. He now finally understood how Shiba felt. At first, he had just become the 4 heavenly kings and challenged Shiba madly. Although Shiba won every time, he still felt extremely painful. He is now challenged by number 4 Kona in the same way as Shiba, but the difference is that it is easy for him to win him, but it is becoming more and more difficult for him to win. Aoki looked at Du with a very compassionate expression, and then told him very sincerely, "Lost to her, of course, not to lose to her deliberately, when you really lost to her, or that she found to deal with you time." He heard Aoki's words and stared. "If you let him lose to Kona deliberately, that's okay, but let him lose to Kona when he is at full strength. Not to mention whether this can really be forgiven by Kona, as a fairy who is determined to become the champion of Guandu. All proud men really can't accept and acknowledge this fact. Of course, Du also knows that Ayana's pride will definitely not accept his intentional failure, and she must be able to tell from the battle whether Du has released water. If Kona was to know that she had lost her water by deliberately letting it go, it would be impossible to untie the knot. In fact, there is a simpler and more rude way to solve the room. www.mtlnovel.com married her. Under the leadership of Kona, the three entered a conference room. Inside are two other kings in the Gwandu area. The ghost type Uranus Kikiko and the fighting type Uranus Sheba. The management system in Gwandu area is different from that in Feniyuan area. The rich area is because Adams was the former president and champion, so both things in the league are discussed by everyone. However, the Gwandu area has been vacant for a long time, so the matter of the four heavenly kings is decided by the four of them. To make a better decision, Kikiko, the first king, holds 2 tickets. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1313 Things must be reversed. Arceus' visit this time does not represent the Feniyuan area, but only on his own behalf, so there is no grand welcome, but Du and Kona greeted him at the door. As for Hiba and Kikiko here at the same time, it was also because they were just ready to have a meeting. Aoki deliberately chose this time because he was looking for King Kikiko this time and wanted to know something. King Kikiko, King Hippo. Aoki nodded with a smile. The two didn't put on a shelf, and they stood up from their chairs. Although Aoki is younger than them, and in terms of strength, it should be weaker than them. But after all, they are the four kings of the league, and their status is exactly the same. And Aoki has the potential to make them both dare not belittle them. Sorry to choose to bother you at this time, Aoki said apologetically. The current Gwandu area is really an eventful one, because of the division of the region and the division of the alliance. They must be very busy and green as the four kings. Just look at the exhaustion on the face of the old Kikiko king. As a person who has been sitting in the position of the four heavenly kings for decades, he has dedicated himself to the alliance for so many years, and still sticks to his post. To her, Aoki still respected her. It was because of this busyness that the alliance brought Kona up. After all, Yubo's character is not like a person who likes to do things. It is better to let a person who can do things serve as the four heavenly kings. It's okay. Although it's a busy time, it won't have any effect on us. Listen to Ida saying, Aoki, are you asking me something? Said Kikiko. As a contemporaneous person with Dr. Oki, Kikiko has no problem calling him Duo and Aoki. Aoki took a seat by himself and nodded. Yes, there are some things that bother me. And you want to ask King Kikiko. After all, you are a ghost king, and your ghost army is also famous throughout the elven world. And my thing is also very much related to the ghost system. In any case, it's always right to shoot the flattery first. Didn't see Kikiko because of Aoki. At this time his face was almost wrinkled into a chrysanthemum. Aoki, what you said. You are also my junior. Xingai has been hanging you by the mouth, claiming that you are not engaged in the research of elf. It is really a pity. If you have any doubts, you might as well speak it out and see if I know it. Juko waved her hand, and you don't want to tell the truth. Sheba and Du, who were aside, covered their faces in shame and wanted to leave. This person, when they are old, they like to listen to something nice, especially in the things they are most proud of. As an expert of the ghost system, Kikiko is of course unable to escape this true in sense law. Yes, my friend just conquered an elf, but because this elf lives in a place where the phantom energy is extremely strong, so this elf is eroded by the phantom energy, and he hunted it for cultivation. I am at home, but I don't have a great way. Aoki gave a brief account of Dklies' situation. Of course, many of these things are taken carelessly. Listening to Arceus' words, Kikiko's brow gradually frowned. According to you, this situation is really the first time I heard that an evil elf lives in a place with high energy in the ghost system, causing his body to be eroded by the energy of the ghost system. As an evil elves, restrain the existence of ghost system attributes, should not be easily eroded by ghost system energy. Let us not say why an elf lives in that place for so long, just to say how much phantom energy is needed to erode him. Juko's face was a little dignified. She was thinking about the ghost. She knew where the energy is strong, which one can meet these situations. In the end, I still can't think of the results. Aoki also knows that there are many loopholes in his statement, but this matter cannot be clearly stated. Forget it, don't look for the reason, think about a solution. The general elves are eroded by the ghost system energy. If they are completely eroded, they will be directly transformed into ghost system spirits. Not much difference. If it is only half eroded, there is almost no way for ordinary elves to get rid of it. After all, if you want to get rid of these phantom energies, you need to inject the energy that restrains the phantom energies, such as evil, but then the energy in this elf, it will be more and more complicated, more than worth it. However, the elf you are talking about is an evil elf. Don't worry about the energy becoming complicated, but the process is still relatively slow. And this way, your breeders are better than our ghost trainer. Kikyuko talked to herself a lot of things, and she started to talk about it from the beginning. Aoki frowned when he heard the words of Kikyuko. He thought the same at the beginning, but he made several experiments on the trial island, and the final results were very ineffective. He wanted to help Tkli recover, at least it takes 70 to 80 years, and it also consumes a lot of evil materials, and the cost is very high. Seeing Aoki frowning, Kikyuko continued, it seems you have tried this method. Also, as a genius breeder, how can I not think of such a basic method? Then it is more troublesome. If I can, I really want to be able to see where things happen. The thing must be reversed. Maybe the solution is that local things must be reversed. Aoki's heart trembled. You mean that in the case of extremely rich energy, can you resist those things that cannot be eroded? Juicy nodded. www.mtlnovel.com. It is like a place where radon is very rich. Often the antidote is on the edge of radon, those vegetation that can resist radon. If you say, the phantom energy is really so rich, then this kind of thing definitely exists in this place. If it can be found, it is relatively simple. If you find it, it will be a lot easier. Aoki's brows frowned even more. According to Juko, the few small red grasses that she found should be able to help Tkli recover, but this is also Aoki. I tried it, but I didn't get any results. Yeah. But this kind of thing can't be solved by taking it directly. It needs some materials to be catalyzed before it can really exert its effect. However, I don't know exactly how to do it. This is also my hearsay, but it is said that you cultivate your family. The president of the General Conference was the first to find such a thing to be extremely rebellious. It shouldn't be hard to meet her in your identity, and your teacher Liu Shengen. Kikyuko gave Aoki a look. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1314. Liu Shengen moisturized by a small life. Although there is no real solution to it from Kikyuko, it is a person who knows who may be able to solve it. Aoki sought to leave because he was unwilling to disturb the meeting, and did not give Du the opportunity to discuss. Aoki knows that Du has always wanted to play against himself after becoming the Heavenly King, and it is said that Du has also found his second core. At the time when Super Evolution could not be used with great light, Aoki was unwilling to fight this combat madman, at least not now. At least you need to wait until Tanxi, Shanadian Tyrannosaurus grow up, plus Madame Huiji. Maybe Magiana will be able to participate in the fight at that time, and he really thought that he would not hit his Ayu the Dragon King? The last elves of the fairy department let him recognize that he is actually a king of the flying department. With such self-consolation, Aoki also ran away. If you really fight Du, and be photographed by the ubiquitous media, tomorrow's headlines will become like this. Shock. The Sandstorm King went to Guandu to challenge the Dragon King, and would like to prove to Master Yuanji who is the real Dragon King. Big Bang. The Sandstorm King regrets losing the dragon to the King of the Sky. Has Guandu area been 30 years ahead of Fenyuan area? Shocking. Sandstorm King challenged the Dragon King and won the battle. Sandstorm King claimed to be the first king of the universe. Aoki now has a special status, and every move represents Fenyuan area, and those media will not be suspicious. And no matter if Aoki wins or fails, he will always be on the challenge side when he goes to the place where he fights. Whether he wins or fails, he will not leave any good reputation. After all, here are all Guandu reporters. How they write is directed to the Guandu area. Do is also a traffic niche in the Guandu area, and there are always many people concerned about his affairs. However, because there is no public war video, and Lao Danwang has obvious suspicion of releasing water during the Uranus challenge, Du's fame has always stayed in the Guandu area. If it is not because he is handsome, many aunts are willing to pay for it. Probably not as famous as Kona. Look at the various titles of Kona, the snow goddess, otaku killer. Even like Oki, there are still the top 4 titles of the God Olympics. As for Oki, now he is really a network traffic niche, or the one that covers the entire Elven world. The public battle with Ogo made them famous overnight, and because of the battle between the Words and the Black Angels, many ordinary people reconsidered the fighting power of the 4 heavenly kings. In summary, the battle that Oki couldn't promise to cross, because knowing that you can't beat it, you still have to send it. Isn't this fancy gift-giving head afraid of the teammates of the 4 heavenly kings shouting for pigs? In fact, it is not really a fight, but it is very difficult to play without super evolution, and the probability of winning is not high. If it is a life and death battle, Oki promises that he can beat out the excrement. In this way, Oki's escape after self-cancellation also ran into the Breeders' Guild. Definitely because he missed his teacher Liu Shengen so much, not because he was afraid to go to the door again. Oki is the youngest senior breeder in the history of the Breeders' Guild. Although he doesn't come to the Breeders' Guild very much, everyone here knows him, and his teacher Liu Shengen is also working here at this time. How did Oki hang on his lips? Even if he didn't know it, he now knows it. So Oki found the teacher Liu Shengen, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, without any obstruction. When Oki found him, he found that he was not soaking in the laboratory, but was leisurely pouring flowers with a shower, and humming in his mouth. The whole person looked a lot younger. This is the typical phenomenon of the second spring. Teacher Oki went to Liu Shengen's back. He was not even alert. Hiss. The water in the shower was crooked. Liu Shengen looked at Oki with surprise. Why are you here? Oki once thought that his teacher, Liu Shengen, would blame himself for not having visited him after becoming the Queen of 4 Heavens. But now it seems that his teacher simply does not want to appear to affect his beautiful life now. Feeling that Oki's eyes were not right, Liu Shengen immediately coughed to resolve the embarrassment. Cough. You finally came. I thought you had forgotten the teacher when you became the 4 Heavenly King. Oki didn't speak, but gave Liu Shengen a look for him to understand. Liu Shengen just knew that he was in a bad position, and immediately opened the topic. Ahem, you should come here to find me. What should I do for help? Oki didn't dare to tease her teacher anymore. Frankly, yes, but mainly to find the chairman. I don't know if she is here. Xiao Gang. But just after Oki's words fell, I heard someone outside the door calling for his teacher's name, and a figure appeared at the door. Isn't it the president that Oki is looking for? Mother-in-law. Oki called immediately. It was said that Granny Kui was not embarrassed at all, and a smile appeared on her face. It's little Oki, come to your teacher for help. Liu Shengen gestured to Oki and mother-in-law, hoping not to expose the matter of the two of them, but in fact, in the eyes of bright-sighted people, there was little difference. No, I want to come to Granny Kui for help, Oki said with a smile, ignoring his teacher completely. Oh? There are problems that can bother our little Oki. Speak up and listen. Granny Kui was very satisfied with Oki's current state. Oki was Liu Shengen's disciple. Liu Shengen even regarded Oki as his half-grandson. He was not married and had no offspring. Oki was his only descendant. Granny Kui and Liu Shengen are almost in the same state, but Granny Kui has several disciples who have reached the level of a senior cultivator, and the potential is also very strong. But it is far worse than Oki. Liu Shengen also knows how to pay attention to mother-in-law Oki. There is a saying that is called I woo and woo, so mother-in-law is also more and more pleasing to Oki. Once again, after hearing Oki's words, Liu Shengen and Kui's mother-in-law were slightly dignified. As senior breeders, they have never seen this happen before. Indeed, according to King Kikiko's meaning, The theory of materiality must be reversed. If you can know the plants or things that do not have the property that survive there, with a special catalysis method and agent, there is a high probability that this problem can be solved. If you can't solve this problem, you can also ease part of it, said Granny Q. While let Aoki go to see your personal information. Your things were hidden and finally brought into the soil. Now Aoki can be said to be the breeders of the entire Breeders Association, and finally qualified to inherit your valuable materials. People, Liu Shengen said. After hearing that, Granny Q was lost in thought. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1315. Rackley's first results. In the end, Aoki got her research results on reciprocity from her mother-in-law. This can only be used as a reference to Aoki, but it cannot be used specifically. After all, no one has encountered this situation of Dkli. I just gave Aoki a reference. The specific operation method still needs him to combine the research results of Granny Q and Dkli's special situation at this time. After analyzing the attempts, he can see if it has any effect. So Aoki applied for a room directly in the Breeders' Guild, and then locked himself into study to see if it would work. Fortunately, Aoki has the help of a chip. The matter of trial and analysis and calculation can be completely handled by the chip. 3 days later. This is the first time that Aoki came to this world, with the help of a chip. It took so long to make a potion. Fortunately, he is now in the Breeders' Guild. Even if it is some very rare materials, it is not very difficult to obtain, and now Aoki is no longer the poor that once was even a piece of money boy. The industry he now owns is not much weaker than the resources that Togo can use. Coupled with his teacher's identity, and Granus' value and trust in Aoki, he can use the materials stored in the breeding guild. Only then did such a potion be made. Not much else to say, just finding those plants from the side of Quanyan is absolutely priceless. 3 days of sleeplessness. Even if Aoki is a powerful superpower, at this time is also unkempt and highly concentrated, so that his eyes are full of bloodshot at this moment. However, Aoki didn't want to rest, and opened up a different space directly on the wall, then went in with an excited expression. Whether Dracly's strength can be restored depends on how effective this potion is. Aoki took the only Master Ball from his pocket and summoned Dkli in a different space. After appearing, Dracly observed the surrounding environment subconsciously. With his original strength and eyes, he instantly recognized that it was in a different space, but Aoki was standing in front of him, and he also there is nothing more to say. Sometime after he left the dark space, Aoki made many attempts on him, and invested a lot of resources and energy. Rao is also touched by old monsters like Dkli who haven't known how long. However, I feel moved. But the generation gap between Dkli and Aoki has always existed. This cannot be eliminated in a short time. After all, Dkli is not the kind of elf without any self-thinking elf who was just born and not yet mature enough. But there are benefits. At least the relationship between Aoki and Dkli has been closer. Aoki looked at Dkli, who had a lot of mental energy at this time, and took out the medicine he had just made. The glass test tube was filled with a transparent and clear red liquid, and the official Aoki spent a lot of cost and energy to fully activate the internal characteristics of that material. This is the medicine that I just prepared. The medicine that has just been produced is the best. This time it should be able to have some effects. You try it, Aoki said. Looking at the slightly tired Aoki at this time, Dkli just watched him silently for 3 seconds, then stared at the potion in his hand for another second. He took the test tube in Aoki's hand and poured it directly into his mouth. Aoki nodded slightly as he reached Dkli without hesitation. There is still great training value. After the medicament enters the body, you need your evil system energy as a catalyst, which can dispel the ghost system energy in your body to a certain extent. Aoki said again. Then saw Dkli's body showing strong energy fluctuations. He is not without strength, but his strength has been eroded in so many years in order to resist the erosion of ghost system energy. Most of the evil energy and the ghost energy are entangled and intertwined. This is the energy of restraining each other, and then entangled. It is strange that it can play a role again. Aoki's potion, under the initiative of Tkli's initiative, seemed to incarnate into a huge grinding disc, slowly absorbing the energy of Tkli's body into this grinding disc, polishing all the energy over and over. The phantom energy dross is removed, leaving only pure evil energy. As long as this status quo can be maintained, the problems of Tkli can be completely solved. Arceus' eyes stared at Tkli's body tightly to see if there could be changes and effects. Soon, under his gaze, from the dark body of Dracli, in an unknown corner, a ray of black smoke slowly drifted into the sky, slowly dissipated, and finally disappeared. Loki knew that this was the ghostly energy in Dracli's body. Effective. My heart was slightly excited. After trying so many methods, I haven't been able to see the effect, and finally I can see some effect. Query. But then, Dracli screamed in pain. Arceus' face changed slightly, and he immediately used a chip to scan his current situation. All the indicators are fluctuating, but the overall trend is increasing, which means that the effect of the medicament is very good. It may be that it is a little painful for Tkli, which is so unbearable. All the energy on the body must be rolled into the grinding disc, which is similar to smashing all the bones of a person and then reintegrating them. In fact, it is almost the same for Tkli. And because the medicament can last for a short period of time, Dracli himself is not willing to give up the good opportunity, so he also increases the speed of energy delivery. The pain was unbearable for a while, so I called out. As his mouth opened, a large amount of black mist spewed out of his mouth, and a lot of black mist appeared on his body. Although the energy of these ghost systems is strong, www.mentalnovel.com, they are not pure. Absorbing them is only a bad thing for a spiritual elf. It is not good. It was also from this moment that Tkli's data soared rapidly under the scanning of the chip. No matter how you train and eat high energy things, there will be no change in Tkli's strength, but at this moment, it is changing wildly. Loki took a step back, and the energy that escaped did not do any good to him, but let them drift in this alien space. Level 71. Tkli's ranks are beginning to change. It means that this potion really works. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1316. Restore some strength. When Tkli's level rose to level 71, it was like a detached Mustang and couldn't hold it. Soared to level 74. There was a slight pause before the threshold of this veteran king and quasi champion. But soon, the threshold didn't stop Tkli, but after a short pause, he rushed directly to it. The situation is like breaking the bamboo. After finishing the breakthrough, the level will continue to increase, and there is no meaning of pause. Soaring all the way to level 79 again, reaching the peak of the quasi champion. This is what Tkli needs to face. It is not as simple as a threshold, but a boulder in front of him. According to Arceus' estimation of the original strength of Tkli, he should at least have the strength of the champion. Although he does not have a priesthood and cannot be regarded as a real beast, he who possesses this strength is actually not a common beast. There is not much difference. The only possibility is that there is no responsibility for the divine beast. This is actually a kind of freedom for Dracli. He once had such a strong strength, but was defeated by Siratina. He must be very unwilling, so he would rather be imprisoned by Siratina than help him. The strength he now has, compared to what he used to be, is just the tip of the iceberg. Even he himself admits that he is already weak to the limit, and his strength cannot even be achieved in Chengdu. Once reached the peak, and now there are numerous puppets of phantom energy that fall to the bottom of the valley, and it is self-evident to what extent Tkli is strong. In Arceus' view, it might not be all bad things to be imprisoned by riding Radina. At least Tkli's spirit has been exercised, his will has been tempered, and his strength has been sharpened. As long as he can raise his strength again and restore the strength he once had, the chances of further will definitely be much higher than he once was. If you can reintegrate the energy of your body in a little recovery, it is probably an improvement. Retaking the same path once again can better avoid the pitfalls that were once unavoidable. This can be considered as a refresher and the potential will be even higher. Query. Dracli's eyes opened sharply, and he could see the determination in his flushed eyes. Right Latina! Exclamation mark. Even if Tkli is usually quiet and without any emotional fluctuations, Aoki can see the pain and regret hidden deep in his eyes every time he looks at the dream monster. He is not innocent, he just hides this pain in his heart. In order not to put too much pressure on Aoki, the hatred for Claydina was buried deep inside. But at this moment, all broke out. If even a championship-level obstacle can't be broken, what's to talk about to get revenge on riding Raidina? This is a story that belongs to Tkli, and Aoki will not ask his past too much without his permission. Boom! Exclamation mark. There was a muffled sound from Drakli's body, and the momentum soared suddenly, and he immediately had the championship momentum. Successfully restored strength to the championship. Pokemon, darkly dark blue eroded. Gender, male. Level, 80. Attribute, evil. Characteristics, nightmare. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, strange, wind, immobilization, flash of light, hypnosis, surprising strike, nightmare, shadow avatar, dark mist, dark hole, rogue, dream eater, evil wave. Teaching skills, fraud, snatch, resentment, wonderful space, shooting down, snoring, absorption fist, trick, treasure, fist of hell, spike, shockwave, frozen wind. Skill learner, none. Not only has the level reached level 80, but even the qualification has been restored from the original blue to dark blue. Although it did not reach purple, it is enough for the current Tkli. Drakli bent down, opened his mouth wide, and kept breathing heavily. If he were alone, he should be soaked now, but at the moment, Tkli's heart was very happy. Although he only recovered part of his strength now, it has at least proved that his eroded body has a chance to recover. Originally, when he was out of difficulties, Tkli also had a mentality of trying. After all, what his body looks like is no clearer than himself. He was not sure he could recover himself. In his plans and estimates, it would take at least 30 to 50 years to restore his strength at this moment, and it was still in his ideal state. I did not expect that this human being, who was supposed to become his own trainer, actually restored his strength to a certain extent in less than a month. At this point, Tkli really believed that Aoki was not just using himself, but really wanted to help himself. This made Tkli's heart with the worst intentions in sharp contrast, and Aoki's image in his heart suddenly became taller. It seems like having a trainer is not a bad thing. He was breathing heavily, and when his heart was very confused, a white palm appeared in front of him, with some crystal blocks of energy on it. These will help you recover better, Aoki said. Drakli slowly raised his head and glanced at Aoki. His eyes were very complicated, and he finally stayed on the energy cube in his hand, took it and threw it into his mouth. It is also magical. After the energy cube enters the stomach, a warmth appears from the body quickly, and the tired body recovers quickly. This is my first attempt, so the dosage of the medicament is not very high, but it seems to be very good. After a little pause, Aoki continued, but all of a sudden recovery is not a good thing for you and your body, so after this recovery, you need to slowly, most importantly, yes. We don't have that much material. Although the main materials for making this medicine are available, the value of many auxiliary materials is also very precious and expensive, and the stock of the Alliance has also been used by me. Next time, we have to find a way. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki briefly explained to Tkli. The preciousness of the medicinal materials this time is the most that Aoki has contacted so far. There is not much inventory in the Alliance. It is only for the sake of the president of the Breeders' Association that Aoki can contact. Tkli nodded understandingly. Indeed, as Aoki said, strength recovered too quickly, and for him, it was not necessarily a good thing. So, next, is there a story that needs to be told to me? Aoki looked directly at Tkli, and asked with a smile. Tkli suddenly understood what Aoki meant. For a moment the expression became a little more complicated. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1317. Tkli's story. Aoki sat on the ground, and Oakley floated aside, slowly telling Oki what he had experienced. As Oki expected, the dream demon he had previously subscribed to was formerly Oakley, and he could barely be regarded as a brother-sister relationship with Oakley that Oki subscribed at this time. They were born together in an unknown chaotic corner of unknown space and unknown time. For the memories they had at birth, Oakley said he couldn't remember. All I know is that since birth, they have lived together. The older brother is responsible for fighting to protect his younger sister, while the younger sister uses more of their unique talents and dreaming ability to help an elf who may only encounter danger. Because Oakley is inherently able to perceive danger and disaster to a certain extent, whenever they appear in a place to protect people or elves in a place, they are always treated as a disaster by their coming. It appears that this is very similar to the disaster beast of Sulu. The elder brother is getting stronger and stronger through the battles, and the younger sister has studied the unique dreaming ability in their talents to a very high level. As long as she is willing, she can let all the creatures in a whole city enter the same in a dream, whether it is a nightmare or a beautiful dream. But the two clays are kind and good. Although they are called nightmare gods, the dreams they create are often beautiful and peaceful dreams. The two of them cooperated in the same way and appeared at the same time as the disaster. The elder brother was responsible for defeating the destroyer or the elf, while the younger sister comforted the frightened person and the elf by creating a dream. Although they are not understood by others, they themselves have been quite comfortable, doing what is very meaningful to them. I don't know how long this cooperation lasts, and their strength is gradually increasing. The inherent potential allows them to just immerse themselves in the improvement and strive to grow, without worrying about any particularly large obstacles. But this situation changed later. They inadvertently broke into the riding horse that was in the spirit of the elven world at that time. As an elder brother, Oakley started a fierce battle with Riding Raidina. But after all, Riding Raidina was Riding Raidina. As the truant beast of Pluto, the strength is really terrible. In addition, Cycladina is good at all kinds of strange attacks. If it is not because the evil spirits restrain the ghost system attributes, it is estimated that they will not be able to fight Cycladina for so long. While they were fighting, Oakley, the younger sister, did not forget his responsibilities, creating dreams to appease the frightened humans and ordinary elves. But it is precisely because of this, that let Raidina see their ability. I hope they can become their own. Let them help spread their nightmares, and let darkness appear in everyone's heart. It's just that the two Oakley's intentions were contrary, so they resolutely refused. But on that day, both brother and sister were badly injured by the overbearing strength of Riding Raidina. Some humans who saw this scene did not even feel sorry for them, because in their view, whether it is the Pluto dragon Riding Raidina, or the nightmare Oakley, are evil spirits. No matter who is defeated, it is good for human beings. In this way, Oakley were imprisoned by Hades, hoping that they would change their minds. But this level is closed for years and months. Raidina was expelled from the elven world by arceus, and the Oakleys were forgotten by everyone. Many years later, the strengths of the two Darkleys were different. After all, the younger sister couldn't hold it first, and became a newborn dream demon. All memories disappeared. As an older brother, Oakley, watching his sister disappear in front of him, can imagine the pain. He even had the idea of asking for death more than once, but he was still reconciled, and the idea of seeking revenge by Riding Raidina skyrocketed, which became his only goal to stay alive. Throughout these years, he has also seen through. Human beings are a race with too many bad roots, especially after he has seen too many scams. He is really desperate for human beings. It wasn't until Oki appeared in front of him again, with a growing dream demon, all of a sudden touched the deepest and softest string in Oakley's heart, so he agreed to be an elf of Oki. However, it is more perfunctory. Knowing that today, he really accepted the existence of Oki, and accepted that Oki was his trainer. Fighting alone is too tiring. If you can find a reliable partner, it is definitely better than fighting an elf yourself. After hearing the story of Darkly, Aoki sighed. There is nothing more painful than seeing the person who is most important to you to leave without a way. Aoki doesn't know how to comfort Cly, but he can go to the present, face the dream demon, and believe that he should have accepted the ending. Gently patted Cly's shoulder without speaking. Sometimes silence is better than sound. The relationship between a person and an elf has reached a preliminary agreement at this moment. This is the state that the trainer and his elf should have. Take a break and familiarize yourself with your current body. In the future, you will not be fighting alone. Will you be riding Radina? I have never seen more than one or two of the first level gods. And the fight is over. With a smile on his face, it seemed that riding Radina was not a powerful elf. Hearing that, Cly nodded, then nodded firmly in his eyes. And who knows that these breaking things are not related to him? This is a guy who is very simple in his intention to destroy the elven world. But the means are very many. Aoki, stunned, murmured his eyes. It is not just Aoki who feels that the inner surface of the elven world is calm, but the inner wind is turbulent. I believe many people have this feeling. Mountain rain is coming to the wind. Returning to the master ball, www.mtlnovel.com. Out of the different space, Aoki fell directly on the bed in the room, and a smooth snoring sound appeared within a minute. For 3 consecutive days of high-intensity work, Rao is also somewhat unacceptable. Taking a short break, the later things may be more and more challenging, and more troublesome. Gwanda's separation almost affected the entire alliance. The gods became more and more active during this time, and no one knew what their purpose was, but they would definitely get involved in Gwanda's separation. And the rocket's super dream is about to be developed. I always feel that everything is mixed together. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1318. Inside of Sylvan Mountain. What? Are you going to go deep inside the Bayan Mountain? Seriously? Liu Shengen's voice suddenly sounded inside the Breeders' Guild, which scared most of the people in the Breeders' Guild. Aoki's face looked helpless, looking at his teacher's fuss. But he said, "Teacher, don't be excited. You know, when I was experimenting a few days ago, I almost used up the stock of the Alliance. The only known production place of this material is Bayan-shan. Inside, and I'm not the silly kid who was not fighting at the time." Before Aoki's words were finished, I was interrupted by Liu Shengen. "Yes, I know that you have great strength now, and I am not as strong as you as a teacher. But you have to know that as your teacher, I have always been your teacher, and you have always been a silly boy in my eyes. No matter what Sandstorm King or senior breeder you are, in front of me, you are just a disciple. I said you are not allowed to go. Just not allowed to go." As soon as Liu Shengen's temper came up, it was true that 9 heads of Kantaro could not pull back. It was also because of his bad temper that he had been alone before taking Aoki as a disciple, and he was too lazy to cultivate the guild. The helplessness on Aoki's face was even worse, but his heart was not breathable, but he was deeply moved. Liu Shengen is probably the only person in the world who can yell at Aoki so much. He doesn't care what he is or what kind of job he is, but he only works for him. So even though he just didn't let himself enter the interior of the Sylvan Mountain, Aoki would not be angry at him. Liu Shengen and Yuanzai are 2 teachers in Aoki. Liu Shengen took on the role of Aoki's pre-growth umbrella, and has been helping and protecting Aoki in his own way. This is a spoiled parent. Genji took on the teaching role of Aoki after having a certain strength. Genji's attitude towards Aoki was also different. He belonged to a more open-minded and could believe in the choices made by Aoki himself. He believed that he could face everything difficult. So when facing Lava Team and Ocean Team, Aoki took the initiative to take responsibility, and Genji would respect his choice. The attitudes of the 2 teachers in dealing with problems are very different, but they also provide a lot of help to Aoki. For these 2 teachers, Aoki thanked them from the bottom of his heart. So even if he is now stronger than Liu Sheng, he is not inferior to him in terms of breeders, but in front of Liu Shengen, Aoki is a dare not to make mistakes student. Helpless, Aoki could only look at her next to her mother-in-law with help-seeing eyes. Who knows that the mighty mother-in-law, who was usually mighty and arrogant, not only was not angry when she saw Liu Sheng just soared, but showed the kind of worship that only Xiaomai has. It's really a drop. Cough. Aoki immediately pretended to cough. Hearing Aoki's cough, Granny Q reacted. Her face was slightly red, and she said, Xiao Gang, Xiao Aoki is now the 4 Heavenly King, so there is definitely no problem in strength. Although the inside of Beiyin Mountain is dangerous, but it's not that no one is active. Doesn't the League stipulate that as long as it has the strength of the Heavenly King level, it can enter the Silver Mountain? Even if Xiao Kingmu does not have the strength of the championship level, at least it is the pinnacle of the Quasar champion. What else do you have to worry about when he enters? The words of Granny Q also eased Liu Shenggen's expression slightly. You don't know how many people who enter the Beiyin Mountain each year have not been able to come back alive, and many people only dare to be active in the margins when they go in. He wants to find it is possible that we will find the materials after we have deepened them. In the beginning, you were looking for some valuable materials. You didn't run around in all kinds of dangerous places. Now you still don't stand here. And you think that with the strength of Xiao Kingmu, how many places can he get more exercise? Yes? Granny Q continued. Aoki also replied, Teacher, please rest assured, I will be careful. Don't forget that I am still a superpower, an ordinary elf cannot approach me, and I still have a dull king. Mobile exercise is in full swing. And you also know what the alliance is like now. Xiao Kingmu finds a suitable place to practice, and also hopes that he can get exercise himself and be better able to face what is going to happen. Granny Q added. Hearing here, Liu Sheng just became silent. Of course, Liu Shenggen also has a very clear feeling for the League just before the storm. Before the big turmoil really occurs, it is not wrong to increase your strength as soon as possible. Strive to survive this storm, or even compete for a little benefit or benefit for yourself. There was nothing wrong with Oka's choice. The reason why Liu Shenggen's response is so great is because the interior of Beiyin Mountain is indeed very dangerous. Don't look at the Guandu Alliance, and the Alliance headquarters are located on Beiyin Shan, but in fact they are only at the real intersection of Beiyin Shan, not really Beiyin Shan. Beiyin Mountain, as one of the oldest high mountains in the Elven world, divides the Kanto area into the Kanto area and the Sungdo area, and its area is almost unimaginable, plus a large number of mountains inside the tunnels and passages are even more complicated. As one of the oldest mountains, there are obviously a lot of powerful wild elves inside, and no one knows how powerful the elves are. As mother-in-law Q said, at least people who can enter the interior of Beiyin Mountain need to have the strength of the King of Heaven. Those who enter the Beiyin Mountain are undoubtedly sent to death. Even so, a large number of people enter each year. She didn't come back after Sylvan Mountain. You know, at the beginning of the Alliance, the headquarters was chosen to be stationed at the entrance of Beiyin Mountain, not to show the height of the Alliance headquarters, but purely to block the spirits inside Beiyin Mountain, which effectively reduced the various. Occasionally, there are several occasions when very powerful spirits suddenly attack humans in the city. www.mentalnovel.com. The Alliance not only suppresses the entire Beiyin Mountain, but also incorporates a large amount of resources inside such a huge Beiyin Mountain. All people who want to enter the Silver Mountain need the consent of the Alliance, and every year, the Alliance organizes people to enter Beiyin Mountain to collect all kinds of precious resources, including various materials and various rare and highly qualified elves. Why do you think there are so many potential elves in the League? Some of them are brought back from the Sylvan Mountain. It is only for these things that the Alliance has not been announced, and it can only be contacted if the true Alliance members have certain strength, and with a certain level of strength, who hasn't yet been exposed to the capture and trading of elves. It's not surprising. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1319. Yin and Yang. It is also this way that Beiyin Shan became the first startup capital of the Alliance. Of course, although the Alliance searched the resources inside Beiyin Mountain, they also knew about the long-term flow, so the ecological environment inside Bayin Mountain has been very well preserved. And after the Alliance gradually expanded and became the largest organizer of the Elven world, the demand for resources and ecology inside Bayin Mountain was not so high, which slowed down their speed of requesting resources. In recent years, more and more families with some strengths, in order to provide their juniors with a few good quality elf, will also organize people to enter the Bayin Mountain to search for potential elf with good potential. However, the elves that were brought out at the end had to be checked by the Alliance before being able to bring out the Sylvan Mountain. Not only that, in order to give the Alliance itself sufficient fighting power, the Federation will send 2 or 3 legions into the Sylvan Mountain each year. While allowing them to get exercise, they can also control the formation of high-end combat power inside Bayin Mountain, training troops and regulating the internal ecology of the entire Bayin Mountain. This is what the Alliance has been doing in recent years. The Black Messenger who was defeated by Oki was one of these legions. But also because the high-level leaders of the regiment have been penetrated by the gods, we can see how insecure the Alliance is now. So even Liu Shengen and Granny Q said that it was the tranquility before the storm. Liu Shengen, who had just gotten angry, also knew that Oki said that it made sense, and that Granny Q said that it was very realistic. Finally nodded helplessly, I know that with your current strength, the teacher can no longer provide you with much help. I just hope you can take good care of yourself. Inside the Sylvan Mountain, there are Alliance legions stationed there. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask them to help, and look at your 4 heavenly kings' identity, they will help you. Liu Shengen said so. It was tantamount to agreeing Oki to enter Bayin Mountain. Teacher, rest assured. Oki nodded solemnly. However, he didn't think how much the Alliance's legion could provide himself. Not to mention, the current situation of the Alliance legion in the Alliance is very bad. Although the identity of the Black Messenger has not been announced and has not been exposed, as long as it is a person with some strength and status, he will know his identity. When many people look at the Alliance Legion, they take a look at it. The gods that are the culprits are of course the hatred of the Alliance Legion, but the thing that makes them most angry is the betrayal of the Black Angel, which makes them feel very aggrieved and uncomfortable. When the Black Messenger was the leader of the Alliance, he was a very gentle person who was very good to his subordinates. He was deeply loved by his men. If it is not conclusive evidence, they will never believe that their chief is actually a Alliance traitor. God teach it undercover. But the body was now in front of them, and they could not help but not recognize it. As a person who exposed the identity of the Black Messenger, Oki, in the eyes of the Alliance Legion, can imagine how much friendship can be obtained. Although I don't want to regret Oki and want to embarrass him, it is only right that he will not have a good complexion. So let Oki go to them for help. But in the end I don't know what kind of request will be made. And for this group of people, Oki also does not have much favor. As many people think, since one legion can be an undercover of the religion, is it possible that other legions are also undercover, or that the other members are undercover? Of course, now that these legions are still there, it means that the Alliance has undergone rigorous investigations and examinations. Otherwise, as one of the largest armed forces in the Alliance, one of the commanders is the enemy's undercover team. Alright. Facts are one thing, and their own opinions and prejudices are another. I heard that because of the Black Messenger, the Alliance decided to cut costs for several major legions. So, Oki doesn't have to think about any good looks. After bidding farewell to Liu Shengen and mother-in-law, Oki went directly to the entrance of Bayin Mountain, where an army corps was stationed to check the strength of each insider who entered Bayin Mountain. Oki arrived here with a Tyrannosaurus. The elves such as Tyrannosaurus are relatively rare as quasi-gods. Although they cannot represent Oki's identity, they can represent the strength of the coming people to a certain extent. Amidst the whistling sand, Oki landed on the ground, put away the Tyrannosaurus, and strode toward the entrance. There are still a lot of people here. Seeing Oki's domineering approach and the fact that he is not allowed to fly in the Alliance, but he still rides a Tyrannosaurus to know that he is extraordinary. Oki did not hide his identity, wearing the custom-made Heavenly King costume given to him by the Fenian Alliance, and the exclusive medal of the King of Sandstorm that was not on his chest. His identity was self-evident, and people around him whispered. After seeing Arceus' identity, several soldiers ran towards the camp where they were stationed. Soon, when Oki fell down the entrance, several people were walking quickly, noting that the person in charge was aware that he was the person in charge or the head of the army stationed here. "King Oki, please wait a moment," the comer shouted with a smile on his face, and his voice could be heard from a long distance. Oki frowned slightly, looking at the person who was wearing a khaki military uniform, but there was no other sign of identity on her body. After all, this is the chassis of others. Oki still stopped. Seeing Oki stop, the smile on his face was even worse, and he quickly walked to Oki and said, "Oki is coming," without any preparation and welcome. "I'm really sorry." As the saying goes, reaching out does not smile at people, and although the words come from people are exaggerated, there is no problem. "Sorry to interrupt, I just want to go to Bayan-Shan suddenly." Of course, www.mentalnovel.com as the Four Heavenly Kings. There is definitely no problem in entering Bayan Mountain, but you also know that because of the last thing, the Alliance has taken care of Bayan Mountain even more. When anyone wants to enter, you need to ask a little bit. So, this person spoke in a tone that didn't look like a person in charge of the army. The words are hidden in the words, although it doesn't sound like a lot of problems, but in fact, the words are not intended to be heard. The so-called last thing is not because Oki defeated the Black Messenger. Yin and Yang are strange. Although he didn't say it clearly, it also aroused the bad thoughts of others. Didn't he see some slight changes in the eyes of the soldiers behind him? There were several good people around, and they took out various shooting devices, and aimed at the two of them. Just took a video. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1320 Wind Dog. Speaking of Yin and Yang, Oki's senses of this person suddenly became not very good. As a person in charge of the Legion, he has to speak in such a tone, even if he says straight away that Oki is not pleasing to the eye and wants to single him out, so Oki will appreciate him more. But now he looks like this, so that Oki has a very bad impression of all the legions of the League. The Black Messenger, plus the person in front of him, gave Oki a completely new perspective on the legions of the Alliance. "Are you going to fight?" Oki said bluntly. Hearing Oki's words, not only the person in charge, but also the people who were watching on the sidelines, but those who were holding tools to shoot were excited. Fighting, fighting. What? It took a long time for the Legion leader to return to God. A fight? Don't you question if I am qualified to go in? I also make various excuses. As a member of the army and as a soldier, I wonder if your current approach will only make people think more about your army directly. If you don't have a fight, you can vent the depression in your heart if you win me, and let me pass if you lose. Arceus' handling method is very simple. Put everything out and put it on the table. If you get me in a hurry, all the things about the Black Messenger will be announced. Lift the table, I'll stop playing, and see how you end. Although the people watching around were unknown, they were very enthusiastic about watching the event lively. I'm a bit lost and I make you laugh. King Oki, my name is Tennessee, the leader of the 7th Legion of the Alliance, and now officially challenge you. The leader of this legion changed the way he spoke before, and moved towards Oki. Said after saluting. Oki looked at this completely changed person, and suddenly felt that he was just a legionnaire, and he was really a bit of a genius. With his face-changing style, he should be a politician. And those politicians also like to use this kind of yin and yang strange and twisty way of speaking. This straightforward way now is the expression that tempered soldiers should have. Because of the Black Messenger, although he would not hate Oki, he would definitely feel a little unhappy about Oki, shame their major legions, and reduce their funding allocation. And Oki was also unhappy with the way the matter was handled, not only because of the Black Messenger, but not just for the major legions of the Alliance, but for the entire Alliance. He didn't say, but it didn't mean he didn't think so. Okay. Oki nodded, and an elf ball appeared in his hand. A smile appeared on Tennessee's face, and an elven ball was flipped and thrown away. Since it is a challenge, then there is no need to engage in a full fighting battle, nor do you need to specify the number of elves, as long as you are convinced by any party. Along with Tennessee's elf ball, Oki was unwilling to take advantage of him, and at the same time threw the elf ball in his hand. Two elves appeared in the field at the same time. Class Wang. Oki summoned Bangla directly. It seems to want to convince his opponents at once, and the elves summoned by Tennessee is a wind dog that is often labeled by the Junshaw family, a huge canine elf, both external and internal. The fluffy flax-colored hair covers the face, the eyes are brown, the body has black and orange stripes like tigers, the feet are surrounded by hair, and the long tail. The body seems to merge with the wind when running, so it was crowned with the wind speed. The name of the dog. In the roar, instead of falling into the downwind, he looked very dignified. Oki saw the wind speed dog. His eyes lightened slightly. It is very well cultivated. As a breeder, you can hardly pick out too many problems, both in terms of body shape and hair. Pokemon, Wind Dog Light Blue. Gender, male. Level 79. Attribute, fire. Characteristics, ignition. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, flame vortex, Tarzan press, body drop, iron tail. Basic skills, bite, roar, spark, gaze, smell detection, help, flame wheel, resurrection, flame teeth, slam, flame sputtering, high speed movement, revenge, jet flame, bite, hot air, inverse scale, flash flame charge, thunder fang, fast. Teaching skills, snoring, sharpening, iron head, dragon wave. Skill learner, hold, shadow clone, big character explosion, swallow return, accumulate flame attack, ghost fire. From the data of this wind speed dog, there is not much problem. The light blue qualification, presumably before this wind speed dog evolved, Katie had a relatively good talent when he evolved with the Stone of Fire. It also belongs to the existence of relatively high quality. Level 79. The pinnacle of the Quasar champion is only a short distance from the championship. It has been said that although Oki has not had a good view of the Alliance core leaders for the time being, their strength is really good. Not inferior to the ordinary 4 heavenly kings, these people are part of the league. Although others know much less about them than the 4 heavenly kings, it is undeniable that their existence has played a vital role in the Alliance's management of the entire elven world. However, in Oka's view, it is a pity that although his wind speed dog is strong, he encounters a stronger Bangala than her. Sandstorm King Bangala is not ordinary Bangala. Although not the strongest elven in Oka's hands at this time, he is the one who can give the name of the King of Heaven. Bangla, spike attack. Oki first ordered, run up, the wind speed dog, fast. Tennessee also issued instructions to the wind speed dog at about the same time. Hundreds of rubbles appeared instantly around Bangira's dark green body, aimed at the speed dog's running. The wind speed dog's strong limbs kicked out vigorously on the ground, leaving 4 footprints, and dodging the sharp stones attacking in the first round. As his name suggests, his body combined with the wind, heading towards Bangla. However, there are too many sharp stone attacks that Bangla can make. He is blocked by the wind speed dog. As long as he wants to attack Bangla, he must first bear his sharp stone attack. www.mtlnovel.com. Rush over to the speed dog. Flame wheel. The blazing flames rose from the fluff on the limbs of the wind speed dog, and soon wrapped him completely. The ball formed by a group of flames appeared like this, and the speed of rushing towards Bangla was not reduced, but faster. Spiked attacks are like tracking missiles, one after another, attacking this fireball one after another. Although the flame provided some protection to the speed dog, the sharp stone attacks still caused him considerable damage. However, the results of Feng Shuigo's efforts finally appeared. He rushed to Bangla, and the combined attack of speed and flame wheel came. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1321 Note 2nd Legion Ha! Bangira crossed her arms, and this combination attack of the speed dog was eaten. But Bangla did not appear to be injured, just backed up 3 or 4 steps. After shaking her arm, it was all right. Seeing this, Bangla was not only stunned by Tennessee, but also bystanders who were on the sidelines. Although there are many online videos about Aoki battles now, to be honest, this is the first time Aoki has shown Bangla's defense capabilities in front of everyone. In the previous full-scale battle, Bangira was also the core of the lineup. Sitting in the back of the town, there were few times when he rushed to the front. In that case, Boscadora rushed to the front. Although the defensive ability of Bangira is not as good as that of Boscadora, it is not inferior. Both elves grew up eating diamonds, and you can imagine how much energy and trace elements they absorbed from the diamonds. They even started to feed on Dean's pink diamonds in the later period. How many elves in this world can eat like them? So others were shocked by Bangira's defensive ability. But Aoki was not surprised at all. This is what he should have. While he was backing down, the wind speed dog also fell to the ground due to the inertial rebound force of the impact. Seeing the level of the opponent, it's time we countered Bangla, the earthquake, Aoki said, looking at the wind speed dog, who was also surprised. Bangla's tail was severely beaten on the ground, and after a loud roar, an earthquake centered on him. The entire ground surface showed various degrees of cracks, and a large number of stones rolled under the ground, making the entire ground uneven. The wind speed dog is obviously very familiar with the skill of earthquakes, kicking on all fours, jumping briskly, and the superb air stagnation ability can well avoid the damage caused by the earthquake. But when he did this, he was in the trap of Aoki. If he was in the air, there was no place for him. If he could avoid the next attack, cliff sword, bang! Exclamation mark. From the crack in the ground, a huge stone pillar with red-hot rocks rushed into the sky, and the target was the wind speed dog jumping into the air. I saw this stone pillar before reacting, but there was no way to dodge again. This is when Bangira faces his opponent. Even if the other party knows what Bangira wants to do next, there is no way. Can wind speed dogs force the earthquake? Ground-based abilities do a lot of damage to fire elves. And if the other party did make that choice, Bangla would definitely be more willing to use the earthquake. With the ability of the wind speed dog, there are only 2 ways to avoid the earthquake. Either escape the scope of the earthquake or jump into the air. So this is a dead end that can't be helped. And it has been determined since he rushed to Bangla. Boom! Exclamation mark. The sword of the cliff successfully hit, and the explosion brought the wind speed dog to a higher altitude, making it more unable to control his body. Then the next step is simple. Constant spike attacks, rock falls and the sword of the cliff. Wind speed dogs without special training are impossible to dodge. After a series of attacks, the wind speed dog fell to the ground and lost his fighting ability. Everyone, including Tennessee, couldn't believe it. The speed dogs that looked mighty to compete with Bangla before, were directly defeated. The victory of Bangla is of course exciting and exhilarating. From the perspective of Aoki, you can find that Bangira's level has been raised again, and in the eyes of others, it is Bangla's momentum after defeating the speed dog. Stronger and fiercer. Tennessee hadn't figured it out. After taking the speed dog back, he knew that Aoki's strength was very strong. The Black Messenger was once the commander of the number 2 army. The strength was much better than him. Aoki's ability to defeat the Black Messenger meant that Aoki's strength was above him. However, Tennessee still felt that even if he was about to fail, how could he let the Aoki wolf stun it? He had such thoughts and confidence. But it was now that the fact was presented to him, and he had to accept it. Aoki did not retrieve Bangla, but waited for Tennessee to continue summoning the elves. But I saw him walking towards Aoki with a bitter smile. Aoki, who knew what he meant, also took Bongi back. I admire the strength of King Aoki. I don't have to fight anymore. I serve. Tennessee said. Hearing that, Aoki also said, "Thank you, Tennessee Core." I wanted to leave directly after speaking, but Tennessee stepped forward and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, "King Aoki, You need to pay attention to the commander of the second army. He heard Oki's brow slightly raised, with a little surprise on his face. It seems that the several major legions of the Alliance, although they look like a group of people together, compete as long as there are people. Nodded to indicate that he knew. The other party saw Oki's prompt, and he left contentedly. Today, the video of his battle with Oki believes that when it will be spread on the internet, then his role in showing his position has also been achieved. And to give Oki some hints, how stiff the relationship with Oki may not be. It can be said that this Tennessee is really very human. Both the Alliance Legion side and the Alliance Volkswagen side represented by Oki have shown closeness. Although the strength is not very strong, but this person's ability is very leveraged. Oki also knew a little about the Second Army. The Black Messenger was once the commander of the Second Corps and was loved by members of the Second Corps. It is said that his deputy and many officers in the Corps were pulled up by one hand. Now his affairs are exposed. In order to quickly stabilize the Second Army, the Alliance has not removed all these officers. After conducting some investigations on them, it was determined that there was no problem in their identity, and they were left behind. The current commander of the regiment was also a temporary deputy commander. Presumably he has deep grudges against Oki's defeat of their former legionnaire. Although the Black Messenger does have an identity problem, www.mentalnovel.com. It is not so easy to let them be relieved. Then again, it happened that during this time there was the Second Legion and the Alliance Legion inside Bayin Mountain, which was exactly their turn. Therefore, this Tennessee is really a wall grass. Neither side is guilty, and both sides have shown their attitude. But Oki didn't care much about the Second Army here. He was defeated by the campaigner's Black Emissary, and his current strength has been greatly improved. Now with at least 2 champion-level elves, Tkli and Gengui, Bangala has reached the peak of the semi-championship. As long as the Super Evolution can also have the championship-level strength, they really dare to come to their troubles and let them know the difference in strength. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1322 Awkward. One of the purposes of Oki's entry into the Silver Mountain is to find some materials for making Plice recovery potion, and at the same time to exercise his spirit in this high-intensity and high-risk environment. Why does the League stipulate that entering the Silver Mountain requires at least Heavenly King level or above? It's because Uranus level elves are very common here. If you don't have Uranus level strength, you may only look at the door. Of course, even if you are a master of the Heavenly King class, you don't dare to walk around randomly. At most, you can turn around a few times to see if you can collect some valuable materials or catch a few high-value elves. For the people who enter the Silver Mountain, the Alliance also has rules. Each person can only capture a maximum of 3 elves, and cannot kill the elves indiscriminately. They can be defeated, and they can also accidentally kill 1 or 2 elves, but they cannot with his own strength. He slaughtered the elves here. This is one of the reasons why the Alliance army will sit here, prevent the elves inside Bayin Mountain from rioting, and prevent the trainers who enter it from causing excessive damage to the ecology of Bayin Mountain. Of course, if you have the strength and confidence to evade the tracing of the Alliance, then don't worry about this. In fact, it is similar to a wild elf that has a very high level and also has a high degree of danger in the wild wilderness area. After passing through a tunnel, he entered a virgin forest, towering woods, mottled ground, bushes everywhere, and elf looking up everywhere. This is the inner area of Sylvan Mountain, which is a relatively high-risk wild area in the elven world. After Oki entered, they summoned Tyrannosaurus Rex, King of Spinosaurus, Shanai, Lucario, and Frog. When you haven't entered the inner area, but only in a relatively peripheral area, these elves are most suitable for training. Oki sat on the back of the flashing wonderful frog flower. With her superpowers, Tsunechuo hovered silently beside Oki, leaving superpower coordinates on the tree next to her so that she could use Oki to move instantly at any time. Tyrannosaurus flying above the woods can ensure a wide field of vision, and at the same time be able to prepare for attacks in the sky. Lucario became very active after entering this place. as if he had returned to his own home, moving back and forth between the trees. The power of Lucailio's waveguide will allow him to feel the goodwill and maliciousness of all the elves within a kilometer of his center. If any elves want to attack them, they will absolutely not escape Lucailio's perception, unless the opponent's strength is far above Lucario. But coupled with Xanada's super power scan, they can still approach them silently. In Oka's view, unless it is a champion elf, it should be impossible. However, it is currently in the periphery and it is almost impossible to meet the champion level wild elves. And in the wild environment, can improve their own strength to the champion of the elves, or they are very talented, and the rest are constantly, or they are some very long-lived elves. These elves will not randomly humans and elves attacked, unless it caused damage to their interests. As for the Assassin King, in this environment, there is no benefit to him, and it is very inconvenient to fight. It's just that Oka's purpose is to hope that he can adapt to various fighting environments, even in this complex overgrown ancient forest. Soon, Oki didn't have much time to enter the forest, and they encountered the first wave of elves who attacked them. Inside Bayan Mountain, the ecological chain between the elves is more complicated, and there is a relationship between hunting and hunting. And there is also a very serious concept of territory. Having a certain strength and rushing into the territory of one or a group of elves, in the eyes of the wild elves, this is provocation. A group of fierce and fiery monkeys rushed down from the dense woods and attacked Oki, who seemed the weakest wind. As a fiery elf, the hot monkey has only one option when he encounters an elf who breaks into their territory: attack. It's just a pity that they chose the wrong opponent this time. Sinnoh Xanadu opened her eyes in the meditation for the first time and launched her superpowers. Several powerful hot monkeys were suspended in midair. Oka's face had a smile on her face, and the hot monkeys were approaching. Sinnoh had already told him, only to wait for them to be delivered to the door. Just in the periphery, among the several hot monkeys that came out, there was actually a hot monkey of the king level. The remaining elves were ready. The fastest responder was Lucailio, who also shuttled through the woods. His hands and fists merged in front of him, and he opened his hands toward both sides. A bone stick with flashing white fluorescence appeared in his hand. The bone stick was tricked into his hands and looked very flexible. Leaping from the treetop, he jumped among all the hot monkeys that were imprisoned at this time. The power of the waveguide on the stock list quickly gathered, and a back-and-forth rotation swept all the hot monkeys out. Immediately afterwards, the remaining elves also acted. From below the huge flower of the wonderful frog flower, two huge rattan whips with the thickness of oak arms were stretched out, binding two hot monkeys that were bombarded by Lucailio, pulling them down one by one, slap on the ground and flogging forcefully. The other hot monkeys that fell towards the ground became the target of the Dragon King. The huge water current resembled a shell. The Dragon King found a very tricky angle, and the water cannon spit from his mouth successfully turned all the hot monkeys hit, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. In the end, the fiery monkey of the Uranus class was defeated after seeing his companion 3 or 2 times, and was instantly furious. But before he acted again, Sinnoh's mentality imprisoned him again. It's like throwing a ball and throwing him straight into the air. The Tyrannosaurus prepared above was like a forward who received the ball from the midfield, and in front of it, the goal was like the sea, and it was vast and boundless. Suddenly, Armstrong's spiral wings spread winged hatchling takeoff. The dragon dived and slammed this Uranus-like hot monkey to the ground fiercely. Ha! Exclamation mark. Broken the branches of trees that I don't know how much. www.mplnovel.com startled. I don't know how many bird elves. One way is that a stone stirs up thousands of waves, but this is the scene. A raid of wild elves was easily solved with the cooperation of several elves. But looking at them eagerly, Oki knew that their interest had just emerged. It was like Lucailio, who had just used a sword dance, and found that they had not exerted force, and they all fell down. Oki said with a smile, "It's so easy to have such a fighting opportunity. Since you all want to be dissatisfied, then. Wonderful frog flower, sweet aroma. Let the storms come more violently, First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1323 Proper experience because it is in the most marginal zone. Oki dare to let the wonderful frog flower use the sweet aroma skills. If it is deep, with the strength of Oki, he would not dare to show such publicity. Otherwise, this is undoubtedly looking for death, in the depths. But there are some champion old guys. For these guys, Oki is also unwilling to proactively challenge them. The interior of Bayin Mountain actually refers to a large continuous mountain range. Because of the terrain, it is difficult to reach other places. Even in the sky, there are some powerful wild elves, many of which are Uranus and Champion. So most people are afraid to fly over the interior of Bayin Mountain. The Bayin Mountain where the Alliance is located is actually the highest looking mountain of all the mountains. It can be said that it is the only relatively safe entrance inside Bayin Mountain. Coupled with the suppression of the Alliance for many years, the wild elves inside Bayin Mountain will not approach here. The sweet and fragrant effect of the wonderful frog flowers is still very obvious. And soon they are surrounded by wild elves around Oki. These are the wild elves who are attracted by the floral fragrance of the wonderful frog flower. It can be found that these wild elves are much higher in strength and potential than the outside elves. It is simply a huge treasure trove. The Alliance's elf reserve center exists in such a place. As long as the Alliance controls their pace of progress, even if a large amount of personnel loss occurs, the elf resources and material resources in it will be used. A large group of so-called genius trainers will soon appear again. This is one of the things that the Alliance has been dominating the elven world for so many years. It is conceivable how difficult it is, as Sakagi said, to overthrow this seemingly decaying organization. At the same time, I can think of how powerful Sakagi can be with the Alliance with this strength. It's no wonder that Sakagi wants to support such an organization as the Hunters Guild. Otherwise, the Rocket's ability to collect elves cannot possibly compete with such an alliance. It's just that the recent Hunters Guild is a bit uneasy. I believe Sakagi should have beaten them. There are so many thoughts in his heart. As he improves his strength and learns more and more about the structure of the entire elven world, Oki becomes more and more able to feel his smallness. This is because he is struggling to jump out of the chessboard. He originally looked at the entire world from the perspective of chess pieces. The goal is to hope that he can become the strongest chess piece so that players do not abandon themselves so easily and reflect their own value. But now he is slowly changing from a chess piece to a chess player, so the angle of looking at the entire board is different. And the things to consider are also different. End the day with a slightly more complex mood. For the elves, this day is a brisk battle never before. They are different from the Crow's Head and their generation. They have been with Oki since the youngest. All kinds of battles have been played from beginning to end. The battle experience can be said to be the most abundant generation. And it is also Oki's many elf teachers. It is also different from their generation. Although they did not participate in the battle from the beginning, Oki was not very strong at that time, and they deliberately trained them, so the battle experience is also rich, and they are catching up with the strength. After the elves of the first echelon, they gradually became the main force of battle in Oki. And their echelon, it can be said that before that, there were not many fights for them to contact. Although there are many brothers who can teach them, their strength is not weak, and their fighting skills are extraordinary, but they have not been used in actual combat. After all, they are somewhat different. But today, they are fighting so well for the first time, and finally understand why. When teaching them, when they ask questions, the other party will say, when you really use them in battle, just understand that using this skill in this way has the highest success rate and hit rate. Nowadays, incorporate knowledge of various theories into the battle. This level of combat intensity should be able to continue for another 2 to 3 days, because at their current speed, 2 or 3 days should still be outside. After 2 or 3 days, the strength of the surrounding wild elves may not allow them to fight this way. At least Lucario and Wonderflower are not allowed to engage in such a fight. Oki's destination is in the depths of Bayan Mountain. There may be champion-level elves. This is why Liu Sheng refused after learning that Oki was about to enter. Although in this area, the elves no longer appear in groups, but any elf that appears may have great strength. The danger is high. The material that Oki wants to find is also the material of the ghost system. A place where the spirit of the ghost system is deep inside is a dangerous zone divided by the Alliance. But this is also a necessary catalyst. The only known place of production is here. Although the remaining materials are also very precious, at least many of them are produced, and there may be circulation in the market. As long as Oki draws the attention of the League or the Sky Team, it can be collected, but this is not the only thing. If you know that the potion does not work for Tkli, Oki is fine, but since you know that you can help Tkli to restore strength, Oki will definitely come in and walk around. However, he can control the speed of progress, and this time the journey of finding materials is a kind of experience. Like Granny Q said, Oki has this kind of strength now. How many places can he feel stressful exercise? If there is no stress, what is the speed of this exercise? Why can Oki have the current strength in just 2 years? www.mtlnovel.com. Knowing many things in advance is one reason, and having a chip to help is another reason. Of course, always according to his actual situation. It is also very important to find a suitable training place for you. Hovering on the verge of danger can greatly accelerate the speed of strength improvement, which is why the Rocket Trial Island exists. Find a place with a stream of water, open up a different space directly, and move in. This is the advantage of surviving in the wild now. Don't worry about where you live at night or worry about where wild elves will launch sneak attacks at night. After all, the forest at night is much more dangerous than the forest during the day. There is still a long way to go. You need to ensure enough sleep at night to better fight during the day and experience better. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1324. Monster in the Mist. 7 days passed in such a flash. These 7 days are not like the 7 days of normal training. Although it helps the improvement of the power of the elves, the improvement is not large. These 7 days were spent in high-intensity battles every day, from the beginning of the wonderful Frog Flower and Lucario, to the giant monsters, Mosquito Repellent Frog Emperor and Dragon King Scorpion in the back. Because the strength of the opponent is constantly improving, in order to deal with them, Oki can only summon different elves to face various enemies. The improvement of strength is still very obvious. For example, the level of Lucario has been increased to 58 and the level of Tyrannosaurus has been increased to 66. The remaining elves each have different levels of strength improvement. However, after these 7 days, Oki took them all back, and his position is still very dangerous. Oki himself needs to ensure his own safety, because not long ago, he had seen a quasi-champion elf. If it wasn't for Genghis' quick response, Oki himself would be in danger. So after knowing that there is a semi-champion level wild elf activity in this area, Oki officially ended the training of elf like Tyrannosaurus, summoned the elves, such as the Idiot King, Bangala, Flame Chicken and Lady Huiji, and guarded them. And according to the location estimates, before the night falls tonight, you can reach the place where the material Oki was looking for. Walk carefully, not afraid that powerful wild elves will come to fight, but they will no longer proactively challenge the wild elves living here, reducing unnecessary trouble for themselves. That's it. Oki stood on a tree, looking at a valley between 2 mountains. The woods here are dense, and there is not much sunlight all year round. Although it does not look humid, it gives a cold feeling. Without hesitation, walked straight down with the elves. That is, in such an environment, it is possible to produce the materials required by Oki. But as he kept going down, Oki found that his vision was getting more and more blurred, and the vision that he could see was getting smaller and smaller. Fogging, but it feels moist and even dry in the air. Oki frowned, perceiving the surrounding conditions, and found no abnormalities. It's just that when I reached the middle of the mountain, my vision was very blurred, and the visibility range was too small. If a wild elf launched a sneak attack at this time, the effect would be surprisingly good. The only thing that is more fortunate is the existence of the Doll King, and the perception of superpowers is not limited. But for this situation, Aoki is more careful, because it feels very wrong. When I looked down on the mountain before, although there was a forest to cover the whole situation in the valley, there was no fog at that time, and the appearance of these mists did not increase the water vapor in the air, and even a little dryness in the air was even felt. The most important point is that from the top of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, no wild elves have encountered it. Although the elf's strength is relatively strong, so the distribution of the elf is relatively scattered, but not even the shadow of an elf can be seen. Those powerful elves can see it, but the ordinary elves that are at the bottom of the food chain can't see one, which explains the problem. The vigilance in his heart was getting heavier, but Aoki accelerated his pace. Since there is no need to worry about the interference of some wild elves, then you can reach the valley as soon as possible. If it was created by elves, then he will definitely appear at a suitable time. Even better, get what you want and leave quickly. For these two speculations, the former is obviously more likely. When Aoki successfully reached the bottom of the valley, he was still unable to see the culprit who created this fog. It was only when reaching the bottom of the valley that the fog was almost so thick that the fingers could not be seen. If you fight in this environment, it is not a good thing for the trainer or the elves. When Aoki was considering whether to let the flame chicken dispel the fog, the Doll King finally found the difference. After advancing a distance in the valley, the fog was slowly dispersing, and in the scattered fog, Aoki saw a very old-fashioned building. Great aisles, red brick walls, and classical decoration have a feeling of breaking through the mist and crossing to ancient times. Seeing this scene, Aoki appeared a few black lines on his forehead. What is this TV episode? Are you making a TV show? Deep in the interior of Bayan Mountain, there is such a brand new classical house in an uninhabited valley of Liao. At least you need to make this house look a bit old-fashioned and shabby to have a certain degree of credibility, right? Come out. Don't make any of these things in the dark. Do you want to come out by yourself? Or wait for me to remove this place before you come out? Aoki shouted loudly around him. The appearance of this house is simply the greatest insult to his IQ. However, the appearance of such a house also illustrates one thing. This elven, this time, is likely to have returned to the human world. And such a classical house, if you think about it, you know that it is not the house of the current society, which shows that this elf is not young, and may even live for hundreds of years. If you can live for so long, the strength of the other party must be quite strong. Suddenly, in Aoki's sight, 9 purple flames suddenly appeared in the fog, and these 9 flames showed a fan shape, and slowly approached here. Aoki frowned and looked at the elf, but Bagheera, beside him, seemed to feel any threat, and immediately took a defensive posture. I saw these 9 purple flames leap forward and jumped from the mist to the roof. A pair of flexible and curious eyes appeared in Aoki's eyes. www.mentalnovel.com. Slender body, flexible limbs, supple hair and slim and graceful tail. The previous 9 clusters of purple. The flame is exactly the flame that emerged from these 9 tails. Aoki looked at the elf's eyes with light. This elf is the elf who was legendary as a demon fox in ancient times, 9-tail. It's just that this 9-tailed tail is different from the 9-tailed tail that Aoki has seen, because the hair of this 9-tailed body is silver gray, and even a slight fluorescence is emitted in the silver gray. This is a flashing 9-tail, and it is most likely a flashing 9-tail that has survived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1325. 9 flashes. The appearance of such a flash of 9 tails in front of Aoki made him think about everything that happened here. In ancient times, before entering modern society, there were many legends about Jiwai. At that time, people didn't know much about creatures like elf, and the elf didn't multiply to the extent that it is so popular now. On behalf of the nine-tailed legend, the nine-tailed demon fox will charm those pedestrians with weak will in the old forest in the mountains, and then drag them into their caves to eat. This is a legend about Nine-Tail, of course, a great degree of fiction, but Nine-Tail has indeed penetrated into the new hearts of many people at an early time. It is also said that Jiwai can survive for 1,000 years. This is of course impossible, but it is true that Jiwai's life is relatively long. I saw the glittering Jiwai standing on the roof leap forward, shaking 9 long tails, and fell very gracefully on the opposite side of Aoki. The surrounding fog gradually dissipated, and the classical building slowly disappeared, turning back into a huge rock. At this time, this flash of 9 tails was really displayed in front of Aoki, and it looked a lot more real without the mist embellishment, but likewise, they felt a heavier threatening atmosphere from 9 tails. Aoki stared tightly at the 9 tail in front of him, and activated the chip to scan his data. Pokemon, Flash 9 tail light blue. Gender, female. Level, 86. Attribute, fire. Characteristics, ignition. Carrying props, burning charcoal. Genetic skills, hypnosis, power of secrets, hot air, flash charge. Basic skills, sparks, wagging tail, roaring, pupils, flash of light, strange light, flame vortex, tooth for tooth, ghost fire, surprising strike, wonderful strike, flame sputtering, supernatural power, mysterious guardian, jet flame, seal, large letter blast, resentment, temptation, purgatory, trickery, teaching skills, iron tail, fraud, sharing pain, desire, resentment, acting, snoring, sharpening, mind hammer. Skill learner, none. A champion and shining wild 9 tail, depending on her appearance. The survival time should not be short, maybe even once went to the human world, but it should not have been out recently. There were not many things going on, so I was still curious in the eyes of Aoki. Her strength is already stronger than all the spirits of Aoki. Even the scale-tailed armor dragon is not as good as her in terms of level. Of course, if it is a direct battle, the strength of the scaly-tailed dragon is slightly stronger. But even so, this flash of 9 tails should be a member of the top-level elves, with great strength. No wonder the Dull King couldn't find out who was the culprit when he entered the mist. Bangla? They saw such a big reaction when they saw this flash of 9 tails. It's all because this 9-tailed is too strong, this is her territory, and there are no wild elves around to dare to approach it. Although 9-tail is a pure fire elf, but because this elf has a certain innate advantage, plus the time of survival is indeed relatively long, so the mental strength is very strong. The ability in terms of superpower is not weak, extremely good at hypnosis and temptation. Aoki stepped forward and looked directly at Jiwei's eyes. There was no fear in her eyes and no bad thoughts, but she said aloud, 9 tails, I know you can understand me. I came here just in order to find a material. It is not offensive. As long as I obtain this material, I will leave on my own without any impact on your life. Wu Oka's voice just dropped, and when Jiwei, who was exuding grace, suddenly raised his head, screamed softly. Oka's face changed slightly when she heard this voice. In his understanding, such a call is generally a call to a companion. If a Jiwei with such a strong strength summons a few more, Aoki guarantees that he can fight it. But immediately after the end of the 9-tailed shout, the light-colored 9 tails at the back end flickered slightly, and the 9 purple flames suddenly appeared on her tail. Flicking towards Aoki, 9 groups of ghost fires turned into an arrow, and came straight towards Aoki. Flame Chicken, Gang Ghost. Super Evolution. There is no time to give Aoki too much time to think. Although I don't know why 9 tails suddenly launched an attack, it is only her words. Although powerful, it is not enough for Aoki to feel afraid. Sandstorms in Bangalore are not suitable for use here. They have too much impact on the surrounding environment and may attract more powerful elves. The most important thing is that the materials needed by Aoki have not yet been collected. He doesn't want this sole place of production, so he is buried under the sand. The flaming chicken was wrapped in colorful energy. His feet slammed on the ground, and he rushed out towards the 9 ghost fires. Gengui also appeared in his shadow just after Oku's voice fell, and he became a super Genghost in a blink of an eye. Looks like the super flame chicken's fist is wrapped with golden flames, aimed at the ghost fire rushing at the front. The 2 fists are folded, and the 4-day ribbon on the wrist flutters without wind. When the fist is close to the ghost fire, the ribbon becomes crazy and grows, as if turned into a flame, and wrapped himself all over. 9 groups of ghost fires hit the flame barrier of the flame chicken one after another, knocking him back step by step. However, the color of the flame barrier changed from the original red to gold, and finally to the mixed color of red-gold. And finally all the 9 groups of ghost fires were resisted. Boom! Exclamation mark. The flames of the whole body suddenly burst, revealing the super flaming chicken with a serious expression inside. The fire of this kind of ghost fire is not very aggressive, mainly because the additional effect is disgusting, but it still requires him to use all his strength to be able to block it. It can be seen how powerful this flash of 9 tails is. Scared. But Super Flame Chicken didn't mean to have any fear. www.mtlnovel.com. The legs were jumping in place according to a special rhythm, and the sharp eyes under the sharp eyebrows seemed to explain his dissatisfaction. No more afraid than flames. On the other hand, Gengui, who has also completed the super evolution, has rushed towards Ninetail. As the only elf in Oki who has reached the championship level and can surpass the plan, the main force against this champion Ninetail is he. Gengui is still very conscious. Immediately afterwards, Bangla rushed forward, leaving the Dull King and Mrs. Huiji to stay beside Oki as guardians. However, Oki thought for a moment that the gap between the elves might be a little big, so he dropped 2 more elven balls, and the crow's head and Matara also called out. At present, there is only one flash of 9 tails. On the subject of more bullying, Oki itself is experienced. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1326. Elegant flashing GUI saw the Super Genghost rushing to the front, plus the rest of the elves, such as Bangla, Ravenhead, and Matara, who did not have the slightest fear. The elegant gesture is undoubted. A soft whistle again, wrapped by a colorful energy hood. The strange light used by the Super Genghost rushed up to no effect. Later, Bangla used the earthquake skills at her, but saw her 4 feet that seemed to be inedible fireworks gently on the ground, and escaped the Bangla earthquake very easily. Immediately afterwards, Bangla was about to use the Sword of the Cliff against GUI, who jumped into the air after the earthquake. Obviously, she had tasted the sweetness when dealing with Tennessee's Wind Speed Dog. It is a pity that now he is facing a champion flashing Ninetail, an elf who can use superpowers. When the Sword of the Cliff leapt from the ground and was about to attack the Ninetails, she saw her 2 hind feet slightly in the air, and her body jumped to a higher height. From Bangira's point of view, it was as if she gently tapped on the tip of the Sword of the Cliff, then jumped into the air with a very relaxed look. There was a squirm on the cracked ground, and 4 huge vines sprang up into the sky, aiming at GUI, who leapt again. After 2 jumps, GUI should have some stamina. Madame Huiji was also in Oki. Seized the opportunity under the command of I saw Forteng Mang towards the 9-tailed bag from 4 different angles, and her 9 silver grey tails suddenly burst golden flames into a huge flame vortex, wrapping herself up, instantly burn all 4 vines. The characteristic of this flash of 9 tails is to ignite, and the flame's attack will not harm him, but will make her flame stronger. Therefore, although the flame vortex wrapped herself, not only did no harm, but also made her flame more powerful. Oka's eyes were full of curiosity, looking at the appearance of the 9 tails under the attack of his elf. Although the strength of this 9 tail is strong, it does not exceed the range of Oki. But looking at her in battle is not like watching a fight, but like watching an elegant classical dance, admiring a melodious symphony. and the body from the head to the end of all tails is not a bit abrupt and inconsistent. Oki admired this nine-tailed in admiration. But the battle was still going on, but he could not be merciful because his opponent looked good and looked elegant. The head of Madara and the crow were summoned later. Madara found that Jiwai had jumped into the air, so he jumped forward and jumped onto the back of the crow's head. The head of the caring crow fluttered its wings and rushed towards the glittering nine tails with Madara. Divine Slam. The crow's head was all wrapped in a blue, flame-like coat. At this time, Moralav fell on his back, and was tightly attached to the crow's head, so that the bird's coat wrapped him in. Nine-tailed. No matter how flexible the body is, and how powerful the superpowers are to control the body, after all, she is not a flying elf, she has no wings. No matter how she can dodge, how superpowers block, it is useless to the crow head. In the end, Nine-Tail could only spit out a flame in the direction of the crow's head in the air, condensing in the air to form a big character explosion. However, the head of the crow did not hesitate and rushed towards the explosion of characters. Instead of decreasing, the speed became faster. At this moment, the Dull King who had been guarding Oki suddenly disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already higher, and a wave of water hit the crow's head first and the larger character explosion collided. Boom! The collision of flames and water vapor, explosions caused by different temperatures, and a large amount of mist appeared in the air, shielding the crow's head and Madara. Jiwai looked at the mist and wasn't sure if his big character explosion had hit the crow's head. But soon she saw the result. The crow's head came out of the mist with a thicker coat of divine bird, and ran towards the nine tails. Godbird's coat successfully hit Nine-Tail, and at this time, the mysterious guardian that Nine-Tail used at the beginning finally dissipated. Madara, who had been ready for a long time, began to feel excited at this time, rushing from the back of the head of the crow toward the slightly unstable nine-tailed body that was hit by a divine bird, and ice crystals instantly formed on his claws. His attack target and direction are very simple and single, aiming at Jiwai's two front feet. Jiwai, who thought that Madara was going to attack herself, had never thought of it. But it was her 2 feet that Madara was going to attack. Frost Fist and Metal Claws. Ha! They all hit, and the falling Madara rolled over to avoid the pursuit behind Nine-Tail. Jiwai's injury was not very serious. It could be said that it was relatively small, but she injured 2 feet, which was very important for her ability to move. Just as he was about to fall, 2 more pillars of hot magma emerged from the ground, making her subconscious feet want to jump up. But when her feet were forced, she had no expression change, but frowned because of the pain on her feet. This pain, hesitated, was seized by Oki. Under the care of Oki, Bongila, who was about to reach the limit, once again reached the height of 10 centimeters in the sword of the cliff, and successfully hit the Nine-Tail that failed to make enough space for himself due to foot pain. Boom! The explosion of the cliff's sword sounded. The silver-grey hair on her body was finally stained with a trace of dust, pulling her back from the original immortal fireworks, immaculately immortal. A flaming chicken ready to rise appeared above her, with black feet trapped in red-gold flames. The sacred fire of the flaming chicken, kicked by the flame of the sword dance. Jiwai glanced at the flame kick of the flaming chicken and saw a deep surprise in his eyes after seeing the sacred flame on his feet. Also, as an elf who is good at using the fire system, of course, the extraordinariness of the flame on the feet of the flame chicken can be seen at the first glance. However, the sacred fire is still a flame, and the sacred fire of the flame chicken is not completely out of the scope of flame. Since it is flame www.metalnovel.com, she is not afraid. But the superpowers came out the first time, and the inexplicable magical power blasted towards the flaming chicken. Fortunately, the dumb king's response was fast enough, and the instant movement appeared in front of the flame chicken, eating this supernatural attack for him. The flame chicken's eyebrows stood up, and the flame on his body soared again by 3 points. But Jiwai showed an expression that he didn't care much about. But soon, her expression changed, because in the eyes of the Super Gang Ghost just below her, the red light was above, and her nine-tailed igniting characteristics were exchanged with her own characteristics. Scared, the flaming chicken shouted, and took the momentum of breaking the island with a kick. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1327 Backstage is a bit hard, boom! Exclamation mark. For the first time, Jiwai's face showed horror. Being kicked with the flame of the sacred fire, Jiwai, who has always maintained an elegant, fresh and refined posture, was brought to the ground, raising a lot of dust. Not to mention how much damage this kick brought to Jiwai. But it was this kick that successfully kicked her back from the pretense. After losing that sober, refined and elegant state, what is left of this championship-level Flash Nine-Tail? Isn't it just the strength of the championship? Well, she is still champion. But it isn't just her who has the championship-level strength at this time. The Super Gang Ghost who has been waiting for a long time below can also have the championship-level strength. And more than that, Gangui has a lot of friends beside her. But Jiwai has only her one elf. She shouted to the sky before the battle began, and Aoki thought she was calling her companions, and now it seems that this is not the case. However, the strength of this Flash of Nine Tails is indeed very strong. In this case, the counterattack launched during the resistance still caused a lot of damage to the elves of Aoki. Fortunately, there is the existence of Mrs. Huiji. As long as it is not seriously injured, it will eventually recover after a period of time. After a long time, in a whimper of Jiwai, he lost his fighting ability and eventually fell to the ground. But the excitement on Aoki's face has not completely dissipated. Being able to defeat such a champion elf is the best affirmation that they have grown to the present. Although it was because of using more bullying to launch a siege, the Nine Tails could be defeated. But the elves of Aoki did not think there was any problem with bullying less. This is a world of weak meat and strong food. If you have a strong enough companion, this is also a kind of strength. It does not mean that you must prove your strength by defeating your opponents unknown. Mrs. Aoki and Mrs. Huiji slowly walked to the shining Jiwai lying on the ground in Akuma, and looked at her dusty hair now. This nine-tail made Aoki hesitate. Is it conquering? Anyway, this nine-tailed is still very strong, and she also has her own unique fighting methods and means, and from the battle just now, it can be seen that her heart should be a very proud spirit with her own idea. Aoki wasn't sure if she would subdue him this way and let her obey her orders. After a little hesitation, I still took out an empty elf ball and dropped it on her. After all, it is a shaped champion level elf, and the value is still very high. Even if it is inside the Sylvan Mountain, it also belongs to the top strength elf. Conquering her may be subject to certain obstacles from the League. But as long as she can conquer, even if it only uses a period of time as a buffer, the value is equally high. It was only when the elven ball dropped by Aoki took it in, but the elven ball flickered a few times but turned on again, and failed to conquer. Ninetail, who reappeared from the elf ball, woke up from Akuma, standing still, squinting, staring at Aoki tightly, and whimpering in his mouth, as if explaining to himself or grieved. Aoki's brow frowned slowly, but I didn't expect this nine-tailed woke up so quickly. Just when he wanted to direct the elf to attack again, the flaming chicken beside him cried, scared. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the elves also showed a tense look, more serious and tense than when they just met the nine-tailed. Even the gang ghost who had not released the super evolutionary state looked dignified. A relief expression appeared on the face of Jiwai on the opposite side. The temperature in the entire valley suddenly increased, so the flaming chicken, which is most sensitive to temperature, also felt the abnormality at the first time. Well, a loud bird song appeared in the valley, ringing the whole valley, and the originally dim valley was now all on, as if a small sun appeared in the sky. When Aoki's face changed, he looked up sharply, and saw an elf that made him not want to look directly. It is actually a flaming bird, gracefully gliding from the top of the mountain towards the valley. Seeing the flaming bird appearing so brightly in the valley, and still looking like a guilty confession, don't need to know that it is the elf summoned by the flashing nine-tails opposite at this time. Oki is also relatively familiar with the elves such as the flamingo, and has also come close to them. Last time, the Rockets took part in the operation in order to obtain the genes of the three divine birds. While the flaming bird was in a coma, they drank a large amount of blood from his body. Blended with the flame bird's blood components, the flame chicken has a better affinity for the flame and can use the flame better. I didn't expect to see another flame bird here, and from the point of view of momentum alone, the strength of this flaming bird is not on the island of Senshin. The flaming bird that requires the protection of Lokia can be compared. This flaming bird can be seen from the flame of the wings or from the hair on his body. He is more handsome, an elf closer to the beast. Teng. The whole valley was illuminated by fire, and the flame on the flame bird was much stronger than the nine-tailed or the flame chicken. The flaming bird sang again and flew to the side of Jiwai. The flaming bird with the flame on its body now had flames in its eyes. Looking at Jiwai, who was obviously seriously injured, he knew that he was late. Originally a nine-tailed man with a noble and elegant posture, at this time in front of the flame bird, he showed a pitiful appearance. Oka's forehead appeared again with several black lines. Sister, even if you have such a hard backstage, please shout out before we fight. Let me know how many hands should be made. If you shouted before, who my dad is, who I am, I certainly wouldn't be so heavy, wouldn't I? And when it comes to the beginning www.mtlnovel.com, it is clear that you shot first, right? Let's talk to you well, and you throw it at me. Although we are more bully and less, and also say that having a partner is also a kind of strength, but you call for such a strong flame bird so soon. It seems a bit inappropriate. Oka's face had unexplainable bitterness, but it seemed that the flaming bird on the opposite side didn't care about Oka's expression. I saw a flame rising from his body and slowly delivered it to Jiwai next to him to help him recover from the injury. At this time, the characteristics of the nine-tailed have returned. The flame of the flaming bird gives the nine-tailed igniting characteristics, which can recover the energy in her body to a certain extent. Although not fully recovered, at least it can guarantee that she will no longer fall into a coma. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1328. True Beast. Flamingo Oki knew that the explanation now had no effect. It's just a surprise that there will be a flaming bird here, and looking at the appearance of this flaming bird, it is even more godlike than the flaming bird that Oki once saw on Misami Island. Subconsciously used the chip to scan the data of the flaming bird, but when he saw the data of the flaming bird, Oki regretted it. Pokemon, Flamingo Purple. Gender, no gender. Level, 94. Attribute, Fire. Characteristics, Oppression. Carry item, Firebird. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, Wing Attack, Spark, Flame Vortex, High Speed Movement, Hold Up, Primitive Power, Jet Flame, Mysterious Guardian, Air Chopping, Sunny Day, Hot Wind, Sunbeam, Bird Strike, Feather Habitat, Storm, Teaching Skills, Downwind, Hot Wind, Snoring, Sharpening, Slamming Birds, Clearing Dense Fog. Skill Learner, none. Doing so, I would not have thought that the true flame bird in the original legend would actually be encountered here by myself. I have encountered so many godless beasts before. Flame birds, lightning birds, including frozen birds have also encountered, but I did not expect to encounter real flame birds here. It said that the Alliance dared to circle the interior of Bayan Mountain, and did not worry that someone would enter it from above, or that there would be elves who chose to leave from above. It turned out that everything was because of his existence. Although I don't know why the flamingo chose to cooperate with the Alliance, This is a very clear explanation. The Alliance and some of the beasts in the elven world are closely related. But now is not the time for Aoki to think about things in this area. Now this legendary flaming bird is staring at him with a mighty spirit, and there is a big posture to find his own way. A grin appeared on Aoki's face. Reasonably, the cause of this incident was not her own. She wanted to communicate with this flashing GUI. But she didn't mean to explain it herself. She wanted to use her powerful strength to trouble herself. Aoki is now a little curious about the inventory of the alliances he used before, and how the collectors got it from GUI. Therefore, Aoki decided to explain the reason to the flaming bird. Although 9 is unreasonable, maybe this flaming bird is a master who will make sense. Cough. Make sense. Well, it's just that Aoki's words haven't been said yet. But the flaming bird's long whistle directly interrupted what he wanted to say. Flaming wings fluttered towards Aoki. Notice the sudden change in Aoki's face as the flaming bird moves. The speed of the flaming bird is too fast. It is obviously too late for the dumb king to use instant movement, and the 9-nettled superpower next to him is not weak. Whether the instant movement can be used is a problem. Class. Bangla yelled, strode across to Aoki, staring sharply and firmly at the flaming bird approaching. Fuck. Aoki had no time to say the word. He hurriedly took out a keystone from his pocket. Super Evolution, with the strength of Bangjira's current Quasar Champion Peak to resist the attack of the Champion Peak and the true beast of the flaming bird, even if his defense is strong. But this is beyond the range he can resist, beyond what he can bear. Limit. Super evolving colorful Hwagyuang Bangala wrapped up. It was only when the colorful light just appeared that the flame bird with flame wings had appeared in front of him. Boom! Exclamation mark. I saw a dark green, giant spiked monster flying backwards, and it was at the last moment that the super evolved Super Bangala was completed. This is the first time that Bagheera, who is 3 meters tall and weighs tons, Super Bangala's huge body made an arc in midair, fell to the ground, and rolled on the ground several times before stopping barely. After just stopping, he lay motionless on the ground, as if losing his combat ability. The defense is so high, and Super Evolution has also been completed. Theoretically, there should be a champion-level Super Bangala. Can't stand an attack by the flamingo? Exclamation mark. Oka's eyes widened, and some were unacceptable. He really didn't want to fight. The legendary true beast flame bird could burst out such a strong attack power. In fact, because of this time, Aoki has been in contact with many beasts, and the combat effectiveness of the beasts is a little too ideal. Whether it is the 3 gods encountered on the 3 gods island, the Polkin encountered on the Nibel plateau, or the Dkli conquered in the dark space of the Trial Island, although they are all beasts, but they are all beasts without priesthood. The only real beast that has ever been encountered and fought has still been with Gyoji to contain Goka, who has not yet fully recovered. But that's because Gaoka just woke up and couldn't explode all his strengths. Even when he joined Gulajuo in the fierce air-to-air battle, it didn't necessarily mean that he had exploded his full strength, as Adams puts it. His championship peak radios can suppress or even defeat the newly awakened Gyarados, but when they fully recover, Adams knows that he can't be defeated. The flaming bird in front of Aoki can be said to have no loss of strength, and as the only flaming bird in the world with a priesthood or the highest level of the champion, the combat power that can erupt can be imagined. One attack of the flamingo was over, and he did not attack again. Instead, he stayed not far from Aoki. He looked down at him with high disdain in his eyes. The elves around Aoki saw Bagheera being directly bombarded in this way, and immediately became furious. If it was not Aoki that did not give an order, they would rush up and fight desperately with the flame bird. No reason, right? Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, all truth is just a joke. Thank you for letting me pick up this truth again. Aoki lowered his head and murmured with a somber face. Sentence. The elf around him felt that something had happened to Aoki. The rich superpowers continued to spread out from his body www.mtlnovel.com, and the superpower filaments gradually extended out. Because his superpowers have been fused with space energy long ago, and he has certain spatial talents. These extended superpowers actually make the surrounding space where he stands undulating. Altogether, the cracks in space appeared around his body in a vacuum. Through these cracks in the space, you can see that in a void space, there is a black energy like lightning flashing into the elven world. Suddenly looking up, Arceus' red eyes stared directly at the flaming bird. You think that being strong is the reason? That's good. It'll show you that even an ant can bring enough damage to an elephant. Even me. There is also a chance to pull you off the altar. Do not believe. Come try it. For a moment, dozens of elven appeared in Arceus' hands. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1329. All out. Arceus self didn't know what was happening to him. They only knew that Arceus was very angry now. It coincided perfectly with their anger at this time. So no matter what, elves are opposite. They think they can fight one another. Class. At this point, Bangla, who fell behind Arceus, stood up slowly, shaking her head slowly. At this time, he was in a super-evolved state. Compared to other elves, Bangla could feel the anger in Arceus' heart more. He is angry. Angered at himself is an elf who can rely on his own strength to be unscrupulous. I was also angry, angered that I had forgotten the truth that I had learned after life and death, and actually started to learn the truth from others. This is obviously a fist world. As long as you have enough strength, you can completely ignore those shit. Arceus glanced at the super Bangla who stood up, and Mrs. Huiji gave him timely treatment. He nodded slightly. But Arceus didn't think it was over. This time it is because Bangla is capable of super evolution, and his own defense is strong enough. Otherwise, it may not be as simple as losing combat ability in the face of this unreasonable attack by the Firebird. It may be more serious, is the direct loss of life. All the elven in his hand were thrown, except for the wonderful Frog Flower and Lucario and several elves who did not have the strength of the Heavenly King level. Arceus summoned all his elves. Crow's Head, Dull King, Gang Ghost, Dragon King Scorpion, Madara, Madam Huiji, Bongila, Bosco Dora, Flaming Chicken, Giant Marsh Monster, Mosquito Frog King, Leaf King, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Assassin Dragon King, Shane Ajuo, Diane, Magiana, Dream Demon, and Klee, the Scale-tailed Dragon. All the elves who were able to participate in the battle were summoned by Arceus. This was the first time Arceus summoned almost all the elves to join a battle. It can be seen how much the flamingo just banged Bangla to Arceus. The flamingo was a little surprised that Arceus could summon so many elves at once, but in his view, among the summoned elves, except for the rod-tailed scale dragon and Klee, he paid a little attention. The rest of the elves are what rotten tomato stinky eggs. Elves with talents such as Tyrannosaurus and Assassin Dragon King are not regarded by him at all. Magiana is the most sensitive elf. She felt completely unstoppable from Arceus' body just before she appeared. This was the first time she felt so powerful and difficult on Arceus, who was always calm. Suppressed anger. Even she was a little afraid to step forward to comfort Arceus. Little people have a big effect. You don't look down on every elf here. The Mosquito Coil Frog Emperor. Let the pouring rain fall, Arceus said with a cold face. The Mosquito Repellent Frog King instantly understood and jumped up a unique dance. The wide palms were constantly afraid of beating. From the curved antennae above his head, a strange energy wave was emitted. Over the Bayan Mountain and the Jiwai Valley, a dark cloud formed instantly, watching the pouring rain that Arceus hoped was coming. The eyes of the flaming bird, who is flying across from Arceus, are full of jokes. What kind of spirit is he? He is a flaming bird? When did an elf just come out and dare to summon rain clouds in front of himself? Well, the flaming bird once again sang in the sky, and the fire elements on its body were richer, and the dark clouds that had piled up, it was slowly dissipating at this time. At the same time, he looked at Arceus more jokingly, and wanted to see how he felt now. But Arceus' expression was beyond his expectations. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a icy arc appeared. If the mosquito-repellent frog emperor is so easy to successfully reign in front of the flaming bird, then he is not a beast flaming bird. Gengui, Oki whispered. Hearing Oki shouted his name, Gengui instantly understood. This way of fighting Oki is not that they haven't practiced with them, but they don't cover so many elves. Genghis' eyes turned red, and swept through all the elves around Oki. All the elves swept by his eyes were, without exception, their characteristics transformed into rain. Since one elf can't ask for rain in front of you, what about 20? Among them are Gengui, who has championship level strength, Scale-tailed armored dragons and Klee. When the scale-tailed dragon with a scepter was summoned by Oki and thought he could fight again, he saw the flaming bird, and the scales on his body suddenly became dim. He was finally determined now, and he was indeed fooled by Oki. Every time he summoned him, nothing was wrong. Last time, at least he was able to abuse the food and vent it. Now what? Okay, when was this human being so brave enough to dare to provoke a real beast? Unlike his mood, Klee. As a former Klee, he had a skeptical attitude to Oki when he said he wanted to ride Raidina. But when he came out and saw the flaming bird, he said something about Oki. Suddenly I believed in 90%. With such a little strength now, he dares to call the real beast. When his strength increases a little, he may rush into the destruction of the world to find heads up by riding Latina. Although Klee's strength is not as good as before, he still has his eyesight. When he sees this flame bird, he knows that his strength is no less than his peak self. And even because of the clergy, he is stronger than his peak self. A little. If he regains his peak strength, he won't be able to beat him, but there will be no problems fighting him for 3 days and nights. But now. Hang. But one said that the reign of the 20 elves couldn't stop even the flaming bird. After all, he was a flaming bird, not Gulado. However, the impact of the flamingo was still at www.mentalnovel.com. Although the heavy rain fell, the real effect of the reign of the 20 elves did not really appear. Only the power of 20 elves was gathered, and the rain that the mosquito and frog emperor could do was barely achieved, and the rainwater was evaporated before it reached the flame bird. But even so, it was Oki who pulled back a city. Didn't you see that all the teasers on the face of the flame bird had disappeared, and became angry? As a fire spirit, no matter how strong it is, you definitely don't like rain. Since it's raining, then the rainy team can play its best role for me. Oki stared at the flaming bird tightly. Now the anger in his heart subsided gradually, and the whole person became more and more calm. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1330. Gaolao on the highest mountain of Sylvan Mountain, the seat of the Elven Alliance. An old man at the top, sitting on the floor in the white snow, with a smile on his face, looked at the distance, the inner area of Bayin Mountain. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, a resolute middle-aged man in a black military uniform. Looking down the old man's eyes, seeing over a very far area inside Bayin Mountain, dimly I saw a large dark cloud, and some thunder and lightning were mixed in, and below the dark cloud, I actually saw not rain but fire. Who is the guy with the flamingo fighting again? The middle-aged man in the black uniform asked. The old man with white hair had a smile on his face, and the whole face was wrinkled into a chrysanthemum. Yeah? After hearing the old man's answer, the middle-aged man frowned. Are you going to stop it? Although we had an agreement with this flaming bird, he looked after the interior of Bayin Mountain, and we gave him some freedom, but every time someone went deep inside the Bayin Mountain and entered his radiation range, always thinking of going out to provoke the trainer who entered. If the opponent is strong, it's okay to say, but if it is not strong enough, there is a high probability that after it comes out, it will die out. How many trainers have this flamingo already dealt with? Without us, his priesthood would be forbidden. The white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes and glanced back at the middle-aged man standing behind him. I heard a hint of embarrassment on the middle-aged man's face, and knew that he was saying too much. It's the flamingo's own business. We don't interfere too much, and he still knows how to be fair. and it won't hurt people's lives, but he is a bit irritable. The choice he makes will determine his own future, and we have interfered enough. The old man said slowly. Obviously it was on the top of Bayan Mountain, on the white snow, but the old man gave him a feeling of being at ease and doing nothing. If it was Oki here, I would definitely think that this old man is very similar to those he has heard. Lao Tzu. This old man is currently the president of the Elf League General Union, which covers the 6 regions of the elven world. As for the name, no one knows it, and no one can call his name directly. Others either use the president to interact with each other. For him, it's either called Yao Lao, the trainer who fought the flaming bird this time. He can summon such a large cloud on the head of the flaming bird. It should be a very good trainer. But why haven't I heard that there is something wrong recently? A person entered the Bayan Mountain. The people below did not report any information to me. A little doubt appeared on the middle-aged man's face. After hearing the problems of middle-aged people, the smile on the old man's face reappeared. It's a very interesting little guy. Although I can't see exactly what happened, I find it very interesting. Ha 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 ha. After that, the old man laughed. If someone hears the old man talking like this, he will definitely think that he is an Alzheimer's prisoner. He can't see anything clearly, and can still find it interesting. Isn't he stupid? But the middle-aged people have no meaning of ridicule and doubt about the old man's words. Middle-aged people have a better understanding of the capabilities of the elderly. He said that it is interesting, and it must be very interesting. His focus is on something else. Funny little guy. How many years haven't I heard you say a trainer? Who is it? The middle-aged asked curiously. The old man shook his head. You can't say, before it's time. Ha ha. Since the old man said so, the middle-aged man didn't ask any more, and a little embarrassment appeared on his face immediately. The old man didn't look back at him again, but it seemed to feel the embarrassment on his face. You don't have to worry about the second child. I told you a long time ago that his heart was wrong, and I like to use my brain to take shortcuts. Unfortunately, he fancy for his talents to protect him, and I can't help it. Fortunately, it hasn't caused excessive losses. The second child, he said, was actually the Alliance Legion, the leader of the Second Legion, and the Black Messenger defeated by Oki. And the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared wearing a black uniform was the commander-in-chief of all the corps of the League, from the 1st Army to the 9th Army, under his jurisdiction. The commander of the 2nd Corps was actually infiltrated by the gods, but as the commander-in-chief, he did not find his abnormality, which can be said to be a misconduct. But the old man who was the president of the League did not blame him. I will quickly determine the leader of the 2nd Army Corps and stabilize the recent restlessness of the 2nd Army Corps. The middle-aged man was firm in his eyes. The old man waved at will. Then the middle-aged man nodded respectfully and disappeared. The white-haired old man still sat in the white snow and looked into the distance at this time, but his eyes turned into a pale gray color, which contained endless unknowns, as if how many unknown things he could see. The other side. After it began to rain on a day, Oki asked Gengui to exchange most of the elf's characteristics into Yayu. Oki also considered the use of rain instead of sandstorms in Bangala. First of all, let's not say what kind of impact the sandstorm will have on the surrounding environment. However, he still remembers that he was looking for materials. When the materials are not found, he will be destroyed by himself. And the flame bird is a fire spirit. After all, rainy days will have a good suppression effect on him, even if it only delays his recovery speed. That's good. Coupled with the combination of rainy weather and Yui's freedom, it is obviously more effective than the sandstorm controlled by Bagheera on so many elves in Oki. All of this was considered in advance by Oki, but it is really good for him to think so. www.mentalnovel.com. It is just that the elves have a gap in their hard power after all. What they are facing is the real flaming bird, and even in the ranks, they have a great advantage. Even if the elves of Oki are out, they will not occupy the slightest advantage. If it weren't for the scale-tailed dragon and experienced Clay, Okaself at this moment would have lost several combat capabilities. The current situation is that the rod-tailed scale dragon, Darkly, Super Gang and Super Bangla take turns resisting the attack of the Firebird, and the remaining elves are pinned aside to see if they can create some advantages. But the battle was increasingly detrimental to Oki and his elves. Even with Lady Huiji and Magiana constantly assisting in the treatment, the rod-tailed scale dragon is increasingly difficult to stop the flaming bird that has taken it seriously. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1331. The flamingo originally had the idea of playing around with Oki, but now he has no such idea. Although the elves of Oki did not see any threats to him, they really found out after fighting and took great pains. Various small skills that make him feel sick are constantly thrown on his face, making him feel less pain, but more or less pain. Whenever he wanted to attack those little guys first and let them rest for a while, there were always a few elves who made him slightly daunted and stopped him in front of him, making him unable to deal with those little ones. The battle has been going on for 5 minutes. Oki used telepathy to command 20 elves to fight, and they also had to cooperate with each other very precisely. This is almost something that many trainers can hardly imagine. For ordinary trainers, it is already very difficult to command an elf to carry out a smooth and error-free battle, and some relatively strong trainers have relatively strong command capabilities, and can command 2 elves at the same time, and even 3 elves for group battles. Several elves have sufficient teamwork capabilities to be able to do this. The trainers are generally not weak, and they can generally reach the level of the Tanwang class trainers, and they can achieve this level more or less. A stronger trainer can command 6 elves to conduct a group battle, also known as a full fighting battle. Why does the Alliance stipulate that each trainer can only carry a maximum of 6 elves? Don't they know that the more elves they carry, the more variability the battle has for the trainers, and the more the elves, the more or less strength will it be strengthened? Part of the reason is that the trainer's experience is limited in the view of the League. This is to allow them to concentrate more on training the elves on their bodies. A bigger reason is that after so many years of testing and investigation by the Alliance, combined with the Alliance itself, there are many powerful trainers. After collecting his feelings, it is found that the 6 elves are normal ordinary trainers and can be achieved. Numbers for perfect control. It's not that you can't command 7 or 8 elves, but the more elves there are, the more questions trainers need to consider. If you want to make each elf perfectly cooperate with each other and seamlessly connect, it is almost impossible, and a heavy burden on trainers. All in all, it is that the 6 elves are the highest value for money of the elves commanded by the trainer. Commanding the 6 elves to fight perfectly is not necessarily weaker than the trainer who commands the 7 or 8 elves. And as the trainer's skills and connection of their own elves, the so-called single-core tactics and multi-core tactics appeared later, so the requirements for the trainers, the tacit understanding between the elves and the trainers, and the cooperation between the elves have a greater relationship. That's why the League stipulated that a trainer can only carry 6 elves, which gave them a clear direction from the beginning. Now Oki is directing 20 elves to fight all at once. I can imagine how much his brain load is at this time. In addition, the 2 elves of Super Gang and Super Bangla constantly gave Oki during the Super Evolution. Passing their thoughts and feelings in their brains is also a stress for Oki. At this time, the superpower extended from Oki was almost isolated from the entire elven world, and there were space cracks everywhere. If there is now a wild elf with ordinary strength to attack Oki, will definitely be cut by these space cracks before he approaches him. Although rain did not fall on him, Oki's head was still wet. The whole face turned red. Not only the face, but even the ears turned red, from the forehead to the neck. Dowda's sweat continued to flow from his forehead, but his eyes were staring at the flame bird flying up and down. All the cells in his brain became active. While commanding the battle, he was still looking for flames. The bird's flaw. Today, if I don't give the flaming bird a serious blow, I guess I can't retreat. Although there is a big reason to come to this step is that Oki himself is hot-headed, and it is difficult to bear to see Bagheera being bombarded. But to be honest, The elves present were all regarded by Oki as a companion. Oki did not deny that he might be more optimistic about individual elves, or even had some eccentric behavior, but they were all their companions. I used to be allowed to be bullied in order to survive, but not now. Even if the other party is lousy, you must bite off a piece of meat. Flamingo is also hitting real fire at this moment, but he also feels the kind of madness in Oki's heart. This person has been labeled by him as a lunatic. But at this moment in the battle, it must not be so, otherwise the face of his beast, the flame bird, will be put there. Oh. The flaming bird whispered a long time to vent his inner depression. This time. But when he was crying, Oka's eyes slowly narrowed slowly because of sweat, and he let the sweat flow into his eyes along the corners of his eyes. An unbearable sting came from his eyes, but he didn't want to and couldn't close his eyes at this time, because the opportunity he waited for so long finally appeared. Under the command of Oki, the dazzling king and Shayna, Ido locked the superpower filaments on the field instantly from the beginning of the battle, as if closing the net, and imprisoned the flame bird in midair. Although for the flame bird, the net bag that can be broken by just shaking the wings a little is completely carefree. www.mentalnovel.com. But then he greeted him with all kinds of overwhelming skills. Bangira's long established multiple cliff swords. Meteor group of scale-tailed Dragoncle's hell spike. Genghis giant shadow ball. In fact, they are already accumulating energy, waiting for the best time that Oki said. Now it is finally appearing, of course, to blast various skills on the face of the flame bird without money. When the flaming bird hesitated because of that tweet, the action started, and he had already entered the trap of Oki. Except that all skills have mutual restraint and not at the same time, but are divided in sequence. Almost all the other skills attack the firebird in less than half a second. Because of their standing position in battle, both in terms of angle and distance, they were designed by Oki in advance. The delay that all skills may encounter when they are released, or those skills can be better connected back and forth, and those must be separated, etc. Everything has been calculated in his mind. If it was the flashing nine-tail that was subjected to this attack, it is estimated that it would directly turn grey, because this is not as simple as 1 + 1. Boom! Exclamation mark. Even the explosion when attacking the flame bird was only one sound. Dash. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1332 Extremely Stupid Boom! Exclamation mark. A huge explosion sounded, and a huge grey mushroom cloud appeared as a result of the explosion in the rain. The flamingo is just under that huge mushroom cloud. Ninetail, who had been resting aside, has now stood up, her hair all erected, and she felt a thick threat from a series of attacks by the elves of Oki. Now this nine-tailed is starting to worry about the flamingo, because from her own perspective, she can't resist the crazy attack of this combination. Oki, sweaty and rainy, sat on the ground, and he felt very tired now. For the first time after becoming a superpower, I felt that my brain was not enough and it was very difficult to command. At this moment, the brain was full of tingling, as if someone was sticking a needle to his head one by one, and his eyes were closed tightly, because the pain clenched his teeth, and excessive force caused friction between the teeth. Squeak sound. The sweat on the head did not disappear, but the sweat that had flowed out because of the heat, now became the cold sweat left by the pain. The flushed face changed, but the braised pig head, which was originally cooked, suddenly turned into a white salty pig head. His face turned completely white, which was a phenomenon of extreme anemia. Suddenly the blood flowed too quickly, the brain was not supplied with oxygen, and anemia appeared. The two nostrils keep getting bigger and smaller, and the thick air is flowing in and out of the nostrils. This is really a brain overuse. The use of superpowers has soared to the limit. The elves of Oki rushed over, and Madame Huiji and Magiana immediately sent for treatment. This barely relieved Oka's pain, letting his bite slowly loosen, and his closed eyes slowly opened. Looked in the direction of the explosion, although it was said that this was indeed a chance and gave the firebird such a ruthlessness. Aoki did not think that the attack just now could defeat the firebird as a beast. This is a divine beast, and the level has reached level 94. How can a real divine beast be so easily defeated? With such a great deal of noise, is there no old fellow in the alliance or the army stationed inside Bayan Mountain noticed the situation here? Aoki thought in his mind. To be honest, this is a counterattack with a very immature mind. Aoki cannot give such a strong resistance to the firebird's provocation. After all, the other party is the real strong side, and the weak should shut up and endure in silence. This is the correct way to live in this world, this wild environment. But everyone has weaknesses, or weak points inside. And when Aoki saw Bagheera so ruthlessly blown away, passing by his own eyes, the string in his heart that he did not want to be touched was touched, thinking of the dark crow who finally took the attack for himself in the previous life. The effect of that knot in his heart can be imagined. So, Aoki is furious regardless of the consequences. Now the high flaming bird was successfully pressed to the ground by himself. Even if only temporarily, he had successfully retaliated back to Bagheera. The anger in my heart dissipated, and I thought carefully about how stupid I was just doing. It's stupid for your own security, it's just stupid. But for all the elves, including himself, it is comforting thought. How many times in a person's life can he have such an idea? Now Aoki is comfortable, but an elf is now really angry. Tigers don't send cats when I'm in critical condition. Well, a particularly loud bird's song sounded almost half of the mountains inside the Sylvan Mountain, and a large number of elves were startled by the song of the flame bird. I saw a giant flamingo covered with moist soil and looking a bit wobbly, flapping its wings from the ground and fluttering staggered. The temperature in the entire valley rose suddenly, the dark clouds slowly dispersed, and a beam of sunlight passed through the gradually dispersing dark clouds, just shining on the flame bird. Boom! A red-gold flame rose from his body. All the dirt and dust disappeared. The entire flamingo looked more handsome. The temperature in the valley was still rising, and Aoki slowly stood up from the ground with the help of Mrs. Huiji. Watching the flaming bird at this time. This is the true bird of fire, and this is what the world's fire spirit should be. But feeling Aoki in the state of the flame bird at this time, the heart is not very good. At this time, the white-haired old man who was still sitting calmly on the snow was also somewhat surprised. I didn't expect to be really irritated by this little guy. Good guy, how long hasn't this flame bird really got fired? The grey-haired old man looked strange. Forget it. Let's save the little guy first. This guy's anger is not so easy to soothe. When the old man was just about to leave, he was still in the same place. The surprise and wonder in his eyes grew thicker, stopping his figure. She actually appeared here, too. Was she attracted by this little guy? The surprise in the eyes of the old man grew stronger and stronger, and he gave up the intention of heading towards Aoki. Just don't know what the purpose of her appearance is to save that little guy. The old man's brow gradually frowned and began to think about the stakes in it. Aoki didn't know what happened on the Bayan Mountain Snow Mountain. He only knew that if no one appeared now, he would probably explain here. But after waiting for a long time, he did not wait for the attack of the flame bird, and even the flame bird did not look at himself at this time, but looked at a void without anything. Intuition told him that there must be something in this void at this time, but he could not perceive this elf nor human with the super power lacking in his eyes at this time. www.mentalnovel.com quickly knew about Aoki's current situation, so he pointed in an air and signaled that the other party was there, only because of some special ability, so he remained in a stealth state. Well, the flamingo shouted in that direction. It sounded full of momentum, but Aoki saw a little fear and a little awe from his eyes. To be able to make the flaming bird as a divine beast awesome, that is only the elves, and it is not an ordinary elven, it must be the legendary beast, strength, ability, or the beast of which the priesthood is above him. Soon Aoki's mind removed many of the beasts he knew, and finally locked on one of them. 1/3 more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1333 Dream Appear Dream. At this time, they can appear in Baiyin Mountain in Guandu area, and they can also make others invisible by stealth or some other special means, and they can make the flame bird so jealous. Only dream alike. The Rockets have been searching for dreams for so many years. Even her hometown turned over and she couldn't find her. It can be seen that when she wanted to hide, no one could really find her. But what Aoki couldn't understand was why the dream appeared here. Is it here to save yourself, or is it just passing by? Aoki thinks that she is more likely to pass by. After all, she and fantasy have no intersection. Oh, the flaming bird screamed again, expressing its anger. A weak worm embarrassed himself because of his temporary care. As a true beast, the flaming bird was a little difficult to contain his inner anger. At this crucial moment to vent his anger, such an elf appeared to stop himself. Don't I lose face with my flamingo? Okay, I admit it. When he saw the tiny elf waving his tail, it seemed harmless to humans and animals. But the flaming bird knew that she was powerful and resolutely admonished. With a bit of grievance, it was more of an angry look at Aoki, converging on the raging flames on his body, flapping his wings twice, and flying towards the depths of Baiyin Mountain. Aoki looked at the flaming bird that was leaving, sighing with relief, and finally hoped that the bird that was plagued was gone. But Aoki felt that his relationship with this flaming bird was not over, and he would definitely meet again in the future. But now he is more concerned about the elf who has not appeared, but can scare the flame bird. It is most likely a dream, but he didn't see it and couldn't be sure. Ki Dakli yelled, signaling that the elf was coming towards him. Aoki narrowed his eyes, but couldn't find the trace of the other party. But soon, he felt that he was surrounded by a heat flow, and the whole person felt very comfortable. The tingling sensations in the brain that often occurred because of the overuse of superpowers disappeared, even the exhausted superpowers. Quickly recovering, there was a feeling of returning to her mother's arms. A voice appeared in Aoki's ears, whispering and explaining something. Hearing this voice, Aoki really confirmed the identity of this elf, and it was a dream. Although in this world, I have never seen a real dream, but Aoki once encountered her dream and heard her voice through her hair. Fantasy. Aoki shouted her name. Sure enough, after Aoki shouted her name, dream no longer covered her figure, rolling in the air as if happy. Appearing like a pink kitten, the tail is about twice the height, the tip of the tail is olive-shaped, and the eyes are triangular. This cute little pink elf is exactly what the Rockets dream of. The dream. It is said that dream possesses the gene fragments of all the elves, so some people think that she is the ancestor of all the elves, but these are already things that cannot be refined. But because she has all the gene fragments of the elves, she can be transformed into almost any elves she wants, and almost can use their skills, so it is almost impossible to find a hidden dream. Even if it is powers like the Rockets have been searching for dreams for so many years and only found her hair. Dreaming at Aoki as if he had seen some funny toy, he circled around him, muttering softly. Slowly, Aoki seemed to understand the meaning of the dream voice. She seems to be saying, "Little tail, little tail, little tail, little tail." As she continued to shout and cheer, Aoki felt her inner joy. But Aoki was shocked. Little tail, are you calling yourself? Aoki was indeed a fluff on the fantasy tale, but that was the plot he felt in the fantasy ruins from the obtained fantasy fluff and the blood of the fantasy stained on it. Isn't that scene a dream or fantasy that has already happened? Why does fantasy know? Just as Aoki was meditating, Dream's slender tail gently touched his cheek. Aoki can feel the temperature on the fantasy tail and how soft it is. The superpowers on his body are quickly recovering. Originally, he used superpowers so much before, let alone instant recovery. It is quite good to be able to use superpowers again within a week, but with the help of dreams, Aoki's superpowers at this moment suddenly recovered to the heyday and can even improve. This is the ability to dream. Even the small retarded can be recovered, not to mention that Aoki is only exhausted of superpowers. Slightly improved superpower, Aoki wants to use ECG to connect to dream, and communicate a little to exchange feelings, But Dream does not agree with OKCCG. After seeing Aoki fully recovered, she was ready to leave. The color of the body is getting lighter and lighter, and it will disappear completely in the air. Suddenly she thought of something again. The little tail twitched gently in the air, and a small space crack appeared in front of Aoki. Then, from this crack in space, 5 or 6 black special symbols emerged, each with a different appearance and only one eye. After they saw Aoki, the inconsistent eyes were 1 or 2, and they radiated toward Aoki, turning into special characters engraved on his wrist. These black symbols are the unknown totems that have not been seen for a long time. At this moment, 6 unknown totems were added, which almost doubled. There were originally 8 on Aoki's wrist. Now 6 are added, for a total of 14. There are only 28 unknown totems in the entire Elven world. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki now has half of them on his wrist. After seeing the unknown totems all attached to Aoki's wrists, Dream became even more happy, shaking his tail and disappearing into the air, leaving only Aoki and his elves in this valley. But when Aoki came back, the dream had gone. After treating the injuries of the elves in the eyes of several injuries, they recovered the elven balls, leaving only the doll King and Mrs. Huiji. When the previous flickering dewy left the flamingo, she recovered a little bit of energy, and she flew away, for fear that Aoki would find her trouble. In this way, the whole valley suddenly became particularly quiet. Aoki was finally able to calm down and look for the material he was looking for. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1334 Second Legion Challenge Pat. When Aoki took the last material he was looking for in this valley, and finally there was a trace of movement in the valley that was so quiet. Aoki slowly sorted out the stains on his body, stood up and looked at the crowd standing behind him at this time. A group of people wearing dark green military uniforms, headed by a man with the Chinese character face, looked like Kongwu was powerful, and his clothes could not completely cover the flesh on his body. Behind the brave man with the national character face, there are all the Union soldiers in neat costumes, and they can see the perseverance from each of their faces. Everyone is followed by at least one elven, and the attributes of these elves carry the attribute of evil. An army made up of evil spirits. Aoki raised her brow slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face, and asked gently, "The second army?" The leading Chinese-faced brave man took a big step forward, first saluting, and then shouted in full spirit, "Hello Aoki, I am the temporary legionary commander of the 2nd Corps. On behalf of the entire 2nd Corps, yes, you apologize, this is our patrol area, but we did not arrive the first time." There was no such aggressive attitude as imagined, and he apologized first. Aoki glanced at the rogue panda who was taller than the man with a Chinese-faced face, and then glanced at the elves who followed him at the moment. It is indeed the most elite group of people in the Elven Alliance. Being able to enter the second army means that no one is better than them except the first army. At first glance, Aoki looked at it, except for some people who stood behind. All of them had the strength of the King of Heaven. Even the weakest elves have reached the elite level, properly the League's best troops. Because of their different training methods in combat and peacetime, if they are fighting alone, they may be weak except for the first strongman and a few officers. But don't look down on them because of this. When they form a legion, under the command of a unified and possessing sufficient strength and force, the combat power that can erupt is not so simple. Aoki's elves can resist the attack of the beast flame bird, but they may not really be able to resist a combination attack. If they just appeared when Aoki and the flamingo were fighting, as long as Aoki can successfully restrain the flamingo for a little time as before, and create opportunities for them, it is estimated that if the combination of skills goes down, the flamingo will not directly lose the fighting ability to become seriously injured. This is the power of the combined legion skills. Of course, in order to release such a combination of skills, it takes a long time to accumulate power, and there are great requirements for everyone in the legion. Otherwise, let alone the accumulation of power, may also lead to a decrease in power. So the legion, it takes such a long time to accumulate skills at the level of combined skills. In such a legion, The strength of a single person cannot play an absolute role, and the tacit cooperation with each other is the most critical. This man with a Chinese character face is now the temporary commander of the Second Army, which is the deputy of the Black Messenger. It is said that he was pulled up by his hand, and he has extra respect for the Black Messenger. Now it seems that Aoki couldn't think of a messenger like the Black Messenger, and his vision was rather good. This rogue panda with the national character face has the Quasar champion level strength. According to the wind speed dog of the 7th Army Corps Chief Tennessee when he came in, this national character face really has the ability to serve as the Legion leader. Aoki waved his hand and said, "It's okay, things have been resolved, you don't need to bother, there is nothing you can do to help yourself." Hearing Aoki's words, the brave man with the Chinese character face did not leave directly, but stared at Aoki with a burning gaze. Seeing his expression at this time, and the expressions of the people behind him, Aoki suddenly laughed. "If you have something, it is better to say it directly, and whether it is to you or to me in your heart cannot be regarded as one good thing." After hearing the words, a hesitation appeared on the face of the square-faced and strong man, but it was replaced by firmness soon. "Please King Aoki can tell me, is our former head really the undercover of the gods?" Sure enough, he still talked about the Black Messenger, but his attitude was much better than Aoki imagined. At least the senses given to him were much better than those given to him by Tennessee, the head of the 7th Legion Corps. This is what a Union soldier should look like. Go straight and do it if you don't want to. Slowly shook his head. Can't say that he is an undercover of the theology. From my personal perspective, he was just bewildered by the various interests of the religion, lost his heart to become a trainer, and was too chasing power. It is so powerful that it loses its soul. Originally, Aoki shook his head, and the eyes of the strong man with the Chinese character face were still slightly brightened, but after hearing Aoki's explanation, it quickly faded. "I can become a trainer. I can go to this point, and I have such strength because of the help of the head. Although I know this is a bit rude, I still want to challenge you, Aoki." This is not only an explanation for the help the head has given me over the years, but also an explanation for myself and for all our members. Regardless of the final outcome of today's battle, all your grievances from our Second Army and Okiyuki will be cancelled, the Chinese character bravely said firmly. Hearing his words, Aoki's mouth rose slightly. Interesting. www.mtlnovel.com. To be honest, from the beginning of this strong man talking, Aoki disappeared most of the Second Army's mustard, and the last word he said, even made Aoki to the Alliance Corps. This armed organization has a new understanding, at least as smooth as the 7th Army Commander Tennessee. The flattery of M-Arm cannot represent all the members of the Legion. As the former 2nd Army Legion leader, the Black Messenger has done a lot of leaked secrets to the Alliance, but at least he has done a very good job of managing and teaching the entire Second Army. Okay. Aoki nodded, gladly accepting the challenge of the Chinese character face strong man. The other party has clearly expressed his intentions and solutions. Aoki is also unwilling to be stared at by the entire Alliance Corps because of the Black Messenger. Since the cause of the incident is the Second Army, then it is drawn from the Second Army. Stop it. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1335. Bangular Martial Arts, a rogue panda, who looks a little dirty, fell to the ground and can no longer stand up and lose combat ability. Aoki still used Bangla, and very simply defeated the rogue panda at the peak of the opponent's Quasar champion. To be honest, with Bangla's current strength, as long as the opponent is at the same level with him, it is really difficult for any elves to win in the heads-up. After all, Bangla is at this time both in defense and attack. All of them can be called the top level. Even the arrogant scaly-tailed dragon, who has always been very proud, said that Bangla of Aoki is the most abnormal elf he has seen so far, and his defense ability has been increased. The general attack is almost impossible to break through his surface armor. It's almost like King Kong armor, and the scaly-tailed dragon with a cane frankly admits that even if he has heavy scale armor, his defense is not as strong as him at this level of Bangla. Coupled with the huge body and tonnage, What is exchanged is the powerful and terrifying power. If any elves of the same level choose close range and Bangula wrestling, they will come to their door to die. Bangula's only weakness may be his speed, but after the skill of the cliff sword, the speed seems less important, and even the ability to fly seems less important. The sword already has a certain flavor of Gyurato, especially after he completely absorbed the energy crystals of the original Gyurato. The sword of the cliff is already a relatively conventional skill for Bangira. If he wants, he can even create several swords of the cliff at the same time. Therefore, the rogue panda with a Chinese character face fell under the attack of Bangula, and there was no accident. And Arceus Bongil is not a reckless man who only knows how to use brute force. What is scary is that he has a lot of skills while possessing superpower. Although they don't have as good a mastery of skills as Flamingo and Matara, they are also a terrifying thing based on his strength. I'm not afraid Godzilla is tall and strong, I'm afraid Godzilla can martial arts. As soon as you know martial arts Bandler, ask if you are afraid. Therefore, when the brave man with the national character face saw his rogue panda defeated 3 or 2 times, he was also a little dazed. He thought that even if Aoki was very strong, he should at least be able to persist or entangle for a while, but did not expect to be resolved so soon. In fact, Aoki did not expect it to be so fast, until he asked the chip to scan the detailed data of Bangula, and found that all the values that he had stopped steadily continued to rise, which meant that the meaning was clear and clear. Now, Bangla is hitting the threshold of the championship. It can't even be said that it is hitting the threshold. It should be said that his body is crossing the championship level threshold without his own response. Therefore, his burst of strength has exceeded expectations. I believe that as long as he is given a day or even half a day of relaxation time, he can formally reach the championship level from the peak of the Quasi Championship. This may be what he gained after being beaten by the Flamingo today. For this, of course, the Chinese man with a Chinese character face does not know the situation of Bangula. From his point of view, it is clear that the momentum of Bangula is not much different from his rogue panda. There is no resistance at all. It seems that Aoki is really strong, and it is not a small trick to be able to defeat their leader. As an alliance soldier, the first priority to obey is to order, and the thing other than obeying the order is to respect the strong. Aoki is a strong. That's right, and it's not because of personal revenge that you act against their former commander. They have nothing more to blame on Aoki. Aoki is powerful. And since then there has been no conflict between the Second Army and Uranus. Thank you for your enlightenment. Guozi face directly acknowledged his failure and expressed his admiration for Aoki's strength. Having said that, he turned to prepare to retreat with his members. Excuse me, what's your name? Aoki saw that the other party was leaving, and then remembered that he didn't know the other party's name. It was something he shouldn't. Murphy. After the brave man with the Chinese character said his name, he ran away without looking back, and the other members of the Second Army also followed him in an orderly manner. Looking at this Murphy, Aoki's face showed a thoughtful smile. Who says that people with well-developed limbs must be simple-minded? This Murphy obviously has a bright mind. Not only is he not weak, but he is not without any careful thoughts or small thoughts. At least he came to Aoki today. It seemed that the purpose was very simple. He wanted to challenge Aoki and give an explanation to their former head. But why not give an explanation to all the people in the Second Legion today? No matter whether he wins or loses today, he will be supported by all members of the Second Legion. At least no one will object to him becoming the commander of the Second Legion. However, it is not a small secret movement, it is a matter on the forehead, so for this Murphy, Aoki not only has no disgust, but rather appreciates his approach. Moreover, during this time, there was more or less absolute contact with the Alliance Legion, so that Aoki had a better understanding of these legions of the Alliance. These legions of the Alliance are not well known to the broad masses. They only know that there are such a group of people, but they do not know their strength. In ordinary people's minds, The champion and the 4 heavenly kings are the most powerful force in various regions. Aoki used to understand this. Although there may be some deviations in the strongest force, it can also be said to be one of the top forces. But now it seems that www.mentalnovel.com the strength of these legionnaires is not much weaker than the average 4-day king. In addition, the officers and all members of the legion are actually more powerful than the 4-day king. More importantly, the head of the legion can release the combined skills with the entire legion, which is a very powerful killing move. There are also such people in the rockets. Mazishi is the strongest among them. His electrical army is also the most powerful army in the rockets. Of course, the 4 generals also have this ability. But it is a lot worse than Mazishi. It seems that he has a lot of hidden means. I don't know when I can see the old guys who have announced their retirement but are hiding in the dark. The alliance has been established for so many years, and the foundation is terrible. Sakagi is true. Is it really possible to overthrow the alliance's rule? Oka's face appeared with a thoughtful smile. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1336 Things about Carlos. Aoki did not choose to leave the interior of Silver Mountain directly after collecting the hardest and most precious materials in the Darklands Ocean. With his current strength, there are really not many places where he wants to find a suitable place to train the elves. Now even his weakest Lucario and wonderful Frog Flower and 2 Kixie Blue Birds have reached the standard. The level of Uranus, it is more troublesome to find a place to give them a proper battle. Since there are powerful elves everywhere, why should you settle for the second best thing and do nothing for yourself? Isn't this the best for them right now? Oka's current main spirit is either out of the Quasar Championship stage, or has already entered the championship level, or is entering the championship level. At this stage, it is more difficult for the spirit to improve. It may be that for Bangla, a week of continuous fighting may not improve his level by 1 level. Of course, if a suitable opponent is found, the increase may be accelerated or may be accelerated. However, if you just train and complete the training tasks on a daily basis, you may not be able to improve your level by 2 or 3 months. This is still the energy block and various materials invested in Aoki for Bongi at the top level. How can the average trainer afford the astronomical daily resource consumption of Bangla at this time? Therefore, when the strength reaches the level of Bangla, the speed of strength improvement will become much slower. Aoki can devote more energy to the elves whose strength is relatively faster at this time, such as Rodgalio, for example, Wonderful Frog Flower, can even say Tyrannosaurus. These are all suitable for the elven exercise of the level of the Dull King, let alone them. For others, the interior of this Silver Mountain may be dangerous everywhere, but for Aoki, even the most dangerous sacred animal, the flame bird, is hardened, and there is nothing more dangerous than this. So Aoki decided to retreat for a while in Baibianshan. Anyway, there is no major event in the Feniyuan Alliance. Anything that happens to the Alliance or the underground forces will be reported to him. Sorry, as long as Aoki is willing, a sneeze can strike the whole Feniyuan area 3 times. But now the Feniyuan area has finally settled down, and the Sky Team has just been able to develop steadily during this time and earn more resources. Now the underground force in Feniyuan area is a piece of scattered sand. It's time to settle down and build up the bottom line. Feniyuan area is okay, but Guandu area is because things are too big. Aoki is unwilling to participate. This is a whirlpool. There are too many forces and people paying attention to the Guandu area, and there are too many ambitious people who want to take a share. Aoki is just a very humble guy in it. He is completely you can wait until the end of the Guandu area before going out, and then see if there are any leftovers that can be touched. However, he did not care about things in the Guandu area. But it did not mean that he would not participate in things in other areas. Carlos area. As a region not long after joining the league, the overall strength is not weak, but it is slightly worse than other regions, and it is also officially because of this. The Spark team that appeared earlier under the intervention of Aoki has developed rapidly. Vladilis' strength has also improved rapidly. Some time ago, He also asked whether Oki was going to participate in the selection of the 4 heavenly kings in the Kalos area. Finally, he gave up this idea under the explanation of Oki. After all, he is not the same as Oki. The focus is still on the Flash team. Serving as the 4 heavenly kings will not be his help, but will become his puppet. However, Oki suggested that he could attract a good person who did not have the background to run for the 4 heavenly kings. With the support of the Flash Flame team, it was not helpless, and when the other party became the 4 heavenly queen, he could give the Flash Flame team some help. In the end, after analysis and calculation by the two, they felt that Bagheera, who is good at fire spirits, is a very good candidate. Vladali has sent some people to contact her. If Oki is free, it is best to run a trip in person. After all, Vladali sees people who value Oki's size as more or less. With her strengths, Oki is such a good person at persuasion. In addition to this, Oki has been asking Vladali to help collect super evolutionary stones. Super evolution is not yet public. If Oki wants to get the most benefit before the super evolution comes out, it is now to collect more super evolutionary stones, any species, any of super evolutionary stones, and it will become an incredible wealth. Now that the movement of the gods is getting bigger and bigger, sooner or later the super evolution will be announced. Whether or not it is announced by Oki. Once announced, it will have a great impact on the entire world of the Elven world. The Kalos area is the birthplace of super evolution, and it is also the place with the most super evolutionary stones. Now is the best time to collect it. It is not difficult to find it. The Flash Flame team has collected quite a lot of super evolutionary stones. Just wait, take Oki to get it. There are also many elves in Oki who can super evolve. But there are no super evolving stones that can be matched, so the Kalos area must also be visited after some time. However, he cannot let too many elves perform super evolution at the same time, and some elves have a lower level. Even if they are super evolved, they cannot provide much help. It is better to give the elves good time during this free time. Go through it. At least in his opinion, there are still many elves who have a lot of room for improvement. As for Clay's recovery potion, it is not in a hurry to make it. Now Clay has just returned to the championship level, and needs to be a little familiar with the physical situation. And every time he used this kind of recovery medicine, it was a kind of mental torture for Clay. It is better not to use it for a short time. This time, the amount of medicine is not too big. www.mentalnovel.com. It makes Clay feel this level of pain. The next time you want to restore more strength, you will definitely need a larger amount of medicine. This he needs to be fully prepared, both physically and mentally. Then Oki left this 9-tailed valley to find a suitable place to exercise the elves. The range inside Bayan Mountain is still very large, and Oki has enough options. At the same time, while training the elves, he also needs to further exercise his superpowers. Becoming a high-level superpower to this day, he will not even use instant movement. It is simply a waste of his space talent. In addition, 6 unknown totems were added at once, and Oki also needed to communicate with them to see if they had any important unknown secrets. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1337. Take the pot. Hey, President, are you looking for me? Where have you been in the past 2 months? There are no people in the Alliance headquarters, and a few friends who asked. You don't know where you are. Isn't it okay without me? Just go out and find a place to practice and improve your strength. You are the 4 heavenly kings. I haven't seen anyone all day. Forget it, forget it. There are some important things that you need to take part in now. Okay. What do you say? The Gwandu Regional Division Conference will be held in the Union headquarters of Bayan Shan 3 days later. At that time, a grand authorization ceremony will be held for the 2 major regions of Kanto and the city, including the announcement of the 4 heavenly kings in the 2 regions. You as our Feng representatives from the marginal region go to participate. How can such a big thing make me represent our Feniyun area? Isn't there a teacher and you? I'm a little worse. At this time, The two who were communicating through the Alliance communicator were Oki, who was inside the Silver Mountain, and Adams, who was in the headquarters of Feniyuan Alliance. As for what they communicate, it's just as said above. Oki has been practicing inside Bayin Mountain for 2 months, and within these 2 months, the Kanto Alliance has finally completed the division of the 2 major regions of Kanto and Chengdu, and all alliances have been assigned positions and rights. Almost everything has settled. This is the result of the final game of the multilateral forces, and the birth of this result, in Oka's opinion, is the beginning of a storm that will sweep the entire elven world. Your teacher and that guy haven't returned since the last time they left. The two of you and your teacher are really carved in a mold. The ability to get rid of things is your strongest. If your teacher has another one, even if the month does not return, I will announce that he left the post without permission and automatically deprived him of the position of the 4 heavenly kings. Also, I have already stepped down as the champion of the league. As the president of Feniyuan League is not suitable to participate in such a ceremony. Only you are most suitable to think about it, isn't it? The foremost famous king on the internet, the Sandstorm King in Feniyuan area. At last. Where did your kid go to practice? There aren't many places for you to experience now. Ha 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 ha, inside Bayin Mountain. Oki thought, and finally chose to tell the truth. Adams said nothing. Feeling you push and push, you are still in Bayin Shan. Then it really is who you give up. It's settled. At that time, you will participate in this ceremony on behalf of the Feniyuan area. In order to show your strength, maybe you will also hold a temporary exhibition show of the King of Heaven. You may become one of the challenged. Be prepared in advance. Don't humiliate us, Adams emphasized. Don't be ashamed. How much do I need to do to be ashamed? Oki asked. People within 10 years of age can't lose. Pat. After speaking, Oki found that this call had been cut off by Adams. It can be seen that he really did not want to give Oki a chance to refute. After all, the 4 heavenly kings that are so free in Feniyuan area are only Oki. Adams is unwilling to spend 2 months and 2 of his powerful assistants to make up this apparently laborious task, wasting time and energy. Focus. Yes. Wasting time. This kind of waste of time is obviously better left to some free people. And to a certain extent, Adams thinks that Oki's strength may already be higher than that of Huiyu and Bonnie. Because of the Black Messenger, Adams also deliberately investigated the strength of the Black Messenger, his previous interpersonal relationships, and so on. He found that his strength was above that of Huiyu and Bonnie. Then Oki was able to defeat him again. It shows that Oki has hidden at least 30% or more of its strength. Regarding the purpose of a person's self-hiding strength, Adams does not make judgments and guesses, but the fact is that Oki is the most suitable candidate to participate in this ceremony in addition to Yuan Zai. Looking at the communicator in his hand, Oki kept silent for a long time. Forget it. It's almost 2 months. It's time to go out and walk, so as not to miss this grand event. This is the first time in the history of the Elven League that a large region was divided into 2 regions. When it comes out, let me take a look at this alliance's net. It's really unreliable, Oki said to himself. At the same time, he took out the Elven ball and took back the elves one by one, leaving only Xanadu. When entering the interior of Bayin Mountain before, the superpower coordinates were left by Shanai Duo, so now if you want to leave quickly, it is more convenient to use instant movement. Maybe there will be more time to make the Dalai's healing potion. As Adams said, there may be 4-level king-level battles in this ceremony. If Tkli can recover some strength at this time, the benefits of Oki will be obvious. And after such a period of getting along, not to mention that the tacit understanding with Tkli has reached a certain level, but it is only a matter of fighting, and there is no problem with Tkli's accomplishment. Sinnoh. After knowing what Oki meant, Shanai nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. The superpower escaped from Shanai body, wrapped Oki, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Teleportation starts. But it was surprising that for Shanai, the momentary movements that were as simple as drinking water were unsuccessful. Oki, with a somber face and frowning, looked a bit uncomfortable. Shanaite returned to his place and returned to them. Just disappeared. Who? Aoki yelled, hearing his anger in his voice. Don't look at teleportation is a very simple thing for Xanadu www.mentalnovel.com, but the superpowered spirit is most afraid of being interrupted forcibly when using teleportation, and then fall into unknown space. In the middle, the superpower is damaged. Just now, in order to prevent herself and Aoki from falling into the unknown space, her superpowers have been damaged to a certain extent. Fortunately, she and the Dull King have learned how to deal with this situation. Otherwise, it would not be so easy. Aoki King, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You weren't a king of kings last time. I didn't expect that after such a short time, you became an alliance king. A woman's voice appeared in the forest. There was a lot of teasing and ridicule in the words. Aoki looked up with his voice, and saw that in the air at this time, a woman wearing a silver-grey dress was the woman in the silver-grey coat who helped the Hunters Guild last time and dragged Genji. The two elf women of Dios and Ladias. It's you, Dash. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1338. I can only trouble you with me. Aoki has a somber face and is a divine person. Only the divine person possesses such powerful superpowers that can prevent Shan Nijuo's momentary movement. After all, Shan Nijuo's strength is not weak. He is also a king-level elf. Teleportation is what she is good at. What? Are you here to avenge your black messenger? Aoki's face slowly recovered, staring at her. The special focus is still the two elves who are flying around her at this time. The blue Radius and the red Radius, two elves that can be called beasts. Adams also had Aladios, and Aoki had also given him a full-body examination, knowing that this elf had more powerful potential than the trisex beasts such as the Flame Bird, Lightning Bird, and Frozen Bird. Oh, hearing Aoki's words, the woman in the silver-grey coat covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing her smile, Aoki frowned. Don't you guess at all why you defeated the Black Messenger, but he died halfway after successfully escaping? The expression on the face of the woman in the silver-grey coat looked like she was articulating a story. It's very common. It's just a mix of jokes and taunts. You did it? If this is the case, everything can be explained. With the strength of the last three evil dragons of the Black Angel at the time, and his special hiding ability as a man in the religion, it is almost impossible to escape. Willing to be found and hunted down. But now it seems that if the person doing this is also a godly person with this ability, then everything is reasonable. Hearing Aoki's problem, the other party just spread his hands and didn't say anything. But she could tell from her movements and behaviors that this was what she did. A person who can attack the members of one's own forces shows that this woman is not as simple as her strength or effort. Then what are you going to do here now? Don't you know that this is the interior of the Sylvan Mountain, and any non-members entering it will be besieged by the troops stationed here? Although your strength is very strong, I'm afraid that you can't catch a legion, Aoki said with a serious expression. But the woman in the silver-grey coat laughed with her mouth covered. How can you be sure that I'm not a member of the Alliance? Maybe it's the people inside the Silver Mountain that the Alliance invited me to, and now your Alliance is taking care of itself. There are a lot of broken things waiting for them. It is estimated that Bei and Shan will be out of control in a short time. Didn't you find out that after leaving individual teams inside Bayan Mountain, all the other legions have gone out? Hearing the words of the other person, Aoki's brow frowned even more. The other person obviously knew more than his alliance king. Although he stayed here for 2 months, it was not uninformed. To this extent, seeing Aoki's expression, the woman in the silver-grey coat laughed even more happily. Actually, I didn't come here for any major event. I just hope that Aoki will stay in Bayan Mountain for another 4 days, until everything is settled. I'm guaranteed to let you go out safe and sound and give you a great gift. It's a very pleasant thing to get a great gift without doing anything. 4 days? 3 days later, the Kanto area was divided into the Kanto area and the Sungdo area. Although I grew up to be a 4-day king of the region, strong, and considered a higher class, this major event should happen, it is not right to have a great relationship with himself, otherwise Adams would not let Oki participate in a joke tone before. At most, there are several demonstration games of the King of Heaven, and it's enough to walk through one of them, and it will not have much impact on the whole ceremony. Originally, Oki still had the mentality of not being able to go without wanting to be mixed, but being told by this person, interest suddenly came up, and I suddenly wanted to see what happened when I went to participate. What if I must participate? Oki asked. As if I had known that Oki would answer like this, the woman in silver grey outerwear said immediately, then there is no other way, I can only use force to ask you to stay with me. But rest assured that the last gift will still be delivered to you. That being said, it was a rush and impatient look, as if looking forward to fighting Oki. Oki glanced again at Radius and Radius next to each other, and a corner appeared in the corner of his mouth. Pokemon, Radius Blue Residual. Gender, male. Level, 82. Attribute, Dragon plus superpower. Characteristics, floating. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, farewell gift, help, reply blockade, spirit wave, mysterious guardian, hold, dragon dance, auxiliary power, refreshing, healing waves, dragon breath, pure light, spiritual transfer, self-regeneration, mind transfer, mind head, power sharing, mental strength, dragon wave, teaching skills, meteor cluster, hiccups, downwind, fluctuations in water, sharpening, clearing dense fog, freezing wind, mind transfer, mind hammer. Skill learner, dragon claw, spirit shock, frozen light, feather, mysterious guardian, sunbeam, 100,000 volts, earthquake, shadow ball, swallow return. Pokemon, Radius Blue Residual times. Gender, female. Level, 82. Attribute, Dragon plus superpower. Characteristics, floating. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, healing wish, helping, praying, spirit wave, mysterious guardian, playing with water, coquetry, auxiliary power, refreshing, healing waves, dragon breath, mist ball, spirit transfer, self-regeneration, mirror attributes, idea hammer, defensive equalization, mental strength, dragon wave, teaching skills, meteor swarm, frozen wind, downwind, play, water fluctuation, swap field, magic space. Skill learner, hold, dragon claw, frozen beam, destroy light, light wall, 100,000 volts, earthquake, shadow ball, reflection wall, swallow return, charming, steel wings. When I saw these two elves before www.untilnovel.com, Oki did not scan their data. After all, it happened suddenly, and the distance was a little far away, but today I successfully saw the data of these two elves, and found something that interests him. That is, these two elves, Ladios and Ladias, are not real divine beasts, not the ones with a priesthood, even the ones without a priesthood. The information given after the chip scan is incomplete. But the meaning of these two words is too much. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1339 Luxury lineup. For the sake of simplicity, the two elves of this woman, Radios and Radius, are inherently flawed. Although in terms of strength and potential, they are still much better than ordinary elves, but compared to the kind of beast and spirit in Oka's heart, there are still some gaps. At least with Oki, there is a big gap between Radius of Adams. If it is complicated, is it possible that these two defective products of Radius and Radius represent a theology or a special organization, and are likely to be able to reproduce such defective products? Of course, this speculation is more exaggerated, but it is not without any trace of possibility. It looks like a battle is bound to happen. I don't know if you are ready. Once you start this kind of battle, you may have to die, Oki said lightly. Her mouth asked her if she was ready, but her body very honestly took off the elven from her belt and threw them in front of her. Ghost at level 83, Bangalore at level 81, Dull King at level 80, Boscadora at level 78, Flaming Chicken at level 79 and Tyrannosaurus at level 71. The strength of these elves has been quickly picked up in the past 2 months. Of these 6 elves, the greatest increase in strength is of course Tyrannosaurus, although the level of level 71 is a lot worse than that of the other 5 elves, his victory is relatively solid, and the original level of strength is relatively low. In a difficult environment, the power, the speed of strength improvement should be fast. After all, for them, the interior of this silver mountain can only be a place between ordinary difficulty and difficult difficulty, but for Tyrannosaurus, this is the typical difficulty, and they want to adapt as soon as possible. Life on Hell difficulty. Then you can only quickly improve your strength and make yourself a member of Hell. Fortunately, his foundation was very solidly built by Aoki, so the rapid improvement in strength had an impact on him, but it had little effect. And it's not just the Tyrannosaurus that is rapidly increasing in strength. He has the least influence in this group of fast-growing spirits. This situation is just like what Aoki hopes before preparing to start the training here. The more powerful sprites will be slightly slower to upgrade, while the relatively low sprites will have strength in high intensity and high danger environments. The speed of lifting will definitely be a lot faster. As for the extent to which this is a lot, it is necessary for Aoki to control it. But as long as he continues to follow this situation, then in a short period of time, all the main battle elves will almost stay within the level gap within 10 levels, and in this level gap, even if it is the elves with the biggest difference in strength, and they can also participate in various lineups. In other words, he can look at what Aoki hopes to achieve at the moment. All the elves and lineups can be switched and controlled according to the situation of the opponent. For example, among the 6 elves that are summoned now, the first 5 are the regular configuration of his Sandstorm plastic surgery, but the last one chooses Tyrannosaurus. Is Tyrannosaurus strong? No, because Tyrannosaurus looks handsome. Does it look more imposing? This is certainly not true. Mainly because the opponent's mobility and flexibility are too high. Aoki cannot guarantee whether she will send elves in the course of fighting with the opponent. It should be said that she can seize the opportunity to send the elves directly to complete the beheading. When Gengui is not in the shadow, Aoki needs to give himself some security. Of course, if necessary, he will summon other elves to participate in this battle. After all, it is a life and death battle. As long as it can win, it is all feasible. Seeing that Aoki summoned 6 elves and looked ready to confront, a little surprise appeared in her eyes. Before coming to Aoki, she actually did some homework and knew what Aoki's strength was, but now it seems that Aoki's strength is still above her imagination. But in fact, it should be the case if you think about it carefully. After all, the Black Messenger fell down at the feet of Aoki. Her strength is better than the Dark Angel, but it is really much stronger. There is a big gap. It is not necessarily. After all, the position and position are at the same level, and if she has the strength to kill the Black Angel, this guy who has been so annoying to her has been solved for a long time. Aoki has spread out the shelf, and if she doesn't show it now, she will become passive when Bang Era of Aoki completely takes the initiative. By the way, you don't know what my name is yet. My name is In. It is probably the name that will make you remember for a long time. The woman also took out the elven ball and threw it all into the air. A quasi-god spirit in the Guandu area. The dragon is an elf dragon, a desert dragonfly known as a flying earth dragon, a quasi-long elf in the United District. 3 evil dragons, and a flying and dragon elf with huge ears that looks like a bat. Sonic Dragon. Coupled with radios and radios who have been with her, this is exactly the same dragon lineup as Genji. And the exaggeration of its lineup is completely inferior to that of Genji. 2 dragons are divine beasts. One is a Quasician dragon, one is a Quasician dragon and 3 evil dragons. Luxury. If you have to use 2 words to describe it, there are only these 2 words. I believe that in this elf world, the luxury of the lineup alone, the goddess Ayin should be able to rank among the top 5. However, after seeing the 3 evil dragons, Aoki showed a thoughtful expression. Don't guess. Yes, This is the 3 evil dragons of Lohai. They are now my elf, and our relationship is not bad. Then, Yin flew to the back of the 3 evil dragons by himself. I saw 3 evil dragons hit a spirit and nodded again and again, for fear that if they nodded slowly, they would suffer the same terrible things. The 3 heads nodded together. www.mentalnovel.com, indicating that this woman's means are good. After all, 3 heads represent 3 personalities. However, from the point of view of Oki now, this woman's lineup of elves seems to be quite powerful, and each of them has almost the championship level strength. However, except for Adios and Radias, the remaining 4 elves her fear seems significantly higher than her love and affection. In other words, the tacit understanding between the elves and the trainers is not enough. Then from the lineup, the opponent does not have a clear tactical core. This is a reckless team that has accumulated with hard power. Some people are afraid of reckless husbands. They feel that they do not play cards according to common sense. It is difficult to cope, and they do not like coping. However, for Oki, on the contrary, he likes to fight with the reckless team. Otherwise, how can he reflect his superb tactics and feel the feeling of being a strategic trainer? Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1340. The strong are on their own. If it is the former Dragon Legion, even if it is a Dragon Legion without a clear core, it is difficult for any trainer to face directly. After all, the power of dragon spirits is deeply rooted in the deepest thoughts of every trainer. Until the appearance of the fairy line, this kind of thinking was slightly relieved. But the power of the dragon spirit has never been doubted. Even when the trainer introduces himself, if he is a dragon trainer, people's first impression of him may be, "Wow, dragon." Then, there are only 2 words that can describe the dragon spirit and the trainer of the dragon spirit. They are powerful. Otherwise, why did Du Tanwang choose the dragon line as his main line? Although the fairy department had really caused a great impact on the dragon elves when it was first introduced, but later it was discovered that the original dragon elves are powerful. Even if there is a fairy department, they only have one for them: restrictions. But this restriction is not enough to make the dragon elves fall from the altar. And the fairy department has not been fully popularized. People still know a little about this attribute of the fairy department. But unfortunately, our Oki is different from these people. His understanding of the fairy system, if it is the second person in the elven world at this time, no one can say that he is the first person. Therefore, after seeing the others elves, Oki decisively took out 2 elven again, summoning Lady Huiji at level 79 and Diane at level 70. The number of elves occupy some, which in Oki's view is not a problem at all. The 6 elves are prescribed for those trainers who have no strength, and a trainer who is capable like him can use a few more elves in the battle of life and death. And there is no problem at all. It seems that you are not quite sure what kind of restraint the goblins will have on dragon spirits. Is it because you are too confident in your dragon spirits, or do you not know very well about the spirits of this nature? Oki rolled up his sleeves slowly. Today, he thought he was going back, and he changed his clothes with a brand new Heavenly King, but he couldn't get dirty, because this is the last set of new clothes left on him. Adams said that he can't humiliate the Feniyun area, then he must be humiliated from the outside up to the inner strength. Either don't go, do the best ritual in the whole ceremony, the most beautiful cub. Fairy department, I have forgotten that the person standing in front of me is not only the Alliance's Sandstorm King, but also the father of the fairy. The person who found the attribute of the fairy system for the entire elven world. Yin revealed the false expression of "I'm so surprised, I'm so surprised." Then she said, "I have seen many people, many people." After the emergence of the fairy, the dragon spirits will be propagated everywhere, and the trainers of the dragon spirits will not be so invincible. Oki, your teacher is the king of the dragon department. Have you ever seen him defeated by any trainer who specializes in the fairy department? Or does he have any fear of elves? No. Why? Because the strong are on their own. When he heard what he said, Oki smiled for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Yes, the strong should be strong. In the process of communication between the two, the elves of the two have prepared the battle preparations in advance. With the help of Gengui, Bangla has created all the double sandstorms. At this time, the forests in this place have been covered by the yellow sand. As soon as a period of time elapses, a white sand mountain will appear. Desert area. A Yin's elf, with the advantage of flying, also opened up the formation. In fact, it can't be said that Yin's elves have no core. Radios and radios are the core of her lineup at this time, similar to the status of the Doll King in the Oki team. However, the sandstorm in Bangla is very different from the one used before. After all, the opponents are different. In the sandstorm in Bangla this time, in addition to the superpower net of the Doll King, also incorporated the second thing. The misty grounds of Madame Hwaji and Diani. The purple mist and the yellow sandstorm are completely merged together. This is the cooperation method that Oki used to practice together when Bagheera and Madame Hwaji and Diani trained together. As for whom, Keek. Therefore, the battle mode at this time is called Oki, the dragon slaying team in the sandstorm field. In this sandstorm and the misty field, a battle method is completely integrated, so the dragon spirits in it must not only be subject to continuous interference and damage from the sandstorm, but also endure suppression of the dragon spirits by the misty field and hinder. The so-called sandstorm field is where the sand is, and where the field is. Although this kind of sandstorm field is not as harmful and destructive as Chisha Purgatory, it is targeted enough and effective in restraining dragon spirits. When a Yin felt their current state from his elves, he couldn't help paying more attention to Oki. Oki jumped on the back of Tyrannosaurus with Diane, and their strength was a little different from each other. Their great role was to protect Oka's personal safety, and the battle was handed to the appropriate elves. Genghis' eyes flashed red, slowly immersed in the shadows. The flaming chicken took a special rhythmic step, rushed straight towards the opponent, and the first shot of the frontal battle was started by the flaming bird. Leaping forward, the speed of jumping up is very fast. The height of the opponent from the ground, with the strength of the flame chicken, can be reached with a small jump. Holding a fist is like holding a flame in your palm and heading towards the three evil dragons. A Yin's face and a smile. You let the flaming chicken charge alone? Didn't this put him in a dangerous situation? Speaking, the 6 eyes of the 3 evil dragons emit red light at the same time, and 3 shadow condense and form in the mouth instantly. Not only that, the other elves also aimed at the flaming chicken, and calculated his flying speed and trajectory. In such high altitudes, the inability to fly means that the speed and direction cannot be changed. Who said the flaming chicken was charged alone? Oka's voice has just fallen. www.mtlnovel.com. From behind the flame chicken, a gang ghost suddenly emerged, with the flame chicken as a springboard. He flew towards radios and radios not far away. Go with, I guessed it, a Yin said, and at the same time, radios and radios turned their superpowers into sharp blades, cut them towards Gengi, and restrained them with superpowers. Such 2 attacks may directly make Gengi lose his combat ability. Don't worry, Oki said, and the foolish king came forward to Boss Kadola, and then disappeared again. Boss Kadoro appeared above Radioth, while the superpower of the Doll King was blocked in front of Gengi. I'm not in a hurry, because I still guessed. When talking, it's like 2 children are smarter than anyone else. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1341. Martial arts from the sky. Yin's elves are all flying elves, occupying the initiative in the air. As long as she does not take the initiative to attack, the other party must first rush into the air if she wants to attack her in the air. Then at this time, she can target the other party. Reacts in a series of actions. Anyway, her task is to hold Oki for a certain time, not to defeat him. Of course, if Oki loses too much power during the attack, and she has a well-preserved time, it may be an undesirable option. But her task is still to hold Oki. Boss Kotola fell from the top of radios, but radios didn't care. because the fast dragon that was always strong was waiting by his side to meet the impact of Boss Kotola. A smile appeared on Oki's face when she heard the other person say she had guessed. Ha! Exclamation mark. Boss Ghidorah and Quick Dragon came in a very close contact. Quick Long thought he could bear the weight of Boss Ghidorah, but he overestimated his strength, or underestimated Oki. Bosco pulled weight, tonnage. Have you ever seen an elf who is up to 3 meters in height and covered with steel armor with a density comparable to diamonds? When Quick Dragon reacted and wanted to break free, it was too late, and Boss Kotola grabbed the 2 short wings of Quick Dragon, and at the same time raised 4 rock chains from his body. The dragon was tied tightly with itself, and the sand of Bangala appeared in time, binding them together. When Ayin saw this scene, she wanted to command other elves to help, but she didn't have the opportunity and strength to order, because the flame chicken at this time had rushed to her not far with her fist. The attacks of 3 evil dragons, desert dragonflies, and sonic dragons were immediately smashed towards the flame chicken, but they saw the feet of the flame chicken kicking in the air and jumping up into the sky again, avoiding the fancy one's skill, because at that critical moment, the sand of Bangla formed on the soles of his feet in a timely manner, as if in cooperation with countless times of such fighting methods. One knew when the sand would appear under his feet, and the other when. Your own companions need to understand the sand by generating sand at their feet. Who said that a flightless elf would become a living target completely when he reached Media? The premise is that he needs a partner who is very acquainted with each other and can know what partner the other person wants by knowing each other's actions. After such a long time, the tacit understanding between Bangala and Bangala is self-evident. Not only that, the flaming chicken ran directly in midair. Wherever he went, it was where the sand was, and there was nothing in front of him. The flaming chicken simply lifted his legs and moved this step quickly without any fear, and when he stepped on when going down, the surrounding sand will just form a footing point made of sand when his feet fall. It is the first time that Ayin has seen such cooperation. Because of this cooperation, the trainer can't command it at all. It depends on the mutual understanding of the elves. Turn the direction, give up 3 evil dragons, and rush towards the desert dragonfly, and on the other side, at this time, Boss Ghidorah successfully knocked the fast dragon down. Accidents on both sides occurred at the same time, so Ayin did not have that much response time. Immediately afterwards, the desert dragonfly who had prepared for the defense saw the flame chicken turn around, and the Yanhui skill was perfectly integrated into his movement. When the desert dragonfly reacted again, the flame chicken appeared behind him. At present, Ayin has 2 choices. The first is Boss Ghidorah who knocked the fast dragon down, and the other is the flaming chicken that suddenly appeared behind the dragonfly in the desert, squeezing his hands with both hands, and accumulating 0.1 second. This is not a very difficult choice to make. In just 1 second, Ayin made a choice and solved the flame chicken first. Very simple choice and very sensible choice. Compared to Boss Ghidorah, the Prime Minister obviously needs to solve the flame chicken better. This is an analysis based on the characteristics of the elves. Of course, there is a more important point. The current Lodios and Ladios are obviously entangled by the Dull King and Gengi, and they can't break free in a short time, and Boss Ghidorah has already pulled the fast dragon to the ground. Come on, where is the Bengala and Mrs. Huiji waiting? Quick Dragon is obviously a bit fierce, but the flame chicken is different. Don't look at it because he cooperated with Bangla, hit her by surprise. But now there are 3 elves beside the flame chicken, and he only has 1 elves. As long as he can solve it quickly in Uki before long, solve him, then the situation will return to the original situation again. So, making this choice doesn't seem to be very difficult. Boom! Exclamation mark. There was a loud roar on the ground, and a lot of cracked ground, as if complaining to 2 trainers about its anger at this time. However, it is a pity that its complaint did not play any role. Instead, it only made a certain elf more jealous. Boss Ghidorah rose quickly from the ground, as if the impact had not harmed him. But then, 4 huge vines sprang out of the soil. Don't be nervous, this is not revenge on the earth, but the skill of Our Lady Huijita not just wanting to get up. The fast dragon who was beaten up and down again made a very close contact with the ground. This thing tells people a truth, if it is said to go down the rocks as soon as possible. Although it seems that this truth has too much causality with this matter, but he came. He came at a healthy pace. Bagheera appeared in 3 and 2 steps next to Boscadora. The rock skill has a strong restraint effect on flying spirits, especially a flying spirit that is lying on the ground and cannot take off. Needless to say, the sharp stone attack and falling rock are the most horrible ones. Boscadola's double-edged hammer can almost make this fast dragon shit. Coupled with Mrs. Huiji's power of the moon www.mentalnovel.com that really makes Qa Long come back. Unfortunately, the strength of Qa Long's body, he encountered the elves that can completely suppress him, both in strength and size, and one touch or two. Of course, there is not much resistance, and it quickly loses its fighting ability. On the other side, Ayin also carried out a siege of the flaming chicken with 3 elves. If there is any difference between the flame chicken and the fast dragon, it is that the fast dragon has lost the autonomy of the body from the beginning, and the flame chicken has always been able to keep the body flexible. Bagheera did not give up his help to the flaming chicken while dealing with the fast dragon with Boscadora. Fourth more, ask for a monthly pass. Thank users and for 5 rewards. If you have time, you can like more than one character. Thank you. Chapter 1342 Exchange. It is precisely because of this difference that it will lead to completely different endings. A flame chicken swallowed back to the desert dragonfly, and squeezed his fists. The flame was ready to go. But at last it did not send out, because in Oki's plan, the main purpose of the flame chicken is to contain the other side, and to give the other side of the team enough time to stabilize the outcome of this battle. So when a green energy hood emerged from the desert dragonfly, the flame chicken retreated decisively, pulling the distance from the desert dragonfly. For this result, Ayin definitely did not expect it, so she frowned and let the sonic dragon and desert dragonfly immediately launch a counterattack, and various long-range skills attacked the flaming chicken rolling in the air at this time. However, the shape and pace of the flame chicken is like a beautiful waltz jumping in the air. The acceleration characteristics and the speed bonus of the sword dance skills have long allowed him to increase his speed to the limit at this time, even if it is a very scattered attack, and it is not particularly difficult to dodge when there is somewhere in the air to borrow. The once-moving ape was able to do it, but it was still in the air that he could not use his own strength. Now the fire chicken of Oki in his deliberate training is already stronger and more flexible than that. There is a lot of land, and there is sand in Bagheera that can assist in the air, so this is not a very difficult thing for him. Even if the other party seized the gap between his physical actions, Bagheera's sand could still stand in front of him at critical moments. This is why the flame chicken dare to challenge the other one by one. Because the other party is a reckless husband. What is the most afraid of reckless husbands? The most fearful thing is that he is reckless enough, but he can't reckless the other person, but he is played by the other person. The flaming chicken is very competent but completes this task perfectly. When Ayin saw Qa Long losing her fighting ability, she was furious, and used her superpower directly to give the flaming chicken an unexpected drag. Although this would not cause much damage to the flaming chicken, it caused the flaming chicken's original perfect dodge rhythm to be flawed. It was hit by 3 evil dragons' frontal attacks and fell from the air to the ground. Fortunately, the reaction of Bagheera was fast enough to catch the falling flaming chicken with sand, and appeared next to the flaming chicken at a very fast speed. The other idiot kings and Gengui immediately gave up their opponents who were entangled with them. They moved around and appeared next to the flaming chicken. They stared at the 3 evil dragons who wanted to chase after them. The 3 evil dragons have fought with Oki, knowing what the elf of Oki will look like when they erupt. So when they saw this, they decided to persuade, and Ayin didn't blame him. In that case, he rushed forward, but he just killed himself. So the elves of both sides returned to their trainers again, guarding each other over a distance, almost the same as the beginning. The difference is that In's fast dragon fell to the ground aside, and Aoki's flaming chicken was only injured. Although it was not a minor injury, it was not a serious injury. It was recovering quickly with the help of Mrs. Huiji. Yin's eyes were filled with anger and calm Aoki, and their faces turned perfectly from the beginning. What, no more fights? Aoki asked lightly. Hearing Aoki's words, Yin's face soon recovered, and even a smile appeared, as if the fast dragon had lost the ability to fight. To her, it was not a particularly important matter. It seems that Aoki is very confident in his own strength, and he is still very confident, Yin said with a smile. After hearing that, Aoki smiled. Oh, it seems that Miss Yin is very confident in her own strength, but in my opinion, she seems to have some lack of confidence. Why not use the special method of your god? I believe your strength can be improved a lot. It seems that you really know a lot about the gods, but it is also because the black messengers have been made by you. Now I really want to see the faces of the old guys. They have never kept you in my eyes. It seems that it's too late, Yin said with a shame, shaking his head. But when he heard In's words, Aoki moved in his heart. Old guy. Guys? It seems that there are really a lot of hidden things in the religion, but I don't know how many old guys there are, but it seems that the other party will not say more about this. If you don't want to fight, then I'll leave. Aoki bluntly said. I lost this battle, and I was convinced to take it, but the gift I said before, I still have to deliver it to you, without delaying you to return to the alliance. Yin said. Say, I will take back the elf first. After speaking, he took out the elf ball and took back his elf one by one, leaving only Ladios and Ladias to protect her personal safety. However, when she was about to recover the fast dragon that fell to the ground, she was blocked, and the dull king crossed in front of the fast dragon, blocking the red light of the elven ball. Yin's face changed slightly. Aoki said lightly, sorry, this guy is my booty, but it's not something you can take back. The strength of this fast dragon is not weak, or it is very strong. After all, it is a quasi-god elf, and it still has the quasi-god elf with championship strength, and its value can fully match all the assets of a small and medium family. If Aoki is willing, he will exchange resources. I believe that many forces are willing. Although he doesn't have an elf ball, it doesn't prevent him from taking the fast dragon away. You Aunt spit out a word, then quickly converged, and continued, give me an exchange condition, or even if it is all here, you don't want to participate in the division ceremony of the Guandu area, you probably it's unknown what this ceremony means to you. Aoki frowned. www.mtlnovel.com. What meaning or special meaning can a segmentation ceremony represent? In exchange for the 3 evil dragons, they are also quasi-god spirits. The 3 evil dragons are not your elf, and the value of training is lower. You should have invested a lot of resources in this fast dragon. Energy, Aoki said. The level of these 3 evil dragons is obviously higher than that of Quick Dragon. And you don't have Quick Dragon's elf ball. Even if you leave Quick Dragon, it won't be of much use to you. In retorted. But Aoki was a spreader. Then I don't care. Anyway, it is ill-gotten wealth. I can give him to the alliance in exchange for a lot of resources. But someone has to be an elf who is not his own. Losing an elf whose growth cap is obviously better. You will account for this bill. As soon as the words fell, an elf ball quickly threw from the sky, and we could see that it was the 3 overwhelming dragons. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1343 Ether Foundation. In the end, Argentine took away the fast dragon. Aoki got the 3 evil dragons who were once black messengers. Anyway, for Yin, the 3 evil dragons are just a more expensive toy. Aoki got an elf that could really be sold, and its value must be much higher than that of the fast dragon without an elf ball. Now you can talk about your so-called gift. If you are asking me to join your gods, I'm afraid I will let you down, Aoki said. Yin gave a smile. How could it be? I don't know that the person ordered to pull you into the religion has been solved by you. I don't want to be the second one. Oh, what are you trying to say? Oki frowned. Tell you a little news first. It's a gift. Don't thank me. The news is that the new Dark Angel candidate has been determined, and you should also know him. And this time he will appear at the division ceremony of Guandu here. I hope you can find it out. One that will never let you down, people. Yin's smile was even worse. But Aoki frowned. New Black Messenger? Aoki is not surprised that a new Black Messenger will appear. After all, for the gods, all the messengers contact their men through special cards in their hands. And their men cannot confirm this so-called Black Messenger. Is it the Black Messenger who has contacted him anyway? Just follow the order anyway. Even the Black Messenger who was defeated by Aoki might not be the first. Only Aoki was skeptical of what the woman said. The person you may know has become a Black Messenger. Does that mean that when you see someone you know but are not very familiar with, you have to look at each other with skeptical eyes and attitude? This is no good for Aoki. It's the people of God who first find themselves to cause trouble. One of their Black Messengers has indirectly ended as revenge. If the other party chooses to stop the trouble rather than come to find trouble for himself, Aoki is not willing to cause such a problem. A powerful force who dare to find trouble in the league openly. As long as this new Black Messenger no longer looks for his troubles, Aoki is unwilling to have more troubles. Of course, Aoki will not relax for a while for the protection of the gods. If the other party repeatedly finds trouble, Aoki may die with them. Alas, but now they still have a line of life. Seeing Aoki's expression, Yin did not say much on this topic. So far, let us talk about the great gift I told you at the beginning. I don't know if Aoki has heard of Aurora, Yin asked with a smile. I know that the new area just discovered by the Elven League is said to be still under negotiation, and the results have not been fully disclosed, Aoki said directly. It seems that the news of King Aoki is still very well informed. So I don't know if King Aoki has heard of Ether Foundation. I heard that Aoki was shocked. Ether Foundation? Exclamation mark. Yin said to himself, the Ethereum Foundation, a group dedicated to the protection of elves, especially those who have been harmed by humans, is one of the organizations that are in negotiations with the Alliance at this time, and can successfully communicate with the Alliance. It's a very important role. Are you a member of the Ethereum Foundation, or a Theopath? What is the relationship between the Ethereum and the Ethereum? How much does the Alliance know about the relationship between the Ethereum and the Ethereum? Aoki asked a series a lot of questions. At the last time, Aoki felt that these people in silver greatcoats had a great relationship with the Ethereum Foundation. After all, the elves used by the man who fought against him last time were Arola smells bad, but this matter is gradually forgotten in the back of his mind. But I didn't expect to be turned out by this in today. Listening to Aoki's question, Yintan spread his hand. How could I know so much? I am just here to convey a message and hope that the Aoki King can hear it. Then the Ether Foundation hopes to have your friendship with Aoki King, and you. It will also be supported by the Ethereum Foundation. Support? Give me more air sprites, or give me a faster and stronger way, or give me your technique of making special sprites. The smile on Aoki's face disappeared. If others don't know what the Ethereum Foundation looks like, they may be fooled by this organization that claims to protect the elf. But unfortunately, Aoki's understanding of the Ethereum Foundation is not what the other party can imagine. Yin's complexion changed slightly, and he took a glance at his own radios and radios. I don't know what the third item said by Aoki, but I know if you need the first two it can be achieved. I believe that Aoki King must have some understanding of Aurora elves. I also heard that you have an quasi-god spirit of Aurora. Scaletail Ankylosaurus. Aoki chuckled and shrugged to show that she didn't care much. Yin didn't think she could convince Aoki in this way. She just wanted to remind him first. Aoki, you know, this world is much bigger than you think, and you have more elves than you. Much more is known. If you are interested, you can take a deeper look at the Ethereum Foundation. I believe that there should be a lot of investigation data within the Alliance now. After speaking, he took his radius and radius away. leaving only Oki and his elves. Seeing a yin who had disappeared in midair, Oki always felt that she said it was a fake to stop Oki from participating in the ceremony. Instead, it was his real purpose to draw him on behalf of the Ether Foundation. Ethereum Foundation, Alara, Theology, Space Fisher, Alien Beast. Oki squinted his eyes and meditated these words repeatedly in his heart. www.mtlnovel.com. I always felt that they should have a very good relationship with each other. A big connection, and this connection may have a lot to do with what is really going on behind the theological organization. For the Ethereum Foundation and the strange beasts, Oki still doesn't quite understand what they mean, but now he guesses nothing. It still has to wait until the Alliance really incorporates the Uran area into the territory before they can really understand their internal detail. Now he is more concerned about the reason why the Theocratic wants to prevent him from participating in this ceremony. There is something that will definitely happen to stop him, and it also makes people deliberately come. Unfortunately, the person who comes here seems to be more concerned about the Ethereum Foundation. Instead, he doesn't care about the things of the living gods. Bayan Lian Bayan has 3 elven dragon elves in his hands. In any case, the 3 dragons have put away the elves and rushed towards the Alliance headquarters. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1344 Alliance Hidden. No one noticed the battle between Oki and In. After all, if anyone could find out, In would not come to Oki. This time is a special moment in the Guandu area. Everyone's energy and attention is focused on the division of Guandu, who will notice the fighting inside Bayin Mountain. Moreover, even the legions stationed inside Bayin Mountain were evacuated for more than half, and the remaining people could barely maintain the stability inside Bayin Mountain. Oki left the area inside Silver Mountain and returned directly to the area where the Alliance building was located. Just from the busy streets and the flow of people, you can feel the excitement and hustle and bustle of the Guandu Union headquarters. It is because of this that the Union needs to deploy a lot of manpower to maintain stability in the area. After all, there are many people there are more right and wrong. Oki, as the 4 heavenly kings, did not cover his body and whereabouts at first. So when he entered the bustling street, someone recognized him, and then quickly passed on 10, and 100, and immediately surrounded Oki. Some of them are his fans, and the rest of them are here to watch the lively. This is the first time Oki has experienced such a situation. In the face of crazy fans, especially those female fans, after seeing a living Oki without any elves around him, the enthusiasm shown by him is really crazy. After all, the image of Oki on the internet is very sunny and motivated, and it is almost a male in the eyes of a large number of fans. Born a civilian, but can have the strength today, can also become the 4 heavenly kings in Feniyun area, and is the youngest senior breeder in history. The most important thing is that although the original appearance of Oki cannot be said to be ugly, but also handsome, has always been considered to be one of his imperfections. But I do know when it may be because of adolescent physical development. There have been some subtle changes in various parts of his face, and it is precisely because of these changes that the original ordinary Oki suddenly became comparable to Ogohidu handsome guy. Many fans found 2 photos of the former Oki and the current Oki. If it wasn't for the whole process of his change, someone would pay attention to it, and everyone else should think that this is a completely different person. It is also because the process of this transformation is known to people, so I don't think he is a facelift. After all, the lineup is a certain part in one step, not every part like him is changing, and it is still a little change of. Now Oki has appeared to everyone in his true colors. While he was signing the first few fans, Oki found that someone was stabbing himself. Although the strength was not very heavy, it was indeed someone stabbing himself. But this behavior is the beginning of a special behavior of some people. And some people start to kick their noses and face. Oka's face changed, and her superpowers gushed out. The arrogant and unreasonable force pushed everyone back, leaving Oki enough open space and scope. Exhaling a long breath, Oki looked a little red on his white face. If you sign, Just sign it. Why are you still stubborn? Do you want to take something from yourself as a memorial? So, there is no way. Aoki can only use superpowers. Most of the people in this group are trainers with varying strengths, but they all know the abilities used by Aoki, and the admiration in the eyes is even worse. However, Aoki couldn't stop it, so he reached the limit of his superpowers and escaped the scene faster than his escape, leaving only a group of fans with big eyes and small eyes. Aoki arrived at the Alliance building as quickly as possible. Coincidentally, at the entrance, I met a fairy who was also walking into the building. Do saw Aoki. A playful smile appeared on his face. I heard that Sumion's sudden appearance caused a blockage in the streets of the Alliance, but now they are busy with Miss Junshaw. I was still guessing who it was at first, but when I see you, I know I don't need to guess. Aoki glanced gloatily, like you do, and his popularity in the Guandu area. He had obviously experienced the same thing as Aoki, so he guessed it at the first sight of Aoki. Well, I'm not kidding you. Where did you go during this time? Only now? Du asked. The two walked together towards the Alliance building, as the new stars of the two regions, and are also the four kings of the area. When walking in the Alliance building, people passing by would also say hello to them. After all, in the strict sense of Alliance propaganda, the four kings of the Alliance represent the highest combat capability of an alliance, or one of the highest combat capabilities. I went to Baiyanshan and exercised for 2 months. Aoki said. I heard that Du didn't feel envious. I am still a 4-day king. You not only gain a lot of fame, but you don't have to run around for the trivial things in the Alliance. After this strength, you still find a place to exercise and improve yourself. Finally, it is a bit clear why you can come to this step, which is inseparable from your efforts. For you, completing some complex tasks is not a kind of experience for you. It's just that because of the division of the Guandu Alliance, of course, as the Dragon King of the Guandu region, of course, you have a lot of tedious things to deal with, but soon, will it be over in a few days? Aoki patted Judas' shoulder with an encouraging look. Watane glanced at Aoki as if he wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. Seeing this expression, Aoki frowned. What's wrong? I don't know why. Aoki always feels that this may be the reason why Ayin was ordered to stop himself. I hesitated www.mentalnovel.com and said after standing, it's not particularly secretive. Even if I don't say it now, you should know the biggest day after tomorrow. You know why the division of Guandu area this time? Hearing this question, Aoki froze. Isn't it because of the rockets? He smiled and shook his head. Many people have the same thoughts as you, and we haven't explained anything. So many people have such misunderstandings. But it's not the case. The rockets say it's shrinking, it's just reducing the tasks that they usually go out. They have already recaptured resources and reallocated manpower. Their threats have always existed. It should also be understood a little bit. The heritage of the League is not comparable to the Rockets. This matter involves a secret at the beginning of the Alliance. Not many people know it. I only learned it recently. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1345. Continent later, Du told Aoki about this secret, a large part of which was never heard of Aoki, the secret of the true Alliance secret. It is said that at the beginning of the Alliance, there was a Xion in the Alliance. As for the name of the Xion, it is no longer possible to study it, because there is no documented record. But because of his appearance, the Alliance found an unknown space in the space around Baiyan Mountain. Or it should not be called space. It can be said to be a continent similar to space. But the existence of this continent is also very special. Because it is so small, it is almost as small as a stone. A stone of this size, outside the boundless space, is equivalent to a drop of water in the sea, so small that it can be almost ignored. But such a stone-sized thing is a continent. It should be a land created by special means. Everything in it has been reduced in the same proportion. This requires a considerable amount of space capacity. Only the control of the gods can reduce the continent to such a degree. Not only that, the time flow rate in this stone is also different from the outside. and staying in it for 5 months may only last 1 month or even shorter in the elven world. Such a magical place was discovered by the strongman, because he is also a superpower, and in superpower, the best is the control of space energy. So he successfully entered. The size of this stone turned into a stone of the continent. It is a pity that before his entry, his strength almost belonged to the category of people who have won the existence of the entire elven world. So the elves also have various materials and treasures, which did not help him much, but this place in the end, it was included in the bag by the Alliance, which is more than 10 times more important than the inside of Bei and Shan in the Alliance. How amazing the size of the stones is not to say. The main thing is the internal time flow rate. If it can be used, the Alliance will continue to train powerful trainers. This was simply an alliance that was just established shortly after Senchaku-alike things in the snow. But things did not go as expected. The space energy wrapped around the pebble continent was too strong. That is, the strong man's space talent was reluctant to enter, and even if ordinary people found this thing, it would be a smash for them. Rotten stones. Later, the Alliance wondered whether it was possible to train the elves through this thing and shorten the time by 5 times. For the elves that need a long time to train, this is simply an artifact. However, with the help of the strongman, after putting in a few batches of elves, when he harvested the results, he found that although these elves had grown, they were unusable because they had been assimilated by the wild elves and the wild environment. As a result, he developed his own fighting style and habits, and did not achieve perfect cooperation with the trainers. And because of the danger of the wild environment, the lack of resources for many elves has prevented them from even developing all their talents. Without the control of trainers, they have wasted their original ability to move to a higher level. As a result, this plan has also been stranded. Obviously there is a treasure in hand, but can't find a suitable method. This is tantamount to having a golden mountain in the air, but unable to take the slightest amount. Until later, he was still the strong man. He discovered that the space energy surrounding the stone had a peak and valley value of fluctuation. But its fluctuation range was not very large, but after a long period of observation, he found that these space energy the peak value is very stable, and the chance will not change too much, but this valley value has a different value every year. It was later discovered that there was a time cycle. Every 5 years, that is, 5 years in the elven world, and 25 years of time in the stone, the value of space energy will appear for a period of time. And it is not very strong, such a phenomenon. After knowing the situation, the Alliance immediately launched a test and found that if the space energy is at this drop, ordinary people can increase and help through certain equipment and have the opportunity to pass through this layer of space energy film and enter the interior space of the stone. However, this valley value can only last for 1 month, which is 1 month in the elven world. But even so, the large number of spirits and resources in it can provide a great help to the trainers who enter it, helping them to improve their strength and increase their knowledge. But the technology at the time was not as developed as it is now. If you want to bring people in, you can only rely on the superpower of that strong man. But the strong is also a person, and after all, his life is limited. So after the death of the strong, the Alliance can no longer bring people into that stone. However, this important place has not been forgotten by the Alliance. There is no documentary record, only a few high-level word of mouth of the Alliance, and finally passed down. Until later, with the development of science and technology, breaking up space was not something that only superpowers could do. Scientists in the elven world invented object teleportation and elven transmission. This is a kind of use of space. As a result, the League trainers were able to enter the stone again, but they still only entered the weakest month, and because of their limited ability, the number of trainers who could enter it was also limited. Fortunately, there are not many people who know this secret. So those who can enter it every 5 years are the choices and decisions made by the Alliance itself. The number of people allowed in each region is clearly defined within the Alliance. In all regions, except the Guandu region, which has a large number of talents and has 3 additional members. The rest of the region, whether it is an area that has joined the alliance early or an area like the Carlos area, has only 2 places. It is a mandatory requirement of the alliance. However, the alliance is advancing, science and technology are advancing, and the number of people who can enter it has changed. Each region has added 1 place, that is, 3 places, and the Guandu area has become 4. However, this area of Guandu where talented people are still crowded is still a bit stretched. The division of Guandu has nothing to do with this quota. After the division, it became the Kanto region and the city capital region, as well as other regions, each with 3 places. This is what the 2 regions alliances value. Although the other regions are eager, there are not many ways. After all, this matter was also passed at the Conference of the League of Nations, and they also received certain compensation from various aspects. Not to mention the extent to which the strength of the trainer who has come out of www.untilnovel.com can be steadily improved, but its own potential will definitely be developed to a certain extent, allowing geniuses to grow faster. What the League wants to see. Like Dr. Oki, who used to be a trainer, he participated once. Even the current leader of the Rockets, Sakagi, had been vigorously trained by the League before his identity was fully announced. Say the names of these 2 people and you will know who they are and what cap they may have. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. A new event has been launched in the book circle of Our Dark Rise. Interested friends can go and find out. There are some small gifts about health. Although they are not very expensive, they can also express a bit of hibiscus. Everyone can participate enthusiastically. Even if we don't participate, we can just like it. Love you guys. L. Chapter 1346 Time and Space Continent. So, this ceremony is also the time when the space energy around this particular stone is the weakest. The Alliance will send people in immediately after this event? Oki asked. Yes, it should be like this according to the plan, and in the current situation, there must be a place in the list of Feniyun areas. Du nodded. After hearing that, Oki finally understood why Ayin was told to stop himself from attending this ceremony at the beginning, because he didn't want to let himself enter the strange space that could fly into the sky. How do I think this magical continent is very similar to a legend? Oki said to himself. What? Du didn't listen to what Oki said. Nothing. I want to ask why our president didn't tell me this when he asked me to come. Oki was a little confused about this. As Adams, he definitely knew this very well, but instead of telling himself directly, he let him inquire about the relevant information from Du. In this regard, Du dear did not indicate how many accidents. I probably do not want to tell you this in advance. I want to give you a surprise, or because of the Alliance's confidentiality agreement. When the time has not yet reached, you can't give. Others have disclosed this matter. After all, even once every 5 years, many people know the secret. So before going in, everyone will be asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. Is it okay for you to tell me this way? Oki asked. When Yan said, Du shrugged. I haven't entered yet, so I didn't sign a confidentiality agreement. It was the chairman who arranged the task for us to make the task go smoothly, so he told us about it. King Kikuko and King Habu are both people who have gone in, and Kona and I must be able to have a place, so there is nothing wrong with knowing it. Anyway, you must be a person with a quota, and you will definitely have a copy when you go in. It's okay to tell you in advance. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, Oki thinks it may be just that. However, since the deities can't choose to send people to block themselves at this time, it means that they also know about this matter, and the deities choose to take the lead during this time, most likely for this place. The gods have been around for so long, even if there are a few babies, they all have strong superpowers. As their leader, There must be more superpowers. Maybe one of them is very capable of space. The sensitive strong man can use this time to lock the place where the stone is located. The place regarded by the Alliance as the Golden Mountain must have also guessed to a certain extent what the gods want to do. It is best to find out the undercover or the people who bought the divine religion before entering. As long as there is no internal response, the divine religion wants to find this place, which is undoubtedly a haystack. Then Adam's confidential behavior can be understood to a certain extent. After talking a few words, Aoki and To continued to walk towards the Alliance building. After all, Toto, one of the hosts, was very busy. Aoki, looking for a room to take a break, was sitting on the sofa and lost in thought. That's where it is. Oki's eyes flashed sharply, revealing a look of sudden realization. More than a year ago, because he was going to participate in the sinnoh competition, he went to the sinnoh area. With the help of Girona, Aoki learned the secrets guarded by the Girona family regarding the gods of time and space, Tejaluka and Pa. Legend of Lukikan. Legend has it that these two beasts were born in an unknown space far from the elven world, together with Pluto dragon riding Radina. These three elves slept in the shape of eggs and were finally awakened by the creation arceus. Because arceus, I want to borrow the power of time and space from Tejaluka and Palasai to complete the elven world. However, Tejaluka and Palasai are naturally at odds with each other. Their energy rushes. In order to be able to merge their energies, arceus ordered them to work together to create a mysterious continent that is free from space. I have found this continent, but now it seems that this mysterious continent that combines the force of space and the power of practice is not undiscovered, but it has been discovered. But people do not know that this is the legendary continent. It is said that only a few people who have known the legend of sinnoh know it. So this seems to be the size of a stone, but it is actually a continent, and the time velocity in it is 5 times that of the elven world, and it can be explained clearly. With the power of Tejaluka and Palasai, it is possible to achieve this degree. After all, they represent time and space from the moment they are born. In this way, it is really necessary to take a trip to this special place. Not to mention how much improvement can be achieved in 5 months. Let's say that this continent has many natural treasures growing, almost as wealth as astronomical. Oki's eyes became more and more obvious. The birth time cannot be considered elegant. It can be said that it is longer than human existence. It is not because of the special environment that there are not many foreign organisms entering. With 5 times the flow rate of time, the materials growing in it will have how many years? In the elven world, some vintages are relatively high, and the price of precious materials is completely sky high. How many continents will there be? The poor go in a circle, and they can become rich if they pick something. However, in contrast, since the material can have a longer life, the elves living in it will definitely have greater strength. After all, their growing environment, apart from natural enemies, will not suffer much interference and impact. This is simply more primitive than the inside of Bay and Shan. www.mentalnovel.com. The danger of the surrounding environment means that people may be killed at any time, and even to some extent. After entering it, the wild elves may not necessarily become the most dangerous and horrible existence. People who read it are probably the most terrifying, because there are no rules that will restrict their behavior. Facts have proved that this is very possible. After all, some of the people who have not entered this group have not returned, and the current overall survival rate is 70%. High returns represent high danger. So some conservative areas will not send the best group of people, but will send a group of relatively weak people to try their luck, and the loss will not be painful and survive if it benefits. Maybe it can really skyrocket. I believe that there are still many people who are willing to gamble. After all, if some people only develop smoothly, they will never catch up with geniuses. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Level 1347 full strength. Sure enough, 3 days later, Adams finally gave Aoki the story, and with him, there were Ogo, Hibiscus, and Mickley from Fenny Ewan. What Adams said was similar to what Duo told Aoki. and there was not much difference. However, Aoki couldn't say that he knew it long ago, and could only cooperate with it again, pretending that he didn't know, and when Ogo and them showed surprise, he also gave a surprised expression in time. Although the performance was slightly exaggerated, it was still confused and did not sell it. But this time the situation in our rich area is different. This time we have 4 places, which means that the 4 of you can go in. Adams explained to them via video call. In this regard, Aoki and other talented people understand that after all, there are only 3 places in major regions. But this time they came with 4 people. Someone must not be able to enter. Now I understand what Adams said. It turned out that this time they were rich is really the most special one. Last time when the lava team and the ocean team first acted, the Hunters Association rushed into Fenyuan area, and although we were finally kicked out, it still caused us a lot of losses. The Alliance's failure to do business has given him an extra place to enter, Adams said. As the chairman of Fenyuan district, he certainly went in when he was young, so he was able to impart some experience to Aoki and avoid unnecessary injuries and deaths among them. The 4 people currently in front of him are the most precious wealth of Fenyuan area. Any loss will be a heavy blow to the study of Fenyuan area. But Adams also knows that if their character is not allowed to go in, they will probably be upset, and they can break through themselves without experiencing danger. The current 4 are very strong, but Aoki has become the strongest of the 4. This has a lot to do with the fact that he has been sharpening himself and his elves on the edge of danger. In fact, no matter whether it is Ogo, Furong or Mikli, the talents of the 3 trainers are not weaker than Aoki, even to a certain extent. There are people who have higher talents than Aoki. It's just that Aoki's ability to fulfill his talents is too fast, so fast that even the genius didn't respond. Fortunately, when Aoki became the 4 Queen, they successfully awakened them and let them know where they should work. Because the shrinking continent looks too small from the outside, we can't accurately locate the transmission position. After you enter, you must first ensure your safety, and then determine your location. Everyone will have an interior before entering map. At that time I will mark you some dangerous and safe places on the map. Aoki, you are the captain of this operation. You have rich experience in wild survival. I believe that with your ability, you should be able to gather the 4 of you as soon as possible. After the 4 gather, they have enough self-protection to explore some places that may have rare materials. Remember that your first priority this time is not how much material you collect and how much you can improve, but to ensure your own safety. Each of you is our future and we can't afford to lose it. Adams reassured them that they had once again emphasized their own security issues. Yes, the 4 answered at the same time. As for saying that Aoki became the captain of the 4, there is no objection. After all, Aoki is indeed the strongest of them, and the only one who holds the position of 4 heavenly kings. In addition, Aoki itself is the brain power in the positioning of the 4 people, but some have recently opened up, and they intend to compete with Ogo and Mikli for this status. Later, Adams and the 4 told a lot of things to pay attention to, so he sent them to participate in it. Finally, I emphasized once again to pay attention to my own safety. After hanging up the video call of Adams, the 4 of them exhaled very tacitly, and then laughed at each other's tacit understanding. The 4 of them have been together for a long time, and not all of them have gathered together. They have a lot of things to say and many questions to ask. After greetings and gags were over, discussions were held on what they are going to participate tomorrow. We haven't been together for so long, which means that we certainly don't know enough about each other's strengths. I suggest that you first get a thorough understanding and let me know something. Aoki proposed. It should really make you a little bit in your heart. Otherwise I'm afraid when we will be squeezed out of the 4 heavenly kings, right? Ogo said with a smile. Both Seremban and Mikli show smiling smiles. Although they are not jealous of Aoki becoming the 4 heavenly kings, this is indeed able to become a quite successful topic for them. Ahem, be serious. Aoki glared at Ogo. Seeing Aoki's expression, Ogo shrugged and said he was not afraid at all, but still said, then let me start. At present, 1 champion, 5 prospective champions, and the rest are senior Danwang, a champion. Even if Ogo doesn't say it, everyone can guess that it must be Ogo's placement of flash giant gold monsters. This is his ace. The crowd immediately shifted their eyes to Mikla's body. 3 Quasar champions peak, 3 Quasar champions, and the rest of the elves are senior heavenly kings. Mikla bluntly said, compared to Ogo, Mikla's strength is slightly weaker, but all are 6 elves at the Quasar champion level, which is enough to serve as the 4 kings of a region. Next is Furong. 2 Quasar champions peak, 4 Quasar champions, and the rest are all senior heavenly kings. After all, Furong is the youngest one. Being able to possess such strength is already quite outstanding. When all 3 of them had finished speaking, they turned their attention to Oka's body together. Their strength has improved and improved greatly, but they are still very concerned about Oka's strength. I don't know when it started. www.untilnovel.com. Catching Oki became their goal. Noting their eyes, Oki smiled. 2 champions, the rest of the semi-champions from the peak to Uranus. The number of elves in Oki is the most among the 4, so there is still a lot of difference in the strength of the elves. However, Oki still hides some strengths, such as Tkli and the scaly-tailed dragons, but he is still the strongest of the 4. After hearing Oki's strength, all 3 of them fell silent. How hard they worked during this time, only they know, but it seems that the gap with Oki is still a little big. It was only soon that they let go. If it was really so easy to catch up, would they still be Oki they knew? Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1348. Canto 4 Kings. After the Oki 4 discussed for a while, the most important ritual is finally to begin. In order to allow more people to watch this conference, the huge stadium where the King of Heaven challenged the last time when he became the 4 King of Heaven was chosen. But even with such a large stadium, it is still overcrowded. Welcome everyone to participate in the Alliance is very important, the Kanto Alliance and the City Capital Alliance inauguration ceremony. I am the host this time. There is a middle-aged man with a mustache wearing a purple suit throughout the stadium as the host. Because this is 2 major events, the strong men from all regions and the people who want to enter the Shizi continent like Oki are sent from each region. Most of them are acquaintances from Oki. Due to the limited number of places, the participants are almost the best in various regions. For example, Hirona in the Shinao area greeting Oki, and Karana and Dolasana in the Carlos area. The host, Rory, talked a lot about it. In fact, it is mainly for ordinary people, those who do not know, to explain some sounding explanations, but for those who have sufficient status, this in fact, it is talking nonsense. After the General League agreed, after nodding the application submitted by the Guandu Alliance, the entire Guandu Alliance has actually completed the division to a certain extent, but only in terms of personnel arrangements and scheduling. Did not list a detailed list is nothing more. In the later period, what the Guandu Alliance did was to complete this list and list reasonably and legally. As for telling the masses, it was more just a cut-off to let them know that there was such a thing. After talking nonsense, we officially announced some important personnel transfers or job transfers. The former president of the Kanto Alliance served as the president of the Kanto Alliance, and the vice chairman served as the chairman of the alliance in the city. In the following sections, either the minister stays in the Kanto region to continue as the minister, or his deputy stays in the Kanto region as the minister. Intuitively, it seems that all the deputies have been promoted, while the original post has been reduced by half. In fact, this is not the case, because the original Guandu area is too large, and all of them, whether it is a full-time or a deputy, cannot manage the entire large area. Generally, the most reasonable distribution method is to manage a region with a full-time job and a region with a sub-service. This is the most effective and efficient way. The easiest way to manage. Therefore, in fact, the original Guandu area seemed to be jointly managed, but in fact, there has been a division of labor management, which is why this time the division was so rapid and there were not many fluctuations. For these high-level executives, in fact, the impact is not particularly great. The most important ones are those middle-level carders. If there are vacancies in the positions above, they will have the opportunity to climb up. The power of this right temptation is unimaginable. So after the division into the Kanto region and the city capital region, there should be a rapid development period in both regions. This allowed the original bloated and huge alliance to send out a new force, which can make the comprehensive strength of the two major regions of Kanto and the city far exceed the original Gwandu area. After all, there are people with potential and strength who are in a position that does not match their strength and want to climb online, but find that all the roads have been blocked, unless the people above make a big mistake. Otherwise he will be, no matter how hard you work, there won't be much change. Over time, people will lose motivation and hard work, and the entire alliance will gradually become more and more bloated. Now, after splitting into two regions, almost double the number of posts at once, which makes the people there with strength, potential, and hard work have a second spring. Therefore, many people with status did not show excessive accidents when they learned that the Gwandu region, which is the largest region in the entire alliance, will be divided into two regions. This is an inevitable trend, otherwise the internal contradictions will definitely proceed. External pressure blasted the entire league. Next, the most important moment. Let us introduce the four kings of the Kanto region and the city capital region. Wow! The host's words once again put a deep water bomb in the entire venue. This sentence represents a lot of meaning. If the champion was not announced, the four heavenly kings were announced directly, indicating that even if the Kanto area was divided into the Kanto area and the Sungdo area, there was still no champion in these two areas. In addition, in the two regions, there will be 8 heavenly kings in total, which is equivalent to 4 heavenly kings at once, and it is not determined in the form of a general assessment game, but directly decided by the league. The Kanto region. Ghost is king of heaven, Kikyuko king. Fighting is king of heaven, King Shiba. Dragon king, Yulongdu king. King of ice, King of Kona. All the people at the scene could understand that all the 4 kings were the 4 kings in the Gwandu area. This is not the same as the other ministers and other positions, but they are all handed over to the Kanto area. What's this for? Are there 4 kings in the city all at once, and all of them are new kings? For a while, the residents living in the city area had some uneasiness in their hearts. What do you mean? From the previous position distribution, most of the urban areas are deputy posts to be converted, and even the chairman is also deputy chairman. This is not to mention him. At least the deputy is also a high level and has sufficient capabilities, able to manage the area. But now the 4 heavenly kings, who represent military force, have all given it to the Kanto region, which allows residents of the region to ensure their own lives. In the view of the league, the Kanto area was born to a mother, and the city area became a stepmother. There are not many people who have this idea now. www.mentalnovel.com. If the city cannot give a reasonable explanation, the residents of the city are definitely not willing to buy it. Let us invite 4 heavenly kings to the stage. The host's voice dropped, and the 4 well-known heavenly kings showed their means to the stage. Kikyuko appeared to be a shadow, quietly appearing on the stage. Shiba leapt from the stand with pure power, spanning a distance of tens of meters, and stood firmly on the stage. Du is about to pack a lot, standing on the back of Qa Long, shaking his cloak, and jumping from the air. As for Kona, she stepped onto the stage step by step, but on the ground she walked. An ice channel was left to show her identity as the Ice King. As soon as the 4 well-known 4 kings appeared on the court, they suddenly cheered. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1349. King of the City 4. Next is our city. King of Poison, King of Orange. The 4 kings in the city area and the Kanto area play differently. After all, they are not as well known as Kona and Kona, so the playing method is not the same as Kanto, but after shouting the name, they are shown to the audience. A man wearing a dark purple ninja costume with a mask covering half of his face, appeared on the stage in a ninja manner out of thin air. Except for a few people who could see the trajectory of his actions, Most people did not know how he appeared. However, this hand is a little sigh of relief for the city people who are a little nervous and restless. After all, it was not an unknown person. The owner of the Taoist Museum in the city of Red was once only one step away from the four heavenly kings. Now that such a long time has passed, I must have the strength of the four heavenly kings. For ordinary people and ordinary trainers, the strength in their minds is only on the playing field. According to the fighting method stipulated by the League, the person who can achieve good results is the strong person. For the wildlife and death all members, there is no concept of fighting at all. I may not be strong on the surface, but if it is a battle of life and death, in the current Kanto area, only King Kikuko can guarantee that he will definitely win. Based on the physical qualities displayed by him, the only person on the stage that can compare with him is the King of Fighting, Shiba. But Shiba is known for his strength, while Atsu is better at flexible body style and strange ninjutsu. Second place, Super King, One Tree King. As it appeared, the host announced the second for King Heaven. A man wearing a strange purple-pink Chinese suit with a mask covering his eyes was a bit like a magician at first glance. Yishu also appeared out of thin air, but in a different way from Au. After all, Azu's body can still be seen by some people, while Yishu relies purely on instantaneous superpowers, a natural standing on his shoulders. The sparrow, the instantaneous movement of space energy, is emitted from the body of this natural sparrow. Third, Evil King, Yuwa. Immediately after that was Yuwa. She had silver blue hair and a waist. She was very lazy and casual. She looked at some non-mainstream clothes, and her face had a bad smile on her face. She jumped from the sky, with the help of the head of a crow who also looked bad. As a wicked king, the crow head is one of her signature elves. For the two people, Yishu and Yuwa, the audience present was relatively familiar. Unlike the crossing, which has always been under the spotlight, when Kona, Yishu and Yuwa appeared in front of everyone in Gwandu, at the Olympic Games, although they were little-known geniuses before, they were not widely known. Until after the Olympic Games, the three talents formally entered everyone's eyes. However, it was because the stars gathered in the Olympic Games, Yishu and Lihua were a little worse in strength and luck, and did not enter the Final Four that attracted much attention. However, although they have some doubts about their position as the four heavenly kings, they are still acceptable. After all, whether it is a tree or pear flower, it occasionally shows its strength in front of the public, and the bad pear flower has not only become the object of people's tragedy, but because she frankly said that this is her true self, and she does not want to pretend, attracted a large number of fans. Call her and the ice goddess Kono as two goddesses with opposite personalities in the Gwandu area. However, Yishu's fame is a bit of an incidental meaning. When people talk about Kona and Yuwa, they will mention a tree of the same period, but he is definitely not the object that is focused on. There is no indication of this tree, but silently cultivates the elves and improve their strength. It can be said that the announcement of the four heavenly kings gave people in the urban area a little peace of mind, at least without random selection, choosing a few people who they did not know or had no impression at all. Fourth below please. The King of Steel. The King of Luck. Immediately, the host introduced the fourth king. King of Steel! Luck! Not only did the audience present that they had not heard of this person, even Oki, who had watched the ceremony in the VIP room, had never heard of such a person. Neither the memory of his previous life nor the news he once knew on Earth, there is no information about this Luck, and Oki's understanding of this person is completely blank. Wow! But while he was thinking, he saw you with a large white top hat and a snow-white gown all over her, standing on the back of a giant gold monster, slowly falling from the air, giving it to people a spotless angel as if descending from the sky. With a faint smile on her face, she felt a warm feeling all over her smile. Although people don't know much about this person named Bailing, after seeing the giant gold monster under her feet and the confident and warm smile on her face, she became less worried. Although a giant gold monster can't represent anything, but people who cannot worry or fear at all on this occasion. The most basic 4 heavenly kings have at least the energy. But looking at the 8 heavenly kings standing on the stage at this time, all the fools knew that the 4 heavenly kings in the Kanto area were obviously stronger and more convincing. The host did not say much on this, even if he was asked to say. He did not have the qualification to evaluate a big man like the 4 heavenly kings. According to the plan of the Gwandu Alliance at the beginning, at this time, I would like to thank everyone who came to this ceremony from various regions for the higher status characters. Among them, the leader of the Feniyun area is the Sandstorm King Oki, and the introduction is the future helm of the Zvuchi family, the current chief search officer of the Feniyun Alliance. As for Furong and Mikli, although their strengths are also strong, they still do not have a strong identity. Even Mikli has returned the Liulai Road Museum to his teacher, focusing on improving his strength. The people from the Sinnoh area are Girona, who has just become one of the 4 kings of the Sinnoh, as well as the Big Leaf of the Fire Department and Wusong of the Superpower Department. The leader of the United District is Wanlong, who has become the king of the ghost system. Yu reads www.yuukansu.com also has a slightly improved Capella in superpower control, which is good at using cranberries of evil spirits. The head of the Carlos area is also an acquaintance of Oki, Karuna. Accompanying them were Dorasana, who is good at dragons, and Pakira, who was a little surprised by Oki. It is not the noble knight Yanjia, nor Zimi, who is good at water spirits, but Pakira, who is good at fire spirits. I don't know if the flash flames interfered in this incident. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Thanks to the sleepy-eyed drowsy gangster for 3 million rewards. Thanks guys. Everyone participates in the activities of the book circle a lot. L. Chapter 1350 Mindfulness. Next is the most crucial part of the ceremony. The 8 kings on the stage need to select one person from the entire venue as an opponent to show their strength. It can also be the 4 kings of the 2 regions on the stage, or the guests in various regions on the stand. As long as you can show your strength, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. If you are confident enough in your own strength, you can challenge a person who has become famous early and is strong enough. You don't have to win, but if you fight against the strong, it will be easy to highlight your own strength and allow everyone to watch. Everyone feels the strength of the challenger's strength. Of course, if it is a person who has become famous early and is recognized by everyone, he who does not need to prove his strength needs no challenge. For example, the Chrysanthemum King, who is already a little older, is completely recognized for her strength. In fact, this challenge is more for the 4 newly appointed 4 heavenly kings in the city. At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings in the Kanto area are the 4 heavenly kings in the past. There is no need to show any strength. The old man will not participate in the competition of your young people, and the old man will give up the challenge. King Kikyuko said with a wooden crutch, smiling. Regardless of strength or age, Kikyuko is the largest of the 8 kids on the stage at this time, and they also fully recognize her strength, so Kikyuko will speak so that no one will refute anything. Even King Kikyuko will appear here. Some alliance officials used to be emotional and convinced to come to participate. Otherwise, with her fame and strength, she would not have to participate in such ridiculous activities. After speaking, King Kikyuko flickered and disappeared in place. Next it was Shiba, fighting King. I won't mix it up. After that, Hilba kicked the platform, and the strong force actually crushed the floor tiles on the platform. He jumped up and jumped to the stands, and sat in the VIP position with King Kikyuko who disappeared before. Heibu also has his own pride. He will not show his strength by challenging people who are weaker than himself. The only player on the field who is stronger than him is King Kikyuko. Since King Kiku is unwilling to participate, he will give up this time the challenge. In fact, he also wanted to test Du's strength. After all, Du had challenged him frantically when he just became the 4 heavenly kings. Later, After recognizing his strength, neither of them has yet fought. But letting one of his predecessors challenge his juniors, this time gives the illusion of bullying. If Do wants to fight with him, he will naturally challenge him. If Do does not want to, then he will save trouble. Shiba also gave up the challenge, which slightly disappointed the audience throughout the field. King Kikuko gave up the challenge, and Shiba King gave up the challenge, which made the audience disappointed that he had never seen Shiba showing his strength for a long time. The third fairy, Do, looked around the entire arena, knowing that when it was his turn, he could no longer choose to give up the challenge, otherwise the audience might feel that their 4 heavenly kings were too proud, and they would also cause their dissatisfaction. Moreover, Do is not the 2 famous 4-day kings of Juzi and Shiba. At this moment, there are such high-profile moments, and he really needs to show his strength more. In the original Uranus challenge, when he challenged to become the 4 heavenly kings, he was criticized for letting the other side release the water. Although the later Uranus touring tournament showed a little strength, but because the opponent was too weak, it showed strength is not enough to prove his strength. After looking around in the stands for a week, he stayed for a second on Shiba, 3 seconds on Oki, and finally made a decision. Since it is a challenge, as the 4 heavenly kings in the Kanto region, of course, I also know more about some of our members, so the goal of my challenge is Kona, the king. After fluttering his cloak, he announced his object of challenge. Wow! Finally, the battle between the 4 heavenly kings was able to be seen. The audience cheered and cheered. They didn't care who challenged them. They just watched the 4 heavenly kings' games. Even if they were slightly performing, they were their favorite. Aoki, who was in his position at this time, heard us challenged objects and spit out all the water in the mouth. Splashed on the side of Dou and Furong sitting beside. Gaze at Aoki angrily. Ogo took out a handkerchief and wiped his brand new black dress. Isn't it just challenging Kona? Do you need to be so excited? Ogo knew some of the grudges about Kona and Taka, or Kona's unilateral resentment about Taka, but what he knew was not as clear as Oki. You don't know. Since Na failed the last time the Uranus challenge, he has kept it in his mind. Before he became Uranus, he repeatedly challenged him 10 times in a row. He just gave her the vacant Uranus position, recognized her strength. But after becoming the queen of the 4 heavens, Kona intensified and challenged Kona more frequently. This is an unbelievable transfer, and I had given him an idea more than once. With the attention of the whole world this time, Watana challenged Kona again. Oka's expression of mercy appeared. Willn't the relationship between brother Do and sister Kona become more and more rigid? Furong asked curiously. You can see this cleverness here. The smile on Oka's face grew stronger. The 3 looked at him, waiting to explain. It's very simple. King Kikuko and King Harbor gave up the challenge. That's because their own strength is hard enough and they have been long-time kings. They don't need such challenges to prove their strength, and they only have the time to become 4-day king for more than a year. There has been no battle that can prove his strength, so in such an occasion, he must choose a person as the object of challenge. Then the first ruled out are the 4 newly appointed kings in the city. They have not proved themselves, and they are even more unable to prove his strength. Then ruled out is King Kikuko. Although King Kikuko's strength is not obvious, the fool knows that it is because she is powerful and does not need to show too much real power. To cross the challenge, she is undoubtedly looking for death. So he made a choice between Shiba and Kona, and finally chose Kona. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki to explain to the 3 curious babies. Why did you choose Kona instead of Shiba? You need to know that King Habu is stronger, and if he can win, maybe he can also rise to the next king. If he loses to Kona, it is also possible to fall to 4th place. Ogo asked. That's because he knows that even if he chooses to challenge Shiba, when Kona's turn comes, Kona will challenge him. Fighting twice, obviously, he is more likely to lose to Kona. And even if he really loses to Kona in this challenge, Not many people will talk about his strength. He will only think that he is giving way to opponents. This is not his real strength, because this is an exhibition match. Game. In terms of taking 10,000 steps back, Watana really lost to Kona, but he lost the game but got Kona's forgiveness. Isn't it good? From Oka's words, you can feel how meticulous this mind is. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass.